Hey guys, and welcome to this year's Robot in 3 Days here at GoBuilda. We have another FTC team, Team 10355 Project Peacock, and we've got a super excited few days of live streaming yet to come. Today, tomorrow, and Tuesday, we're going to start at 4 p.m. and we're going to run until 9 p.m. Central. So we're going to have 15 hours, and we're going to come out of this with a robot that can play the FTC into the deep game. Why don't you guys introduce yourselves as our guests at the stream this year?
I'm Hope. I'm a senior in high school, and this will be my 4th year in FTC.
I'm Jackson. I'm a junior, and this is also my 4th year in FTC.
I'm Andrew. I'm a sophomore, and this is my 3rd year in FTC. And I'm currently the team captain of 10355 Project Peacock. So Project Peacock is a community-based team based out of Tulsa, Oklahoma. And we strive to be able to have first spread to everyone in our community and to be able to learn and to have those resources so that we can have fun and build robots, you know? That's what we love to do. So some of the things that we've been accomplished these past few years is making it to the World Championships in Power Play and in Center Stage, winning our state championship in Power Play and winning Inspire in Center Stage, and we're here today at the GoBuilda Robot in 3 Days.
Yeah, and Andrew's wearing his Alliance captain hat from Worlds last year, so these guys are pretty good at FTC. I'm excited to have them here. This is going to be fun. This is a very different kind of challenge than we're used to. Normally you have, like, I don't know, 8 months to build a robot for Worlds, like and we're going to do it in 15 hours. So we talk about it being 3 days, but it's really more compact. One of the biggest differences in this year's Robot in 3 Days is the starter kit. So we have a starter kit robot this year. This is something that first prompted us to make. They said we really like the idea that teams have a footprint, something to jump off of. So we put this together, and this can play the game pretty well. And we're going to say, we're a new team. We're going to try to get a robot that is better than this, and we're going to jump on and improve upon it. The other thing we're going to change is this year we're going to probably publish a bill of materials for this robot. So you're going to be able to build this robot at the end. It's going to be exciting. We've got a strafer here. I'm sure we're going to use something like that. And the starter kit robot, we should be able to go drive around our field back there. Do you guys notice anything about this game right off the bat? What are your first impressions about it?
I think picking up the samples and specimens is going to be the difficult part.
I think there's, at face value, there's not a lot to do, but if you really get creative and look at all the edges of it, there's a lot of creative ways to score.
Yeah, I feel like your first impression of this game isn't like what your impression of it like becomes after thinking about it and sitting through and saying, okay, like this does feel really simple, but how do you actually go about solving all these problems?
Right.
It's more deep than it initially seems.
You definitely have to sleep on it.
Yeah.
100%.
I'm super interested to see all the different ways people go about accomplishing the climb this year. I think it's going to be a super cool challenge.
Especially those world-class teams out there like Hyperion and the coolest and AI Citizens out there. Like, they come up with some creative stuff out there, and we're excited to see what they come up with.
You see any of their robots, and you're like, oh, that's a different way of thinking about that problem than I used. I wonder how they're going to solve this challenge. Absolutely. It's going to be cool. I was reading through the rules, and that's the thing that jumps out at you. Because you look at this, and you say, okay, like, that's not a big deal. It's nice that they put the lower bar there. It makes it easy for a robot like this to hang. But the fact that you have to be fully supported by the first bar, not touching the ground, not touching the sides, and then reach up and grab the second bar and be fully above it is, I think this is the hardest hang in FTC. I think this might be the hardest end game in FTC.
Yeah.
Like,
I'm also really interested to see how people are going to make such light and like fast robots, but also make them sturdy and not like delicate. Because if you fall, then your robot has to withstand that. But also, it's got to be light enough to get up there in the first place.
Yeah, so my first FTC game was Rescue. And in Rescue, if you fall off the mountain, that's some damage to your robot. Like, it's not easy to come back from. And it's kind of fun to have a hang that has some stakes again. Like, if your robot falls off that, it's probably going to do something. You're probably going to have to figure out how to fix it pretty quick. So it's going to be fun. You're going to have to be able to be sure that you're on there pretty tight. Right. So I'm excited. Like, I can't think of an end game that is close to as difficult as this one is.
Especially like comparing it to Center Stage and Power Play. Like Power Play, getting the circuit, kind of fun. Yeah. And then from Center Stage, launching the drones and making mosaics and climbing. Those aren't as difficult as this end game here.
That hang. Yeah. And I think the rest of the game is exciting. The thing that I'm most excited about to see, like when we get to really high level into the deep gameplay, is how that split between specimen and samples turns out. Like, I wonder if we'll have a robot that is dedicated to scoring one or the other, and you'll have two robots that play really well together, or if teams are going to say like specimens are more worth it, or only samples are more worth it. So I'm excited about the strategy for sure.
Yeah.
It'll be cool. I'm excited about that.
It'll also be interesting to see where people just like that, where people's values lie in
Yeah.
where you put it, where you park, where you hang.
Yeah, we were talking a little bit before, like, with this hang being so difficult, I kind of wonder if there's a situation where, like, it may be worth it to score more instead of trying that level 3 ascent to that second bar hang.
In a lot
It's
of past
interesting.
games, usually everybody kind of agrees, like, oh, this is the smart option to go for. But I think this one has a lot of variety for what you might pick, so we might see different strategies through the whole season.
Especially having a 2-point difference between the sample and the specimen. That is an interesting gap in like saying like, oh, scoring the samples in the high basket could be more, and that's gonna be definitely gonna be easier than putting the samples on the high chambers.
I think so, yeah. Like, going through the process of designing the starter robot, it is harder to make a robot that scores specimen. It's harder to make a robot that is easy to pick up specimen. It's a more difficult challenge, I think, but it's worth a little more. And like 2 robots both trying to score in the baskets is also going to be interesting. Like it's kind of difficult to have 2 robots fit in that corner and both score.
Yeah.
So one of my favorite games is Rover Ruckus, and partially because you had separate, kind of different archetypes for different robots that fit different roles. So you could go to Worlds and say, we do depot side or we do crater side, and that's our robot and that's what we're best at. And it was interesting to scout at Worlds that year because like we're trying to figure out how good different robots are at different tasks, and there are some robots that never did one or the other. And I could totally see like this year turning out similar, where you have a robot that does samples and they do samples great, but they don't do specimens at all.
Right.
It's cool.
Something else that's interesting to me is the fact that there is no sensing in auto this year. There's no sensing bonus.
It's
which
interesting.
is strange because for my entire time in
Right.
FTC, that's been a thing.
And then they made the limelight legal. Like, if
Yeah.
there's no sensing, what's that going to be used for?
It'll be interesting. It'll at least track April tags, so you'll be able to track April tags. I think it could be very useful for navigation.
Yeah.
It'll be cool. A leak for you guys watching right now, we have some limelights that we're going to be selling, so they just have to go on the website. So I'm excited about it. I think we got some resources. So I have no timeline for you, but we've got them, and we'll be able to sell them soon. So I'm interested to see how those shake out. They've been the FRC player for Vision forever. I think the big difference is in FTC, I think we have more processing power on our main controller. Like, I believe a control hub will outperform a Rio in Vision at least. So in FRC, you kind of have to have that coprocessor.
Right.
Where in FTC, you can plug a webcam in and sense stuff like the April tag locations and do line following right on the control hub, which is going to be cheaper. So I'm excited to see how that shakes out as those differences. The limelights are going to be nice because they're probably going to be plug and play.
Yeah.
You could just kind of turn it on, and I played with their configurator on like through the web portal, and it's cool to like have that camera up and have a live feed and see what it's seeing and adjust those settings on the fly.
Right. And then that could be one of the factors that differentiate you from the world-class teams to the average team.
That's also going to be a good like upgrade for like outreach kind of things, because stealing pictures and videos off your robot would be super
That'd be cool. Yeah. You guys have brought your alliance markers. Is that what, team markers?
Yep.
Yeah.
So these are new this year as a ref. So one of the reasons I know you guys is that I referee in Oklahoma a lot, and I referee these guys a lot in Oklahoma. And I'm really excited to be able to tell what alliance robots are on a lot easier. Even though it is a little less flexible with like the branding of your robot.
Can you see what alliance we're on?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. Very
Yeah.
clearly now.
Yes, and hopefully they don't fall off of your robots as much as the alliance markers, which did fall off of robots a lot.
There's a lot, yeah.
These shouldn't as much, I hope.
As someone who's often in the stands at league meets and matches, I'm excited because that's a lot easier to cheer on your alliance than.
Like, who's robot two, you know?
Yeah, exactly. And it's like, as a ref, I kind of relied on also being Ethan from Go Builda and being able to just kind of remember what robot that is all season.
Yeah.
I'm like, I know whose robot that is. But that's not as easy when you aren't as deep into FTC, and that's like the thing you focus on all the time. So I'm excited. we can probably, if you guys want to head over to the field, we can get this robot up and running.
Let's do it.
And we can see what this game is all about.
Which tile do we start in? This tile?
So I haven't done a crazy amount of reading of the rules this year, but if I remember right, it's along that wall.
Okay.
Like, I think you can start anywhere. I could totally be wrong about that. I have not sat down with the rules as much,
Okay.
but I think it's anywhere along this wall,
Yeah,
Okay.
it just says the side walls,
yeah.
touching the side walls. It doesn't say.
which is
where.
kind of cool.
Yeah. So that could give you the advantage of, like, for example, picking up a yellow, immediately scoring that.
Yeah, 'cause-
or starting right here, immediately delivering your specimen, and then picking up the yellow sample and scoring in a high pass.
Yeah, because you'll have these 3 samples there, and then you'll have 3 blue samples there.
Right.
And then 3 alliance neutral samples here. These are quick to score. Like, these neutral ones here are fast.
Right. And that's where I'm thinking autonomous. That's going to be is one of the keys for determining who has the higher autonomous points, because having those alliance specific ones, those are going to be standing there for the whole match. Like
Yeah.
the red alliance can't get those. But
Yep.
having the neutral ones, those are going to be key, because I would suggest to like get those off the field as quickly as possible and score them before the other alliance takes them.
Yeah, because I think that's one of my favorite parts about this game is that there's a limited number of neutral specimen or samples.
Right. It's only 40?
Yeah.
Something like
I
that?
think that's right. Like there
is
is I think it's reasonable that not that far into the season, we're going to see teams score all of them, like all
Yeah.
of the neutral ones. So it's possible. The classic thing in FTC with soft cap games, where it's possible to score all the elements on the field, is that the soft cap never happens.
Yeah. Especially last year with Center Stage having the 64 whites.
Oh yeah.
Well, there's 20 alliance specific and 40
Right.
neutral.
That's
So
60. That's
Yeah.
80. Yeah.
There were a ton.
just going ham on all the neutral ones, and then you can take your time kind of with.
Right. Yeah.
I'm going to
Your
be a bad
team.
relic recovery rememberer. Were there any soft cap versus soft cap in Teleup in relic recovery?
Crickets over here.
I think it was. Oh, MTI makes sense. I think there was one at Worlds or 2 at Worlds. Just. Yeah, there was almost one at North Super Regionals, but then
Really?
somebody actually scored a relic a little early. Okay, I think this is closer.
Okay.
Some of these won't be in the center.
There's some over by the basket still.
Yes, I think that the human player gets 1,
Ah.
2 of your color and 2 neutral ones
Okay.
to start. So this robot is one of the things that I want to do for this robot in the code is that it's run to position. So it has
okay.
to start with this
All right. Smart.
channel hitting the bottom there. That way the encoder pulls the right
Yeah.
Alright.
position. Do you want to run the box one or the regular one? The code's the same.
It's whatever you want to do.
There you
Start or
go. Yeah. Oh, you turn on the intake? Yeah. So
okay. So wise scoring
yeah, your right bumper
right
is
bumper,
your
that's
intake position, and then
Okay.
Y.
Right. Honestly, well, hold up. I'm on the blue alliance. Hold up.
Oh, we're switching. We stole one.
Okay. They're neutral. So
Yeah, exactly. I think if you don't score these in auto, I
pretty
could
big,
totally
yeah.
see teams rolling over and
Yeah.
grabbing those because those are valuable.
Yeah,
and
of
from a
Yeah.
time perspective.
kind of like your purple pixels and center stage. That kind of became a big strategy. Going
Yeah,
over
if
and
you could
stealing.
get your other alliance's purple pixels, those were worth it. Especially because those were important to a lot of teams.
The strafe.
What
Yeah.
are they called? The
There we go.
oh, I'm forgetting it. Mosaics. There we go. So this robot has a lot of different set positions, which is kind of nice, but it does mean there are a lot of different buttons that all do their own thing.
Yeah. There we go. I'm forgetting which button is which.
It doesn't help that you have like driven this robot once for 4 minutes.
That's fair. I mean, it's hard getting the hang of it. Ooh.
So that's one thing that this robot can do sometimes. I wonder if we add a couple if we have an intake like this, adding some more standoffs to the other side, I think could be a good little improvement.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that could easily
Go out
prevent,
this way.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like that could prevent those things.
Something else I'd like to do is try to maybe add extension to the arm to reach the high bucket.
That would really
Definitely.
change the amount of points that this robot could score.
Yeah.
Because being able to reach the center of the submersible is going to be key in like being able to
Definitely.
reach all of them.
Yeah, because like, as after you score these, I'm sure, getting this robot can very reasonably get into the edge of the submersible, but it's tough to get really deep into it.
Okay,
And
so
right now, since it's just this one robot, it's a lot easier to just go around to the other side. But
That's true.
I just thought about that in terms of like in matches, it'll be
Oh.
robots all over the field. So
And then your triggers are that adjustment. If you
Okay.
want to like raise the arm a little bit or push it down a little bit.
Okay.
So you've got to go up to it, hold one trigger all the way back, and then drive forward, and then hit the bottom button on the D-pad while you're still driving forward.
Okay.
And then drive forward, and hit the button. Yeah. It's kind of cool. It is annoying to hook. Oh, I think we might be back. Maybe. Woo! Okay. It looks like it. What an interesting issue. It wouldn't be a live stream if something didn't break ever. Like, all right.
rock back and forth, it looks like it's gonna fall off because this little clip here, when you rock it back and forth, it slides and it like.
Let's hit stop on the robot and let's figure out, let's kind of go over what we've learned from this so far.
Being able to straight right here so that, for example, like our alliance partner, like climbing the you can't your alliance partner probably not 10 inches wide, so you probably with the visual drive you can't straight over immediately. So being able to straight climb like that.
That makes sense. Yeah, like that ability to move laterally when you're trying to intake.
What else? Probably.
Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, you good? You got it.
Go ahead.
Being able to maybe making that climb not as janky.
We should add extension.
Yeah, essentially, I agree. So that you can hit the high basket, which is 4 more points, I believe.
Shout out Mr. Smith for that idea.
Last game. Let's do it. We don't make What's this one? Yeah, you're right.
We also talked about
That's fine.
making sure it's like sturdy, light but also sturdy. So
Yeah.
find a way to so we can climb. That may also help with when it rocks. It won't
Yeah, I agree.
do that
Maybe
teetering.
with our climbing hook, we can make it almost clamp on, or like that, so it doesn't give it that much room to rock.
Yeah.
Because
Will that make it harder to hook on?
that's a possibility.
Or would you just have to fix a strategy for that?
Yeah, one thing right now is that the arm has to move to hook it on. You gotta like hit back, you gotta drive the robot forward, and then it will hook. So having that like maybe be active, you could have a servo there that could like latch on. The only thing is we kind of have to make sure that the servo isn't trying to hold up the robot.
Right.
So that's an interesting problem there.
So yeah, having a light fast robot so that it can go from the submersible or wherever. So like for example, we're getting those neutral samples to your alliance baskets or to your human player station.
Yep.
That's probably going to be key.
Being
Yep.
fast, definitely, because
Fast
since there's a
enough,
limited amount of those neutral and you want to
Gotta
get as many as
quick.
possible, you've got to be on top
Yep.
of that.
Honestly, this game is probably going to be coming down to who can do what they can do the fastest. Like
Yeah.
who can put the samples on or samples in the basket faster, or who can clip like what human players can clip the make them into specimens on as fast.
Yeah. Well, one thing I think we'll do, like I think that the game's gonna shake out to be is that your robot's gonna grab your alliance color sample. It's gonna bring it over to the human player and then grab an already hooked specimen and then score that one. Grab another one, bring it. So you're always one specimen that's hooked and ready.
Yeah.
And you're kind of one ahead of your human player.
So yeah, another thing that we thought about with that strategy is delivering a line-specific sample to here, collecting a neutral sample, and then putting in the basket, then coming over here and
Oh, okay, I can see that. Yeah, especially if you're kind of the primary robot on your alliance.
and just
Or
circle.
if you're faster than a robot that's just scoring samples, I could see that helping. Okay, so we want to look at being able to strafe, probably adding mechanisms. Yeah.
Intaking the specimens.
Okay.
That if you don't intake it the right way, then it won't go on.
Yes.
So we have to figure out either how to maximize
Yep.
intaking it the right way or
being able to intake it from any direction.
That makes sense. So kind of improve.
without obviously just practicing.
And honestly, if we can make that, depending on how much our robot weighs, because if we're going to be doing mechanical, we're going to have 4 motors. That's going to make our robot lighter. I mean, no, heavier. Dude, it's been a long day. And if we can make that your arm motor any faster or that gear ratio any faster, that might be a challenge just because
So
weight.
just speed in general.
Yeah.
Okay,
How to maximize speed.
that makes sense. Okay, so we have strafe, we have less strength climb, so more
Yeah.
hook, maybe make the hook clamp, something like that, improve the hook. And then add extension.
Yep.
Is that extension probably with the pivot of the arm already?
It most likely, yes.
I think that works pretty well. So we'll kind of add a slide. I bet we could get away with one set of Viper slides. I think that intake is fairly light. We can at least try it.
Yeah.
And if it doesn't work out, then we'll pivot. But I like that idea. We
We-
want to make sure our robot is light and sturdy.
Right. We may have to use 2 slide stacks to get up to the
Potentially.
yeah.
Yeah, like a 2-stage that's
Right,
a single
2-stage.
wide. And then we want to improve the specimen intaking. Because right now you do have to be pretty precise. You've got to grab it in the right orientation, and you've got to like make it in the right place in the intake.
Don't worry, we tried.
Yeah.
Okay, what do we want to tackle first?
I think strafing. That's
'Kay.
Yeah.
because making that our bottom
That already
chassis.
improves intake. As
And then
well.
we're going to build on that. So we want to strafe. Do we want to make this robot a different size? This is the same dimensions as a regular strafer.
Okay.
So-
We want it smaller, right?
ideally be able to make it smaller.
Like
We can.
Becca sized or like bigger?
Becca's size is quite
Pretty
small.
tiny, yeah.
That was like a 10 by 8 robot.
So definitely bigger, but in that realm.
Yeah, in that realm, maybe 12 by 12 ish.
That's what I was. I was
Um,
gonna say 12, but I didn't want to interrupt you.
it's all good.
Okay, so we'll go for a smaller drivetrain. Probably still be able to like fit that. I bet we'll use a similar tower for that pivot.
Yeah.
I think that's pretty solid. Is there a like? Do we want to make it necessarily shorter or narrower or both?
I think it's long.
Yeah,
So probably.
Because the length is going to make your biggest difference in your extension limit.
Right.
Because your extension limit is kind of fixed to your robot. So a shorter robot means you can go out further. You can collect more from there.
And being able to go out further might actually help you so that, like, if your alliance partner is somewhere collecting, and then you can, or if a robot's in the way and you have to go from a different angle or something, being able to extend longer might be better.
Having kind of a small, narrow robot will be good for maneuvering through other
Right,
robots
and
as well.
being faster and lighter. Yeah.
Yeah.
Accounting for
So we can
clutter.
go. Currently, the crossbar on that is 10 holes wide. It's
Okay.
about 10 inches, right? So we could go pretty easily
12.
2 holes wider or 2 holes narrower. We go to an 8 hole, I'm sure.
Okay.
And we could go probably narrower than that, but I think that'd be a good place to start.
Okay.
Yeah.
So 8.
It's your time to shine coming up.
Yeah.
And then how much shorter do we want to go? The thing we have to balance is making it not fall over.
Yep.
Right. So, having a larger wheelbase will help
Yeah.
not being able to fall over.
Yep.
Do you think, since you designed?
Yeah, we definitely don't want to go too short so that we would fall over, but I do think having a slightly smaller frame would help.
So the other thing about the extension limit, right? So
42, yeah.
we can kind of play with that in a little bit. So right now, the length that arm extends is fixed because it's just an arm.
Right.
So to get into the submersible further, we want to move that arm as far back in the robot as possible. If we have an extension, we have kind of a maximum limit we can extend out, but that means we could potentially move the tower toward the center of the robot, move that center of gravity a little further
And that could
toward
also
the middle.
help with the rocking on the climb.
Yeah, I think it would because you'd be
Definitely.
more solid there. So I think the biggest thing that would help there is if we can get our so we can change that rock in a couple of different ways.
Right.
If we move it closer to our center of gravity, it'll rock faster,
That is true.
but it will probably have less less swing. Or further away will be a lower frequency.
yeah,
We can play with that hook placement and also where the arm ends up.
that is true. Yeah.
We can look at that level 2 hang, but I do like the idea of focusing on scoring more right now.
Right. Because that level 3 hanging ascent is going to be very challenging.
Yeah. So right now that's a 17-hole long channel drive rail.
Okay.
That's the same length as is the strafer.
Okay.
So we can go shorter. It just kind of depends on how much shorter we want to go.
That is true because we're going to have to either put the motors vertical or horizontally.
Yeah. And I think we'll go vertical.
Okay.
we always do this in Robot in 3 days. We always go vertical motor,
Okay.
strafer. It's so nice to build robots on.
Okay.
It just isn't, it doesn't look as nice. It's not as cool looking.
That's fair.
So I totally bet we'll do that. And it just depends on how much shorter we want to be.
Okay.
Do we want to do,
Jackson, how much longer? How short do we want to go?
And how many is 17?
17?
Yeah,
Yeah,
this one is.
which is about 17 inches.
Okay.
So we could go,
Maybe like 15.
we could do 15.
14.
15 is noticeably shorter.
Yeah.
14 does feel pretty short. 14 is, you can see it a little bit, the Freight Frenzy RI3D is 14 long. I'm just going to go grab that. It's
Probably good,
14, and I think it's a 7-hole crossbar.
Ooh, yeah, that's a small robot. Yeah.
It doesn't have wheels or
looks
much
like
of the
that.
robot left,
It does look like Becca.
but this is the drivetrain.
It looks like it's got a lot more than Becca though.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's, I think this is a 14-hole long drivetrain, and it's pretty narrow. I think it's a 168 is a 6-hole, right? 168 mil? I think that's right. So we definitely want to be wider than this, I think.
Yeah.
Okay. So so in total that'd be a 10-hole.
Yeah, that's a 10-hole.
Okay.
So I think we might do an 8-hole crossbar.
Okay.
Yeah.
We can shoot for
I like
14
8.
long. This is a pretty reasonable length for the drivetrain.
Yeah.
Okay, let's shoot for a 14-hole
Okay.
long. 14.
You're missing it.
LOL.
Man, I can't judge you about that, man. I
Yeah.
cannot spell either.
He said LOL. It's actually LOG.
Huh?
He
What?
Oh, I spelled
LOG. He
LOG.
said LOL.
I was like, I swear I spelled it right that time. Okay, so we can start on the drivetrain.
Okay.
We have a strafer over there. I say we tear it apart. We change up the channels and we make the motors vertical. That'll be a pretty quick start. We want to keep this robot together so we have a point of comparison. So let's also start recreating that tower. So
Yep.
the motor, the reduction, the arm, and then we'll leave off the intake because we're going to add some slides.
Right.
Okay, so let's
Sounds like a good plan to me.
start moving over to the table and we'll build some robots.
Let's
Yeah,
do
you
it.
have to
And we
see
can
the
probably
box.
leave this over here. Oh no, we want it for an example.
Right. I'm gonna turn that drive station off.
Yep. Apparently.
Yeah.
The mics don't like the driver station.
Really?
Yeah.
How come?
Beats me.
I'm gonna sit in the middle.
All right. Who wants to start on what?
Or actually, I will sit over here. So you have access over there.
Yeah.
We can sit now.
We can sit. Yeah. All right. So tearing apart the strafe chassis is gonna be that's gonna take longer than disassembling this, or I mean making a new one. My bad. So who wants to start on what?
I'd like to work on the tower.
All right, then Hope, you want us to tackle that?
Sure. So
We need to switch spots.
Yeah.
Yeah.
While you guys work on that, I'm gonna order our dinner.
all right.
Because now I know what
Here,
Josh
have
wants.
chair.
Nice.
Josh this year, instead of being part Santa,
All
is
right.
our lovely food Santa.
I need your
Yep.
We have a new part
Your
Santa,
assistance.
which is John,
like we
who was
did
here
with
last year for Robot in
Reindeer
3
Day.
days. Robot in
I
3
got
days
you.
was John's secret job interview.
Okay, so we can start
It was
off
great. I
by
loved it.
just taking these off. Pretty much.
Well, I know that. Hello?
Okay.
That ball head is already stripping. Yeah. Man, who tightened these screws in, dude? Like,
We're
actually.
struggling.
Yeah. That's very. So these are a new kind of screw that we sell at GoBuilda. They are
I can't get
thread
that.
locking. So they have a patch
Ooh.
of nylon on there, which acts like Loctite.
Hey, can you get
That's
this
it.
So
started
they
for
should
me?
be kind of
Yeah.
hard to thread out. I also, it's very possible that we like
Yeah.
tightened
I
those.
can't get that one started.
Whew.
It's a little tricky there.
Oh, I have a T handle that's gonna be
I'm just
easier.
afraid to break it, so
This one should get you a little more
Okay.
bite if you
Okay.
want. It's a little wider of a handle at least.
got it.
Ooh.
Yeah, see that
That's
makes
a that's
me
a
nervous.
click. Yeah.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh.
Yep. That just stripped.
Oh no.
That was. Anticlimactic.
Oh.
Oh, you
I think
lied.
it. No, you're right.
Come-
It's
Oh.
okay.
You lied.
That had some torque though. That was
yeah.
that was in there.
That's why you did it and I didn't. All right.
Yeah,
Dang.
so there's this little blue patch in here. So that like acts like Loctite and
Okay.
it keeps that screw threaded in, which
like,
is nice.
I was wondering, like, what are these black screws? Like,
Yep.
GoBuilder doesn't sell black oxide screws.
We do now. So they're a black
Yeah.
zinc.
Oh, okay.
Jeez.
We're stuck.
These are in there.
Yeah.
But
No screws
good.
on the field.
the other nice
Yeah.
thing about these is that they're higher grade than normal.
Ooh,
So these
okay.
are a premium screw. They are less likely to break. They're less likely to strip.
Do you have none of those wide handle
Yeah, sure
screws?
do.
It's gonna feel like it's gonna break, but it's not.
It'll be okay.
That's what I did with this
And
one.
you do get that like almost tension as it pulls out because it's like resisting threading through it all.
Okay.
I see.
I think Josh is going to get white rice.
Oh,
He didn't specify.
ow.
You good?
You're flinging things at me. Yeah, do you see that? Your little
That's
flakes. Look.
Okay, so it's set to 6 p.m.
Dang. Oh shoot. Am I actually stripping this? Yes.
Sniff.
Yeah. No, let's we're not doing metal shavings today.
Oh. Safety glasses.
Oh, yeah, you're right. You're right.
That's probably a good idea.
Safety first, kids.
Exactly.
Do you want colors? There's colors.
I'm chill with whatever. Which one? All right.
You're gonna be the one with the green because I can't reach the other one. I'm sure that sounds great on the mic.
7, 4, 4, 3.
I'll put
ASMR,
my
bro.
magnet down there.
Oh yes, the premium screws, they're on the way. They are in Strafer chassis, and they're kind of on the way to being sold individually.
Okay.
So
cool.
this crossbar, we can take out this crossbar in a couple ways. We can either pull the wheels off, which I think we might do anyway. It'll be easier to work with the chassis.
Yeah.
Let's see here. Yeah, so you can leave those on if you
Really?
want to. Yep. Let's just unscrew the wheels from these screws.
Okay.
And then let's pull the screws out of the faces of the quad blocks.
Okay.
And then pull this whole chassis out.
All right. Chill with me.
You are actually correct. Eventually we will have to undo
Right,
those.
because they are.
Yep, you're right. Well, it depends. It depends a little bit on how we do it.
Really?
Either
Even
way.
if we're making exchanging this a whole.
Oh, you're
stuff?
right. At some point in that process, we will have to, for sure. So there are two lengths of screws in the Strafer. There's a 10 mil and an 8 mil.
Yeah, I noticed that these were not as
Hey, will you look at this
tough.
for a second?
What's up?
Is this just turning?
Yes, that one will.
Okay.
So this holds the wheel together.
Cool.
These four smaller ones,
Oh.
we'll take the wheel right off.
That's what's wrong. I'm about to say, that's just spinning.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyone else happy the GoBilla battery is now legal? I sure
Yeah.
am.
Yeah.
It's awesome. It was
That's
always
nice.
awkward. So I volunteer a lot. I volunteer a lot in
Yeah.
Oklahoma. I end up robot inspecting a lot because I
Yeah.
I do a lot of robot
Can I
stuff.
push this back on the table?
Yeah.
So I would occasionally run to a team who had to go build a battery, and you can't compete with those in previous years. So
Yeah.
I had to say, hey guys, unfortunately you can't use that one. And they're like, but you're Ethan from GoBuilda, and this is the GoBuilda battery. Yeah.
Man, that sucks.
But
But
yeah, you go.
Sorry about that. I am glad that is back in stock because that makes mounting batteries so.
They're just a little
much
bit more
less
compact,
tedious.
yep.
Yeah. Because last year in center stage, we actually didn't really prioritize having a battery mount and like where to put the battery. So like it ended
Yeah.
up on the bottom side of our robot in the back, and it was super tedious to get on and off. But I mean, because we did have a PCU channel in there, well, two, but we,
Pit
It-
stops were crazy.
yeah.
Rookie designer mistakes by me.
Nah, bro, what are you talking about, bro?
You know now.
Yeah.
That is true.
Lessons learned.
The more you
Lessons-
know.
Exactly.
Sorry about that.
Nah, it's all
Wasn't
good.
holding on. Okay.
Okay.
I'm excited about these new wheels, though.
Those are gonna be cool.
Yeah.
CLJT asks in chat, how do you guys get this year's supplies so quickly? We worked with First, and First approved us getting the game. So we had the game a couple of weeks ago to build the starter robot. We being GoBuilda, not Project Peacock. They found out yesterday.
Darn it. Yeah.
Project Peacock, they helped
Everybody
me with some pre-testing on some products. So an unreleased product and Mechanic wheels. And they figured out a couple weeks ago that I knew what the game was and were trying to quiz me. They were like,
Yeah.
hey, what is it shooting? Is it this? And I'm like,
Yep. He went
I don't know.
game face on that one. Like he just shut off, bro.
People always ask me about new products that are getting released, so I have
Like,
to be pretty good at it.
does the new odometry pods point to a turn game? Like, I guess not. Yeah.
They didn't, apparently. Yeah, so,
Yeah.
and people always ask questions like that. A lot of times our product development cycle is
That was a lot.
fairly long.
Yeah.
So, like, we started odometry pods. I made that CAD file in February, I think.
Dang.
February or January was the first version of that. So,
Okay.
those were in development for a long time.
What are you doing now?
Taking,
Oh, these.
yeah.
Yeah,
see,
so I
see.
guess the TLDR is that we first
Better.
let us have that so that we could build resources like the starter kit robot, which I'm super excited about.
Wait. Not that one. The ones inside.
Inside.
Yeah.
Oh,
they're-
those.
Yeah. And those will eventually have to
Oh,
come
I
out too.
can't see.
But
I mean, that's just probably
there will
the
be very
easier
little
way.
of this straight
I'm
for
just trying to
left.
copy you, so then it looks like you're doing this.
There's no Easter Bunny, there's no
Dang,
Tooth
dude.
Fairy, and there's no shooter game.
Are you also
Chris
struggling?
Tobin
Yeah.
Okay.
Whew.
Ugh, the clicks make me nervous.
The clicks always make me like, oh shit,
Yep.
bro. Is this stripping?
Here, this might. So that's a ball end, I think.
It is.
So
the
this
ball
will
end
be
strip
a
really
little bit
easily,
nicer.
yeah.
Alright.
Even though like you shouldn't have to worry about it. Are we going to use the new grip force mechanicals? Yep, that's what
Yes.
we've got here.
Obviously.
Ooh, that was a good
Ethan,
click.
what's your actual job description? I feel like you do a bit of everything. I do a bit of everything. That's
does.
correct.
The magic man.
Yep.
He is.
From GoBuilda.
I do think Ethan from
He is
GoBuilda works
the
pretty
I
well.
thought From GoBuilda was his last name.
Middle and last name. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's funny because my first name isn't Ethan. I go by my middle name, so like, it's super wrong. But it's fun. Yeah.
Well,
So I
it's-
do a lot of mechanical engineering for FT. I do FTC stuff. So
Yeah. I
if
cannot
that's
see
kits, if it's mechanical engineering
Where's
for FTC
this-
products,
where's the next one?
I've
The
done
bottom?
some code stuff recently
Yeah.
that's been super fun. So example code for these robots, code for an upcoming FTC product. If it's FTC, you know about it.
Oh yeah.
They don't know about it, but you know
That
about
is
it.
true.
It's gonna be fun.
Because we tested it.
I gotta, like,
Hopefully, I do hope that is legal.
hold
Because
on, I
that's
gotta
It
pull
is.
this way
Yeah,
for just a
okay.
second.
Yep. So they
Okay.
changed the coprocessor rules.
okay.
So previously, a coprocessor was illegal, and I like the way they have it now. So coprocessors, as long as they're not user programmable, are legal, and that makes a lot of sense because if you think about like a gyro, a BNO 55, which is a
BNO 4.
Bosch gyro,
On this side.
takes two sensor inputs,
Did I?
it processes them to
Did I
get your
not?
orientation in
Did I
3D
not?
space, and that gives you that.
Might be,
That's
might be.
a coprocessor.
I told you I couldn't see.
So I'm excited that now they're kind of more consistent.
Yeah.
So a coprocessor, as long as the team can't reprogram it, is legal. I know who to bribe later. Akers Tope says.
I need your help.
All right.
I cannot get that one.
Oh, that's the other way. Yeah.
Dang, yeah.
Yeah, I
that-
can't get
Those
it.
aren't coming
like-
loose.
Yeah, they are.
Those were torqued to spec.
Yeah.
They are doing their
Spec
job.
For a 12.9.
I'm too afraid
Wow.
to break
12.9,
it to
wow.
like go
Sorry.
ham.
They're the correct spec for a grade 12.9 screw, which is a specific grade of screw.
Right. Dude,
I-
there's so much to screws, dude. It. I don't really want to go down that rabbit hole of deciding which screw I need.
Yeah.
Because honestly, it just seems like a pain in the rear to me.
So they're interesting because you can get all different grades, all different materials. You can
cannot
get
see
stainless
where to
screws,
go
you can
for
get
that
other
one.
screws.
There we go.
Yeah.
It's like I can't see.
Did we
Yeah,
just
that's
break that
interesting.
screw?
I was about to say,
How are they supposed to look like that?
I think when we were assembling this chassis, we went a little bit too much torque, which happens
Oh,
sometimes. Generally, I would say this snap that you get when you're loosening these is a little too much torque.
Yeah.
So it's okay.
yeah.
Yeah.
We'll have a.
Now we can get these on.
Yep.
Oh,
That's fun.
stole mine.
That is very fun, yeah.
I'll use this one. No, I can't. I have to wait.
Oh yeah, these I think are all
So
broken
you
already.
stole mine.
We'll trade.
How's it coming along, Jackson?
I'm sure there are more
Starting to get the
somewhere.
frame built.
Oh yeah, sweet. So you're on the tower for the linear or for the arm.
Ideally, we should be
That
done
feels
around the same
fake.
time. What?
Like the turning it.
Yeah.
it's like thick because it's in there so tight.
That is true.
Yeah, so that's you're feeling the nylon patch.
Yeah.
So that nylon patch, it kind of like, instead of normally you'd thread a screw in and it kind of flies in until the very last bit.
It's like
The nylon patch makes it almost sticky the whole way.
It kind
Yeah.
of feels like like you're turning it in slow motion.
Yeah, you get like a resistance the whole way, which is great because they're not going to come loose. But
that is gonna be a game changer because so many times have we built robots and there ends up at least being 10 screws on the field after we run a match
Yep.
or something, and it's
and you don't know where they came from.
exactly.
No, never.
And with these,
Which ones did you do here to get that disconnected?
the 4 inside,
So we're gonna
like the
hang
ones
this
that you
on the
did
wall.
on this.
Alright. What do you mean inside?
So if you put your
Oh yeah,
you
and there's a bunch of
mean?
wiring in there.
Oh, okay.
Let's
So you're gonna do
pull-
that one
okay,
because I can't
Here.
see.
switch sides.
Go ahead. Okay, what were you doing over here?
So you could
Oh, yeah.
take
Here?
take these. Let's
Well,
no,
we're
let's pull the motors first. I like that. Yeah.
Here?
I was
Yeah.
turning the
Yep.
screw in
Cool.
the wrong direction.
Oh,
I
that
do that all
happens.
the time.
Helps when you tighten it.
I know, right?
When it actually tightens.
That is always helpful.
Glad I'm not the only one who does it backwards. Actually, I haven't done that yet. New record. PR, if you will.
Exactly.
Are they reusable once they're torqued so hard? They should be, as long as they don't break like that one is.
Is it actually broken?
Oh yeah, yeah, we broke one of
Did
those.
you get a close up on it? On the
It
broken
just
one?
sheared the head off. It happens sometimes. So don't torque them quite that
Oh,
much.
now
Pro
you
tip.
can't say it for another 20 minutes.
Dang it.
We had a joke before the stream started that
And rude.
referring to chat is fun, but it gets old sometimes. So we're like, we can talk to chat. We can say chat exactly once every 20 minutes.
The chat jar.
The chat jar would be insane.
One direction. Hang on.
You have to put a screw in there every
Because
single
I
time.
talked about it and I can't remember which way I'm supposed to go.
This is an impressive like tear down of a strafer. I will say, like this is coming apart pretty quick.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think we've used a strafer kit. We just do custom.
Yeah, you guys
Yeah,
kind of
but-
like do
Yeah.
custom side plates and stuff a lot, so
We do tear a lot of stuff up though.
makes sense.
Yeah.
So new screws are not on the website yet. The come in strafers and they're on the list. We're getting those web pages built.
Nice.
For me, this is an interesting challenge for me. You mentioned that we do a lot of custom.
Uh-huh.
It is interesting using like the go build a
Please.
build system only
Yep.
as a challenge.
I agree with that.
And then can we go to 435 RPM motors or just?
No,
Okay.
I think so. We talked about this a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah, last night in our test stream. I pretty strongly believe that 312s are better for most teams, for most robots,
Okay.
because they accelerate faster. 312 or 435s, I do think are faster as long as your batteries are pretty good and your robot otherwise doesn't pull a lot of current.
We don't.
But a lot of teams don't have the greatest batteries, and requiring the greatest batteries, I think, isn't quite the best option.
So yeah, what we've done for past 2 seasons now, we do 1150 RPM motors, and we actually gear them down to 10.1 to 1.
Okay, so quick.
Yeah,
Yeah.
very quick.
Which this year we probably won't do that just because there's not as many long sprints
Right.
as like power play. You had to go all the way across the field to get the far poles. Center stage you had to go from one corner to the other to get your pixels. But this year there's really
Yeah.
Yeah, you're kind of optimizing that gear ratio for the travel time. So
Yeah. So,
yeah.
if you have a short sprint, you want to accelerate faster, and a longer sprint, you can have a lower acceleration
There's a
but a
little
higher
pile
top
of screws
speed.
over here from over here.
So yeah, faster acceleration is probably most likely going to be key on that.
Yeah, I think so.
Because if you're going from the submersible to the
Baskets?
to the baskets, that's not a very short distance, so you don't need top speed for that. You just need
Yep.
acceleration.
Yep. Yeah, so this is kind of one of the things I like about this version of the strafer is that there's 2 lengths of screws and they're easy to sort because you can just say this is a long one or a short one.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Whew.
I don't think I've ever loosened these high. Yeah,
High torque
lasers,
screw.
yeah.
Yep.
It's
Less about the screws and more about the user. So
it's
That is
satisfying,
true.
but it's also quite jarring at the same
Yeah.
time.
yeah, as when you get that snap.
Yeah. Because
I
a
might
snap
cut
like
zip
that at the TRC means something's wrong.
Yep, and something's about to strip.
Oh yeah, so you've got your tool pouch, so you're
Yep.
cutting some zip ties so we can get all that. Because currently this is set up to be a remote control for our RC system.
I had to switch my hair ties because I was starting to get
Oh,
red lines.
yep.
Okay, please don't tell me that's a red to a black connector.
You shouldn't. I mean,
Ethan.
I didn't. Okay. Okay. I'm sure it works.
Ruh-roh.
So, on a motor, there isn't as much a positive and a negative. There's a direction it spins with in FTC there is, because encoders count in a specific direction with the control hub, and the motors needs to their direction needs to match the encoders.
Right.
But outside of FTC, it's a lot more nebulous.
Okay.
How did you flip that with the wires?
Just flip it over.
And also they need to match
Can't just
for your
flip
it
robot
over
to be
there.
legal.
Yes. Yes, in FTC they
go.
need
Yeah.
to be. It needs to be a consistent color.
That's why I was waiting for you to finish taking those off so that I didn't mess you up.
That's it. You ain't gonna mess me up. It's all good.
Well, you were. I'm not even gonna.
And then we will. These are going to be tough. If these are torqued like the other ones are.
Okay, and so how did you come up with the design of these new hubs?
The hub shafts.
Yeah.
So this was came out of how things a lot of teams struggled with the old system, which was mostly that
You got it.
the shaft was constrained by the set screw on the miter gear, and the set screws come loose a decent amount. These
Yeah.
are the clamping gears now, so they are a lot less likely to come unscrewed.
Right.
They just don't come loose as much as a set screw does. But we went hub shafts with the set screw gears just so that they were that step less likely to just come loose.
And honestly, these are way more convenient too.
It's nice. They're more concentric, and
Yeah.
they're cheaper.
Right.
So I'm gonna screw on this wheel.
Okay.
There's too much torque there for me to be able to grab the shaft and loosen it.
Alrighty.
Really?
So we're gonna,
He's.
in a surprise to everybody,
Yeah, because
that screw is also tight. So one of my tricks is I'll screw it on a wheel, and then you can grab the wheel,
Hold it better.
and then you can apply more torque.
Did
Or
you
that-
get it?
Yeah, I think I did.
I'm impressed, because I'm just gonna screw on a wheel.
And then that works perfectly.
See how my screws are all set up?
Yeah.
Very cutesy, very demure.
Very
all
mindful.
over the place.
Yeah. And I'm
Not
dropping
really-
shims.
Well,
Yeah, that's
We'll
Not
find
your
some.
shims.
We'll find some.
And is it okay if we
Yes.
undo these? Okay.
Yep.
Okay, we don't use bolt connectors. How do they like come undone?
Just pull. There's the friction.
Okay.
Yep.
We use Anderson's. So.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A lot of teams switch these out for power pulls. Bullets in Go Build It are nice because they can fit through the holes in channel really easily.
That's right.
Oh, I dropped that screw. That's awkward. It's right here.
Oh. I didn't see that.
And then one of the things I like to do when I take apart a chassis like this is try to kind of put all the things back almost together off the robot.
Yeah.
So I'll take the hub shaft and put the bearings on the hub shaft,
That's smart.
and then
Yeah.
screw the shims, and screw the screw back on the end. Oh, I'll add the miter gear too. That
Okay.
way it's all in the right place.
Very mindful.
And then we'll screw this screw in the end so that it all stays together.
How are you doing, Jackson?
Doing
Yeah.
good. We got
You're coming together nicely. Nice.
yep, motors attached. Starting to put the quad blocks for the shaft that goes through the entire thing.
Yep. Those support that. The length of the shaft there.
I'm gonna peek over your shoulder. Sorry.
What size screws go into the wheels? For mounting?
10s.
10s?
But we'll just kind of make a pile, I say, of the 10s.
Are they? So do you have 8s and 10s or
8s and 10s.
Okay.
Yep. I think it's easier to keep the wheels off and then put them on last.
Okay. Okay.
That's what I will normally do when we're building.
All right, we can do that.
Yeah, there we go. So this is the gear, the bearings, and the shafts and everything.
Okay.
Yep, and let's just find the ends of these wires and thread the wires out. And we're just going to leave all these electronics in this channel.
Mr. McLean.
Shout out.
Shout out to who?
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean. What's
Not
up, bro?
McLean in the chat.
How is it from Tulsa, bro?
Caught you. Isn't he
He's in
London?
isn't
Oh
he?
yeah,
He's
he
in
is
London?
in London.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What time is it even there?
Oh, I have no idea.
He's going to be up at like 4 in the morning watching our stream.
At least.
He's beeping.
Oh, I'm pulling on. Yeah, these bolt connectors are nice.
Can I steal your side cutters?
Yeah.
Sweet. Thank you.
Yep. I also
I'm
have a
really
second
enjoying
pair.
just standing here and looking at everything. Just watching everything come to come apart.
We've almost got these wires out. And we'll leave all the electronics in this channel because we're not going to use it
Right.
anyway. And Kyle's going to have to put his strafer back together on Monday
So
anyway.
what is this plugged into? Oh, it's probably going to the motor controller.
Yep.
Ah,
So,
It's right there.
it's gone past that.
oh, I see where it is.
And then how do you take these grommets off?
They just pop out.
Okay.
We also can just leave them for today.
Okay. Because they are nice. And
I do like the grommets.
Yeah.
They just kind of stop you from ever having like cut motor wires.
Yeah.
You know a
Betting
thing or two
him.
about that.
Yeah. Yeah. just a few things.
And that says it's 11 p.m.
Dang.
So that's not too bad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll see. We'll see if he's here in 4 hours.
Dinner and a show.
Exactly.
Once that jet lag starts.
Yep, that'll hit them. Alrighty.
So you don't mix
Do
them
we
up
have 8 and 14 on the table here?
Screws?
Pull long.
Oh, they're over here.
Okay.
So I'm gonna put these 17s back.
Ooh, I'm only seeing 114.
Oh. John, can we get one more 14-hole channel? A full. I bet there's one in the build bay 2 over. It's possible.
114, 2 8s.
Um,
Get that over the way.
Sean says, what are your thoughts about the SparkFun optical odometry sensor?
Ooh.
It's cool.
Yeah.
One of the cool things that I think, as a competitor who makes stuff, one of the really cool things that SparkFun did with that is they turned a sensor that is not crazy accurate into a system that is super accurate. Those optical sensors there's a lot of cool sensor fusion in there that makes those pretty sweet. I think that you can get a more consistent result from a dead wheel system, but it's super cool what they've been able to do.
Lining that up.
This is
Oh, we only need one. Or
Thanks.
do you want to model it like this, chassis?
Well, you gave me this one, so.
So yeah, we Project Peacock has tested the optical sensor, and we think that it's gonna be really nice for this season. We've tested it and we've gotten some really good results out of it. It's way more compact, and being able to have like 1 inch by 1 inch cube instead of having 3 bulky or 2 bulky odometry pods, that saves space, and it also has more capability.
Yeah.
And so the thing with the optical sensor is that it has to be, I believe, between 8 millimeters and 10 millimeters off of the floor tiles, so that it gets some optimal tracking there.
Yeah, it needs to be pretty precise, I think.
Right.
Okay, so you got our 8-hole crossbars.
Yep.
These are our
14.
14s. So we could put wheels and hub shafts in the corners here.
Alright.
One of the things we have to talk about, so on the strafer, the wheels and hubs are they're 1 hole inside.
Right. So
We can put them on the very end, or we can put them on 1 hole inside. It kind of depends on kind of just what style of robot we would like. The 104 mil wheels mean that they do stick past the end of the channel anyway. Yeah, that's kind of up to you guys.
I did like the cleaner look of having the wheel 1 hole in.
Okay.
It
Yeah.
looked cleaner.
Let's do that. I think that'll be very
Okay.
doable.
Hi, John. He said, I know those people.
Alrighty.
Okay, Leviathan Robotics.
Yo,
I think there's a different Leviathan Robotics. So you guys have a sister team, Leviathan
we
Robotics.
do 14906.
Yeah, this Leviathan Robotics is 25667.
Okay.
Shout out. Have fun watching the stream.
Yeah, nice to meet you guys.
If you guys
Yeah.
have questions as a rookie team, feel free to reach out to GoBuilda. I'm sure there are lots of teams in your area that like to help out too.
Or
but if there's
reach out
something
to
you-
us. We're on the
Sure.
National Discord.
Yep.
Yeah.
FTC, my favorite part about the community is that everybody wants to help. Like,
Yeah,
it's really
it's
not
amazing.
about trying to win in the same way that it is about like,
Right.
let's all figure out how to do robots together.
And that's what FIRST is all about. You know, collaboration and helping each other be
Yeah.
best pure versions of ourselves. You know?
Speaking of collaboration and
I just
doing
watched
things
our stream.
together, I'm going to have to copy what you're doing if you want me to help.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I'm just going to keep standing there. and I'm gonna have to switch with him so I can reach
so
down.
the wheel, the hub shaft,
Goes on this inside.
it goes on the wheel goes on the outside of the hub
Okay.
shaft. Yeah.
So I had it right.
And I think it's going to be easier to put that in last.
Okay.
Or put the wheel on last. That's not what we do. So what you can do is you can take the screw out of the end here,
Right.
and then the hub shaft goes in. Let's see here.
And then the gear, right?
Yeah, we can kind of keep all that stuff into one. The gear comes out, and then this goes through. You add the gear with the teeth facing in, and then you put the bearing in, and then you put the screw in the end.
All right.
Nice.
Thanks.
Oh yeah, and I'm taking apart motors so that we
haven't-
can put them back together.
I think I've built since Freight
Dang.
Frenzy. Since the
Nice
last
to
time
have
I
you
built.
back on build team again.
Yeah.
As early.
John says, "Hope if I was there, I would be literally doing what you're doing."
Yep.
So who is John? Who is this person?
John is on.
11572 MOSFET.
Oh, another sister team.
Had to
Yep.
pause there.
I wouldn't have got that team number.
Yeah,
Nope.
it's all good. So yeah, there's not enough space to make
This
it. So
Oh yeah,
You
we'll have
have
to take it
to-
apart. So I have a lot of these robots or these motors taken apart.
Okay.
So if you just pass that one down and keep doing what
Okay.
you're doing, I'll keep tearing these apart.
Is there anything I can help you guys with? Because I'm done.
You can
with
help
that
me.
for now. Okay.
Because I need help.
That works?
Period.
Yeah. You can also show the camera what you've been up to over there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's also a good idea.
Yeah.
So
And you have to help.
I've been replicating the tower on the starter kit bot. Haven't attached the arm yet because we're not 100% sure what we're doing there yet. But other than that, it's pretty much done.
What? What about it?
This one first.
Yeah.
Well,
so
you do
got
this,
most of the motion
and
together.
then you put
Yeah.
that
If you oh, I see what you're
Oh, I
saying.
see
So the
that
next
already.
thing we have to do is build that arm, and I
Yeah.
like the idea of building the arm and then putting it
Been a
on
long
the
day,
tower.
right?
Yeah.
Are the new grippier wheels the same size as the new big wheels that released last year? No, these are much closer to the 96 millimeter wheels that have been the standard forever. These are 104 millimeters, so
Yeah.
they're 8 mil larger.
Why does it look
And then there's 11 rollers this time, right?
Yes.
So,
So there's one more roller. The biggest reason we went with a larger diameter and more rollers is to get the plate clearance a little better, so you can get the plate further from the tile.
Help, I'm so lost. Why don't you tell the camera what you're doing?
so
For the camera, not for me.
I'm reassembling the,
No,
the wheel.
you should explain it step
Okay.
by step.
Okay. So all you do is
Get to the camera.
what's up, chat? So wait, I think that was not our 20-minute mark yet.
You said it 3 times about 5 seconds ago, so just
Yeah, I did.
go ahead.
Okay, so what I'm
Wait for
doing
screw.
is I'm remounting this wheel back onto the 14 hole long U-channel, and so you put the hub all the way through. Well, before you do that, you put the hub on, and then you put your miter gear. Is it miter gear?
Yep.
Okay. And then
Okay,
then you-
vocab.
yeah. Go build a parts library test. There you go. And then you put your gear on, and then you finish putting it through the next hole. Put the bearing on, and then tighten your screw down, and then that's good to go.
Thanks.
You're welcome. Did that help?
Yeah, I did it while you were talking.
Nice. And so we don't need the quad blocks anymore.
So we'll keep them because they
Right.
space the motor off far enough.
Ooh, yeah, you're right. you're
Yep.
right.
So without the quad block, the motor shaft would hit the driven shaft.
Okay. So,
So-
how do you want us to go about that?
Yeah. So I have. Oh, I didn't realize there was one more.
Okay.
I've been pulling these apart because we'll need to put the gear on after we have put the motor in the channel. This will be a little bit
Yeah.
tricky because we'll have the gear on already.
You put the wheel on, and then you screw through that. But we can wait to do that if you want, just to make sure we get the X right, so we can straight properly. What's up?
I'm not gonna mess with that.
That's the
I have a tendency to do things
you're
backwards,
already
so
wrong.
Yeah, am I already
gonna
wrong on that? Well, I'll take it off so make sure I'm not wrong.
Chicago TBD. Are you a Chicago Public Schools vendor yet? I do not know. I'm not the right person to ask that one. If you shoot an email to sales@gobuilda.com, they'll be able to answer that for you. Let's see here. Richa asks thoughts on this game this year and what things are really going to be optimized with this game, drivetrain versus speed or individual mechs. Do you think an individual mechanism is going to be more important or less important than the drivetrain speed?
I think the most important thing to optimize this year will really be intake. Just getting in and out of the, what's the word, submersible.
Right.
Just as quickly as possible, and being able to sort out the red alliance if you're blue, making sure you don't get any penalties for controlling the opposing alliance's samples.
So you're right
Clearance is a
on.
Boolean.
Well, so this is a fun fact. You mentioned clearance is a Boolean, and this that is kind of an FTC joke in that if it clears, it's good enough. Boolean is yes or no. It clears. That's all that matters. It doesn't matter how much it clears by. Exactly. We say these are 24 millimeter long motor shafts. They are not. They are 23.5 millimeter motor shafts.
Ooh.
A 24 millimeter motor shaft would hit the shaft in that exact use case. So they are 1/2 of a millimeter shy.
Easter eggs.
Easter egg. So that's a great example of a part being a very specific dimension, and it's close enough to, it practically is 24 millimeters, but we made it 23.5, so it clears in that use case.
Okay. So then you want us to use the 10 mil screws? On this?
So these will need to be button heads, so they clear the miter gear.
Go ahead.
So this
Ooh,
assembly,
yeah, you're right.
Making sure it doesn't fall through.
what I would do here, it's going to be kind of tricky with the shaft already here. It may have been easier to do the shaft after, but that's okay.
That's fine.
So the motor has a spacer, and it has 2 of these shims.
Ooh. Hold up. What?
You're always doing it the hard way.
This will
Yeah.
make it so that the miter gear is the right distance away from the motor shaft, and it'll just automatically be spaced right.
Okay.
So what I'll do is we'll kind of slide the miter gear in like this into the channel. We have our motor assembly with our spacers, our shim, and the quad block, and then we'll just kind of like set the motor shaft through the miter gear so it slides in there. And then I'm hoping that I can put the screws in now. We might have to take the drive shafts out to fit the screws in.
Okay.
Um,
So you did.
Oh, well, I can. Here we go. I can put the screws in first.
Okay. Okay.
Let's go ahead and take those 2 shafts out. I think it's going to be a lot easier to put this together without those in.
Trial and error.
My bad.
Exactly. Nah, it's all
This
good.
is a lot of building. It's like, oh man, I put that together, and now I've got to take it apart to do it actually.
Yeah, that's why I just went ahead and opted out of putting it on backwards, because
Yeah.
that saves us some time.
John says, oh, I cover it. So what's Mr. Smith doing during all of this?
Mr. Smith
He's
is
just standing there and watching us.
He's vibing.
Who's answering? He's just standing over there,
Yeah,
along with Mr. Pollard.
hanging out.
What's up?
They remind us of things we forget occasionally,
Yeah.
like the height.
So you did.
2 shims and a spacer.
Okay. So, what order is that gonna be?
It doesn't matter technically. I like slightly prefer shims and then spacer, just because I think it looks better.
Okay.
But I don't really care. It's all
Okay.
it's all 9 point, or it's all
You got it?
it's some number of millimeters. I think it's all 9.5 millimeters anyway.
I thought he was about to say the part numbers.
Oh no, I can if you would like. Which part number would you like?
Name one.
The McKinnon wheel.
Oh, those are brand new. I think I'm pretty sure those are 3625-0102-0104. I think that's right. No, I said 0102. Oh, is it 0202?
Ooh.
Close.
That was very close.
I would have got any of the other ones, I promise.
What about the new 4-bar odometry?
Oh, that's
Ooh.
easy. 3110-0002-0001. Is this
trust
is this year's starter kit?
Tried.
Is this year's FTC starter kit different from last year's FTC starter kit?
Yes.
Yes, but by 1 part. It is different by this part number that I'm going to type in chat.
Oh, chat.
43-0006.
Show off.
It's well,
Is it the McKinnon wheel?
no, it's a single hole. It's a single length of mini low side channel that is the back of that tower right there. We added it just to make it a little stronger and to be a down end stop for that arm.
That's smart because you want a stronger robot for this. Yeah.
Yep. So we'll have these screws I grabbed for us.
Okay.
they're button heads.
Right,
This
so
is
you
probably the
put-
only place we'll use button heads, and that's so that they will clear the miter gear.
Because button heads are not fun to deal with.
So these are nicer still, but yeah.
Yeah.
They can't quite take quite as much torque. The other option is you can kind of get around this by using different parts instead of the quad block here, but I like
All
this
sorts of
idea.
keys.
Do you need help?
Yeah, go for it. You want to do it?
No, but I'll help you. What are you struggling with?
This is keeping the screw and not falling off. There we go.
It's probably easier for me to hold this then. That's probably why
Probably,
you can't
yeah.
do it, because you're holding both. Is that turning? Or are you just
Okay,
spinning that
this is
side?
a great opportunity. Would you like to jump in and do this?
Yeah.
Sweet. Sure. So this is the assembly I made. It is the motor quad block. On the motor shaft goes a spacer and 2 shims and the miter gear, and then you just use these button heads.
Okay.
While
That
we're
was a lot
kind of in
easier.
the middle of assembling
Yeah.
stuff, you guys
Good
are
catch.
a subset of your team. I'm actually gonna roll down on the other side, so I'm less in the way. To decide which 3 of you guys came to your robot in 3 days, you guys had some like trials and tribulations, right?
We
Yes.
did.
Tell me about that.
Who wants to talk about it?
One of our games that we did that was, I think, the most fun to me, but also kind of the most nerve-wracking, was we had a bunch of unbuilt FLL kits, and all the bags were on a table, and we had a time limit and very, very basic instructions. So Mr. Smith said, all right, build 5, go ham. And so we did. But what we had to figure out several things, like, do we each have to build 5? Do we build 5 together? We had some miscommunications with where we were supposed to build, because the majority of us just cracked down right where all the supplies were, and Jackson took off with his, and we had to call him back while still building under the time limit. We ran into some issues with people started building second ones, like second kits, before helping someone else, which was in the rules. If you finish your first one, go help someone else. And we just got so caught up in finish 5 in, was it 30 minutes?
I think so, yeah.
So we had to finish 5 of those FLO kits in 30 minutes. And this challenge was not,
Jackson, can
we
you
weren't
remember?
projected to complete. It was just to see how we would interact as, like, under a time limit, building something. And we ended up working so well together and adapting to our rules under that time limit that we did end up finishing.
Yeah.
Also, this was our practice for being on camera while
Yes.
not paying attention.
Yes,
Yeah.
it's tough to do both, like talk to somebody and also build the robot.
Yeah.
It's one of the reasons I think we sometimes mess up while we're building stuff here, because you're like trying to explain it and then one of the things I know you guys had to do was a quiz about GoBuilda.
Yeah.
So your mentors wrote this quiz about GoBuilda. Can I put this in the chat and have people do it?
Yeah,
Okay.
let's do it.
So we're gonna put this in the chat. I haven't seen this quiz before, so I'm gonna do it, and I'm gonna see what I score compared to you guys who like earned your way here. Okay, so here's the forum, and I'm gonna go through and do it. So the first one is I need to identify a bunch of the measurements on channel, which shouldn't be a problem because I've drawn this pattern so many times, but we'll see.
You don't get to use the
Yeah.
co-op.
I don't get to look. Okay, I'm not gonna go to the website. You shouldn't go to the website. We're gonna trust you guys.
Yeah.
Post in the chat what your result is. Okay, so the A is diagonal distance from
So
the
you
center holes.
got the highest score
16
on the test.
Yep.
What was the hardest question for you, if you can remember? It's okay if you can't. That's kind of a
There
tricky
was
question.
one about like all the different lead screw nut types.
Oh,
Yeah.
jeez. Okay.
I've never used lead screws really, so that was definitely a
Yeah,
challenging
yeah
section.
definitely a challenge one.
I had a lot of trouble with the specific measurements on some of the questions.
Jackson, can you
This
give
is
me that
a,
button?
yeah, that's the first question is like, okay, identify all these dimensions in
Ask
channel.
me.
This is a good one.
He's working on something.
F is 24. I'm not concerned. We got this. G is 4. Okay. Yeah. I'm gonna double check because this is gonna be embarrassing if I'm wrong.
Confidence. in me.
The one I've been talking trash about. I'm like, I've got this one. Okay. Oh, that's easy. I know what that one is.
Alright, sure about that.
Question 2. Okay, question 3 is more measurements.
You should know these.
These aren't the worst for you.
On the word.
Yeah. See. Okay.
Anyone who can get a higher score than Ethan can get a free Go Build a shirt in chat. So make sure you put your score
Well, we're gonna
in.
honor that. Yeah.
Oh.
Okay.
Make sure
we're
you put
gonna
your
do
score
that.
in and don't cheat.
Oh.
We should release.
We're gonna
this
do.
to
Okay. The first
national Discord.
person in chat to post a score that's higher than mine.
Okay.
Yeah. First person.
Hope's giving away Go Build his money.
It's for a good cause.
I got a note from the mystery man.
Oh, E is a
I
weird
read
one.
it out loud.
Oh no, that's just 8. Oh, I can't be giving away the answers. I can't be saying.
Oh yeah.
I can't give away that many shirts.
They don't know what question you're on. So.
True. On question, I don't know what question one. 4 now. Go Build a Worm.
Well, now they know.
The Go Build a Worm gear set can be purchased to fit which shaft sizes? Okay.
Should be pretty light for you. Yeah.
This one, I think I've got this one. Purpose of the tensioner is. I really like this answer. The purpose of a tensioner is to add stress to the team when things are already challenging. I think we should figure out how to sell a part like this just for fun. Like
It's got to be like
it's
a side plate.
like you're in a game show and you get to like debuff the other team.
Yes.
You're like, here you go, more stress in the competition.
It's like a side plate. Just make your side plate as complicated as possible, and then you can't get to anything.
Make it have as many screws as you physically can have.
Oh, screws.
I know, right? Yeah, some of the questions on there are a little tedious.
I'm a little worried about this one. True or false? Hole reducers. Oh, I'm glad I read that one.
Okay.
Yep.
Oh,
There's tricks.
that's tricky. They
Got it.
okay.
I got it.
Give me one of those gears.
One of these?
Yeah. Thank you.
Oh, I won't do that next time. That was loud. At least no one was talking. I
Okay.
don't want to disrupt your focus, but
Okay. Yeah.
we're chatting.
Okay.
Is
Do
that
it.
okay?
Yeah.
All right.
Please.
Make it easier for people to get the shirt. So.
Yeah.
Free Go Build merch.
8.
I know a couple people
Oh,
who
Lisa-
would like
Lisa.
free Go Build merch.
Headshots.
At the end, when you're done, we should ask you what the hardest question for you is as well.
For me.
Yeah.
Okay.
Maybe we can ask chat as well.
Yeah. What the hardest question
Has it been
is?
20 minutes?
Well, that one was not me saying chat randomly.
Okay. You're right. You're right.
Oh man.
First one was
You're
valid.
missing.
How did you-
Yeah, you're missing a screw.
Okay.
When you do these shafts.
Screw?
I was worried for a second. There's a question about L beams, and I thought it was just gonna ask me what series of the beams L beams were, like if they were 01, 03, 02, or 06. And I was like, I don't know that I can tell you for sure, but it does say the whole name, which is helpful. I did just give you the answer to one of the questions, so.
Ethan. All right.
What are
So
you doing, Jackson?
Doing
You're doing
good, I think.
That's good. I just haven't checked in on you.
I was worried. I was like, I think those are 1102s. They were 1103s.
So you guys are doing the same thing.
we are. Yeah.
The screw just goes in here.
Yeah. Do you have a spacer thingy? There's a little one of these, right?
This
Or is it this one? that goes-
universal joint question is also tricky. I like it.
It is tricky. Yeah.
This one is the one that goes in between these, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. There you go.
Thank you.
I would have also forgotten that if it was halfway across the table. The one that goes in it is
Oh, is
because those are silver.
height. Thank you.
Yep.
Well, I don't know where this. Did you find the other screw from the
Okay.
other side? Once I get to that.
Which one? Is it a silver
Oh,
one?
also I'll
Another
need the
silver
shaft.
one, I think.
So,
I believe so.
which one am I making?
Where's the whole other shaft?
Oh, right here.
I was gonna say, okay,
Yeah,
well, where's the
so-
screw?
It's a silver screw. There you go.
Might be. Rescue did
Okay.
it.
See.
Question is, which
Select.
one goes where?
Items that work with.
What do you mean,
This
which
is
one?
fun.
Oh, like
I
the
like this
direction?
one.
Yeah, for the X. Because those are the same
Items that
direction.
control
Do you want to wait up
A and B.
for Jackson to do that?
Yeah, probably a good idea.
Okay. You can yap back and forth with me.
Some of these feel like
That'll
trick
help out.
questions. I don't like this. This makes me uncomfortable. I'm like,
You're welcome.
And you're the expert. We were.
like this.
Where's the?
I was way out of my depth on that test.
There.
This one right here.
So, what do I do?
Thank you.
I got a 92,
Yeah,
says
the-
Jameson. Okay.
Want the thick one?
No.
Yeah, I think that was the same answer we talked about him getting.
Jackson got a 94.
Yeah, that
Did you say you
one's
had it or not?
94. It seems pretty good.
The little. Is that the one you dropped?
What's up?
The
B is
the other one that goes in between.
Yeah, I think so.
Awesome.
I know, right?
Awesome. So, do we need another one of those?
It probably should be fine.
I got to the lead screw one. This one
Yeah.
is. I
Okay.
see how this was a. Yep, I get it. Lead screw, not for V guide.
You might ask for one because I don't think we have
I don't
one.
know which one of these is for V
Like
guide
this table.
specifically.
Yeah.
Do you know what it is?
No.
Go build a quiz. We need another one, though. Unless you can find it on the floor, because I can't.
That's gonna be.
I think it's under there.
Oh, we dropped a screw too. Yo.
Oh,
Sure.
True Rescue.
That's designed to slide.
There's a lot
inside
more
of
on
the
the-
reel.
There's a
this real?
lot more screws on the
real?
spot than I thought
Dang.
there were.
D.
Welcome, bro.
Because look at all these. Got a small army over here of screws.
Definitely larger than mine.
I'm stealing yours.
No.
Why not have them all in the same place?
Yeah, that's a good idea.
They're easy to sort.
Mounted into a lead screws. Okay.
How's it going?
Okay.
Red.
Can I select multiple here?
Yeah.
We have both steel and aluminum 12 rex shafting.
Can't see through all of the So I'm like,
Okay, I see what you're saying. Okay. I like it.
put it.
Yeah.
I'm following.
You put that down there.
I want
There.
this to be the
Yeah,
Go
so we
laser
can see.
pointer. I would prefer that. That sounds fun.
Thanks, Jack.
The Go laser pointer would be sick.
But remember, the grinder has two.
I'll move them.
Exactly. On and off.
Sorry, guys.
Almost.
Yeah.
Dropped it.
I'm just moving these to the middle so you guys don't have to
Pink Floyd?
both reach.
Thank you.
Oh,
you
gears.
go.
I like this one. Okay. How about E or M? Servo gears.
I'm definitely more of a brainstormer than I am a builder.
Do the set screws count as screws would constrain the shaft?
I don't know, do
The
they?
gear? I don't. Okay.
That one also.
Okay,
was
valid.
to me. There were some stuff on that that I thought were a bit.
I don't know, Ethan.
Completely.
Do you want those over there? 'Cause I wanna
Okay.
steal them from you.
I'm
Yeah,
gonna send it.
Please.
I'm gonna answer this
Full send.
like
Exactly.
I feel like it should be. I'm gonna say the set screws are screws. Set screws are screws, right?
Yeah.
Oh, I only have to select one? Okay, easy.
Don't have
Okay.
to.
All right. So Jackson, which
Don't
we
hit
gotta
them.
we gotta
Make an X.
make an X, right?
Does that look like an X?
That was harsh.
Let's go there.
So the flat side's on the outside or in the inside?
I don't know. Ethan.
Is this the outside or this is the outside?
This is the outside.
Okay.
It depends on if we want to add some screws to
That makes
the inside, but this is it makes it a little wider and it's a little easier.
Okay.
I would probably wait on putting the wheels on until the very end.
Okay.
We always end up taking them off anyway, so
Yeah, that
that's
makes sense.
normally what I do.
Okay. All right.
Look at us
So
go. Do you need to attach those now?
we need to.
Put them together.
Yeah, we need to
Wahahaha.
finish putting this together real quick, and then
baby.
we can attach the cross beam, and honestly, then we could attach the wheels if we wanted to. Yeah. I think that's a 10. I need an 8. A tiny one.
Here's a tiny one over here too.
I'll need 3 more.
There's 2. And there's 3.
Struggling a little bit.
Some of these are interesting. I feel like there are multiple answers to that one,
Yeah?
but I'm gonna go with it.
Struggling a little bit. It was very ominous.
Mhm.
Howard.
Easy.
What question are you on?
It doesn't tell me anymore.
Oh.
This one's asking me about this funny little angle bracket. I have one over here. I actually have too many over here because we really don't use them very much. This guy.
Goofy angle bracket.
Goofy.
It's a funny one. Yeah. What is it for? That's a great question. It's for whatever you want it to be for. If you want it to hold your Jimmy Johns, it could, probably, right?
Yeah.
Jimmy John's.
Could it create linear motion?
It's so hard to resist answering.
Probably
questions
not,
with the
right?
trick.
It could. Okay. It could do something.
Make that noise.
Uh-oh.
I'm gonna answer this one. I'm gonna say this is.
Hey, we pause for a second and check out this
Yes.
sketchy sound.
Is that just the?
Oh, I think that's just the backlash.
Oh, is it?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
So those are all. I totally see where you're going.
Usually they
That's
click.
louder. Yeah, but that runs really smooth, so I think that's right. It's got that little bit of backlash there. We could tear this apart and add a shim if we wanted to get rid of that, but
Yeah,
I
it's
wouldn't.
Like,
Yeah.
you mean like these rogue shims right here?
Maybe.
That probably came from?
Those are probably from the hub shaft. Those look like they're 6
Alright.
mil ID, and they're not as important on the hub shaft.
Yeah.
Are these, Ethan, are these 10mm screws?
8s.
8s, okay.
Yep. So the 10 mil into the face of a quad block through a piece of channel. A 10 mil will run into the other screws coming to
Right,
the side.
yeah.
So an 8 mil is the correct length there.
Okay.
So the
So
time.
we need 8 mils. 8 tiny ones.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. One moment. I have 6.
Thank you.
Do you have any over there?
There's the
These
other
all
heads.
look like the same size.
No.
These all look like the same size to me. What?
You can use.
Look at
I like
look.
the
use the
8 mil
short
Rex
ones
shaft
on
question.
these.
That's fun. It's a good little
I
tidbit.
did.
Oh.
Swap those out because you don't need.
Yeah.
We're just gonna
Okay.
use the short ones here so they don't get in the way of those. So those are fine.
Good catch, Jackson.
Good
121.
catch. Yeah.
Yeah.
Here. Want to do this side? I can do this side.
Oh. Oh, I found a little one.
Thank you.
Mhm.
So exchange these out for the longer ones.
Yeah, these definitely
This is
do
why
have
it's
more.
important to have your screws in
Sort
one
of.
spot. Because if they're not, you'll lose them.
That's true, yeah.
Or put them in the, in the wrong side.
Yeah?
At least that's an easy fix right there.
Yeah. Glad we caught it down here.
What's
instead
your
of
what's
later.
your biggest building mistake you've ever made? Like the most outrageous thing you've ever built, and you're like, what was I even doing when I built that?
Honestly, I don't know.
Mine is definitely Calliope's rocker pods. When I built them backwards and then took
Oh.
them apart to build them the right way and then built it backwards yet again.
I mean, we both did that wrong.
Yeah.
So I think we can blame that on instructions from
Yeah.
certain someone.
Well, I built it backwards, showed it to you,
Or if
and
that's
you're like,
someone's
looks right
watching
to
right
me.
now.
And then we showed someone else, and they're like, no, that's backwards. So we took it back to rebuild them, and then you built yours backwards, and I then watched you build yours backwards and built it backwards again. So those instruction sheets. That's why I like the instruction manuals
yeah,
for
let's
the
flip it, yeah.
FLL kits, because you just know how everything goes together. If we had those for FGC newbies, that would be great.
Yeah.
Because once you figure it out, you figure it out. But
Right.
trying to figure it out is
Can be the hard part,
tedious.
yeah.
We have to have put the 30A rhinos in the intake wheel category, right? I'm sure we did. I'm sure we did. They're intake wheels, right? I would use that as an intake wheel sometimes.
oh, he's at the end of the page.
Okay, then, yeah.
You know, 3611 or 3613 series. Those are Gecko wheels, dang it.
No.
3615 maybe.
Can we fact check that real quick?
He's on the last
I
question. of
think
the
they
first
are.
page.
If they aren't, I'm gonna go add them to the intake wheels category because they should be there.
which hope on the
persist.
instructions thing for FTC. I feel like
Okay.
the starter kits for FTC will definitely help out with that.
I'm
I
excited.
agree.
Because I know getting started is a really big barrier for rookie teams.
It is. I'm gonna hit submit. We're gonna see what it is.
Yeah,
Oh, bonus questions.
Yep.
Never mind. Okay, 28 to 1. I can write the short answer here.
Yes.
Okay.
I definitely agree with you, Jackson.
Yeah.
Getting started with building was a big, big challenge for me. And I thought it was so cool to build. And then after my rookie year, I did not build again. Until today, really.
I mean,
maybe
you
turned-
built Barbara though. Power play.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah.
Well, that's the last time then. Because I built Barbara in my kitchen, on my kitchen table, and then I set up, I think, 4 to 6 tiles in my living room and messed around with tuning and programming. And that was fun. That's how I got into programming.
Barbara was the name of our early
Oh, yeah.
season power play robot for anyone wondering
yeah.
about that.
The origin of Barbara, I was showing my parents my hard work because I was really excited about it, and all my FTC friends were asleep. 'Cause it was probably midnight when I was working on it. They came back from something. I was telling them about it, and my mom goes, "So what are you gonna name it?" And I said, "Well, I don't know. I'd probably have to work with a team on that." My dad says, "Well, I think you should name it Barbara because it would be really cool to get beat by a robot named Barbara."
I like that a lot.
And that
That's
evolved
fun.
from Barbara. Then we made a second. She was the first. Then we have Becca, and then Brittany.
This one.
Yep.
I agree with that last question.
Yeah, it does that. It adds tension to a Battles for Chain system. I'm writing descriptions out here.
Pretty sure on the last question when we took our test, I said, "I don't know," and followed that up with, "And I also don't know how to make anything up to answer that." Because usually if I don't know an answer, I'll just make something that sounds smart. But I didn't even have enough knowledge for that one. I did not study that good.
All right, now
I
I'm
think you did.
submitting.
Okay.
Before you look.
Oh, he cheated.
Oh,
Oh.
What'd you get?
87?
87.
Oh,
Dang.
So you get a free go build ship.
Yeah, I get it.
yeah. Whew.
And
Ooh.
also
How's
got a
Okay,
Travis?
what did I get wrong? We give a motor
Can
using
anybody
an
else see how
adapter or a
Travis did?
coupler.
Anybody's done?
Yeah. What else did I get wrong? Oh, the lead screw one I
Yeah.
did not do well on.
Got the best of us. Yeah.
We have to change the test now?
I don't think so.
Feeling kind of proud that my score wasn't so far off from Ethan's.
I don't know what my score was.
I'm pretty sure mine was in the
Okay.
70s. Mine. Which is not super far off.
Sure.
Oh, I clicked the wrong one there. That makes sense.
I think Ethan beat me on it though.
Error.
I wouldn't be surprised if he did.
It's okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I was thinking you would do pretty good when we were taking it.
I don't know.
I wasn't even thinking about how you would do because I didn't think about a designer knowing all the parts, I guess. Which
Yeah.
seems like
It's pretty.
something I don't know, just slipped my
Oh,
mind.
I don't have any of the bonus points.
Oh,
So, I got some bonus points.
he's
okay.
gonna go in
Okay.
and grade them.
Oh, okay. Okay.
So 84
I might have a
is not
chance
a
here.
final score.
I might be able to come back.
Hang on, I'll do that.
Not
many?
a final score. I think you're gonna be
well.
good
Then
with the
all the
bonus
people
questions.
in chat. I mean.
I think this one is. I think this one is right. That's okay.
Which one is it?
Select the item that matches the description. The shaft profile is a fusion of round and hex. None of the rest of these are, unless this is a description for like a 2106 series shaft or a 2109 series shaft instead of a 1516 series standoff, which is possible.
Yeah.
That would be mean.
That might
What is the
be one
description
of the
for
ones I got
1516?
wrong too.
I don't even know.
I didn't even look.
I don't remember. Yeah, I
Okay.
just saw my score and was like, all right, good enough.
There we
Good
go.
enough.
All right.
Now.
I
So
passed.
now we
Yeah.
mount those to here.
Okay, let's catch up on chat now that I'm not
Yeah.
taking a test.
Yeah.
Okay. Ethan,
They've-
what are your thoughts on hanging this year, specifically the second bar being vertically above the first one?
Yeah.
What are your guys' thoughts on that?
Would you repeat that?
What are your thoughts on the hanging this year, specifically the second bar being vertically above the first one?
So far, I haven't heard any even outlandish ideas of how to get to
It's
the
tough.
top one.
Yeah.
We tried to brainstorm in the car on the way here,
Mm-hmm.
and there was really not a lot that sounded like it was gonna work.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not an easy hang. I think you can probably like
Yeah, I-
multi-stage winch up. I'm excited to try that once we have a robot almost together.
Yeah.
Well,
92, Ethan.
92.
Yeah.
Wow.
So you got 94 and you got 92.
Shaking my head.
Nice.
Yeah.
All right. I mean, I'm sure we'll give you guys all shirts, but
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't think anybody has been in the chat has said that they have been higher than 92.
Okay.
So we'll see.
Nobody higher than you yet.
We'll
Or
see.
Jackson. No one higher than Jackson.
Jameson did do better, apparently.
Jameson had a 92. But I can verify his.
My backpack.
Ethan had to do his though with a bunch of people watching.
I guess.
Yeah.
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 We're also talking. Ours was silent.
Oh, okay. It's 106, 106 points.
Oh?
98.
Is this someone's?
Oh yeah. You need to calculate. The
Oh, yeah,
percentage
it's the
for your-
percentage.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
see.
So, I also find it funny that Jameson and Ethan got the same.
I think that
the
is funny.
Exact same
Yeah.
score.
Yeah,
Oh,
Yeah.
oh.
Jameson tied. 98.
Yeah. That is interesting.
I hope I did not.
98 out of 100.
Did you break something?
I think I accidentally hit somebody. My bad.
Uh-oh.
I think I got you back. I clicked the
One-
wrong button.
One
I
of,
will at least give Jameson a Gabella shirt. That's for sure.
Okay.
one of the climb ideas that we did have that I think seems the most feasible is like I don't know if but the 118 Robonauts for rapid react, how they had like a bar.
You might want to
and it-
repeat that because that was kind of loud.
Yeah, my bad.
But so it has like a bar and the pivots in the middle, and so it has two hooks on each side, and that entire thing spins. So you'd hook on to the bottom bar, then rotate around and grab onto the top one, then release the bottom, then spin around to climb above that. But even that seems pretty challenging to pull off.
Thank
Yeah.
you, Justin. Sorry.
Okay, I think you're back in the chat, John. I think I may have accidentally deleted some of your messages,
Uh-oh.
but
Free John.
Free
Yep.
John. Johnny, no. I've been making insane catches today. Smaller keeps dropping things.
Why am I? Hold I'm off. Hold up,
At
Chad.
least it's on live. We can go back and replay.
we can go replay.
Get the
Okay.
replay.
Okay, so we have a lot of this arm put together.
Yep.
We're thinking about building a linear slide on this. We gotta decide what length. Okay, so I think I guess there is a tape measure somewhere. There probably is one in this tool pouch. Okay,
Not mine, no.
Oh, you mean over here?
I could also just do the very
Your
go
tool
build a
pouch is over
thing
here.
and whole count.
Oh, okay.
So we are 24. We're 48 plus 24. We're 72 from the ground here, and then we are. I
That's probably
guess
smarter.
that's okay. So this arm is 29 inches from the ground. That's true. That would be more go
Microphone
builder.
is pulling on my shirt.
We want to get up
Keep
to
adjusting.
43 or 110.
What are you measuring again?
So I want to figure out how high we need to go.
Oh.
So we're to 650 millimeters right now. We're trying to get to 1100 millimeters. So we need 450 mil of throw. If I'm thinking about that right, which sounds really close to what a 2-stage should do.
Yeah.
Okay.
I can't remember that off the top of my head. I could have told you yes, like last year.
What are you doing smaller?
490.
Yeah.
So 2-stage, I think, is going to get us from this height that we're currently at up to the high bar.
Okay.
So I think we just need a 2-stage Viper slide kit.
Okay. That's
We
pretty
either could build one from scratch, or I think there's one somewhere around here.
I mean, ideally, if there's one somewhere around here, that'd make it easier.
Yeah, those are mounted on low side channel, which is going to be kind of interesting to attach to this mini low side bar. Because you have a piece of low side channel. It's not a 17 hole, I think it's a 13 hole. And it's in this orientation.
Yeah.
So I could see us wanting this to be on the bottom of the arm. I think that's going to make a little bit more sense, that linear slide system to be on the bottom than on the top.
Okay. We might have to adjust some of our lift positions.
I'm sure we will. And we'll also have to add that linear slide to go to
Right.
specific heights. So we can do some channel connector plates. What are some other options here? I mean, that's the simplest, is we can just add some channel connector plates and just basically bolt this right here. It's just going to kind of sit on top.
Okay.
Need help smaller?
Ooh, a nice thing about putting on the bottom is that we would not interrupt this.
To climb, right?
Yeah.
That's true.
So if we just put it down here, I think that's going to work really well.
Yeah.
And I think we're going to have enough length to collapse that intake into the robot a little further.
That's like 0.
Not to take us too many steps forward, but what are we going to do for that hook there, guys?
Yeah, we want to improve the hook. We want to make it a little bit more sturdily connected. And the bar is pretty low. It's just a U channel right now.
Yeah.
I could see something like a servo that just kind of winches over and closes that gap working pretty well.
Yeah.
Especially if that's on a servo block, that's going to work pretty well.
For sure.
I have to take that.
Okay, let me go see if I can find our low side channel. I think I know, or our 2-stage Viper slide kit. I think I know exactly where that is. I'm going to right back.
You have
I
to,
wouldn't be surprised.
You have to what, louder?
Oh, I have to take the hub off so I can actually get the screws in first. So.
By the way, when I was asking you what are you doing, I meant to explain what are you putting back together.
Oh.
I'll take credit for that miscommunication.
Okay.
There was no clarification there.
It's all good.
So, what's chat saying? I want to see what chat's saying since he's gone.
We can control the chat while he won't know.
Jamie says do jump, climb.
Do jump climb.
By the way,
How am I not surprised that he said that? I mean, that would be pretty sick. But making a robot in 3 days, that'd
peeking
be...
at chat.
Over your chat.
Yeah.
I almost walked in front of the camera there. That was going to be awkward.
For your job.
That would have been embarrassing.
Hope from Go Builda.
Hope from Go
Builda. Name change. I'm stealing
Do you
your
say you were a
spot.
senior, Hope?
Yeah.
What do you have plans for after high school? Do you know what you're going to do next year?
I've got to go to college for, well, obviously, but I need to get my bachelor's in nursing.
Okay, very
and then
cool.
I've got to do an internship, and then I'll get my master's in public health.
That's
for
very cool.
Epidemiology.
Do you feel like FTC, because that's not your standard, like, okay, do an FTC, go into engineering.
Yeah.
How do you feel like FTC, like, prepared or inspired you to go into healthcare?
Talking to many different kinds of people has been really, really helpful. Because you talk to all kinds of different people, not only in your own team and in our post, but also at all kinds of different people at league meets and things like that.
Yeah,
So
competitions,
that's
you go to Worlds, like,
or
you're
talking to judges as well.
I'm
Yeah.
sure. That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
That's cool. It's always cool to see because you hear a lot of people who are in engineering because of FTC and because of
Yeah.
FIRST Robotics. It's cool to hear people go and do other career paths and still feel like it helped prepare them for it.
One way I thought of tying in, and this is not just a one-time thought, I've thought about this a couple times, tying in my FTC,
Sick.
I guess, career with my future has been biomedical technology, like the Da Vinci kind of thing.
Okay.
I find that stuff really interesting, which is just like robots in surgery.
Yeah.
Or 3D printing body parts is cool. I'm not aware on progress in any of that, but I think it's cool.
Well, now there's like braces that they model, like they get your mouth, you know, and they model it, you know.
Yeah.
It's like that's what I'm gonna be getting whenever
Yeah.
I get braces. So
My gramps had braces, and they have carbon fiber,
yo, that's
which
sick.
I know about carbon fiber from robotics. So there's a lot of things that kind of connect that I wasn't really thinking of would connect, you know.
Yeah. That makes a
Especially
ton of sense. That's cool.
And at my HCC class, which is Health Career Certifications, which is basically like a nursing class that I'm in right now, our lab is super cool, and we've got technology in those beds and moving patients and things like that. That also having knowledge of how things are put together and how to take them apart is, I think, will be helpful for transportation of stuff.
That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Do you want to grab this robot and roll over here? Hope if you'll grab the starter robot. Let's look at how we want to mount this slide kit to the arm while you guys are working on your drivetrain.
You're almost done. All right,
Thanks.
once this is done, we can mount
Okay.
the wheels.
So,
Scratch my
I hate when that happens. I think it makes sense to mount this to the bottom. It'll have to stick out a little bit to like give enough clearance for this channel
Yeah.
when we fold down into the robot.
But
I think that'll be pretty reasonable and should still fit in the box. One of the nice things is we're probably not going to mount this intake system to the very end of the slide. I think we're going to have a little bit of
sure we're doing this
inset.
right.
So I think that'll be
sure we're
just
doing
fine. We could also do on
This
top.
here, right?
I think I
It'll
like
just
the
be a
other
little
way.
bit more annoying to get at our hang.
This
Definitely.
one right here.
The other way seems a lot more practical
Okay.
for not only hang, but just for
Yep.
looks.
We might. I think there's a world where we could go with a 4-stage Viper slide kit that's a little bit, a 4-stage 240 mil. So it's a shorter slide, but it'll extend further. I think that might be the nice balance. I bet we can tap into these holes here
Yeah.
and mount them to the arm that way. Either way, I think we can use the same structure of arm like this
And,
and
doing
bolt
it that
this.
way also, when
Let's do
you
it. Let's
put
go.
it on there and connect it there,
Yep.
that might help with the vertical, since the hangs are right above each other,
Yep.
having them kind of, having your arms kind of in different directions.
I think that could help. I think there's where we'll have a better idea to get up to that second bar with the slide system installed.
Yeah.
So I think we should go ahead and assemble this arm kind of like it is in the starter kit, and then let's work on bolting that on. So yeah, I think we'll grab those mini low side channels and that hyper hub and some standoffs.
Come with me.
So it's those longest two.
These ones?
Yep. There should be
hyper
2
hub?
lengths of 8mm Rex standoffs there. It's the shorter of the 2 lengths. Sorry, they're 1 step longer than that shortest length. I forgot there was 3 lengths. Yeah, those. So we'll
Okay.
need all 4 of those.
And hyper hub?
And I think you've got that hyper hub.
Yeah.
So, Jackson, if you bolt one of the hyper hubs to this, Hope we'll bolt the standoffs to this arm, and then we can just kind of bolt it all together. So we have 2 that go in the end here, and we'll grab some like 10mm screws. That'll be perfect for this.
Teamwork.
I know, right?
And then,
On the first one?
yep, on this end it'll be the very first set of holes.
All right.
And then we'll add probably this third one, but I don't think we'll add the fourth one just yet. We'll add a fourth standoff once we have the rest of the mechanism put together, and we can kind of know when or where we can put that last standoff.
Do you know, I'm going to say a weird thing. You know, like when your hands smell different when you go fishing?
Okay, because of the fish?
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
Touching the parts makes your hands smell like parts, and I find that really satisfying.
Okay, it's like, yeah, this is how you know you've done like a good day's work.
Yeah, my
Yeah.
dad does the same thing with fishing. That's why I thought it would be a good comparison. I need another one of these. Sorry, do I do the other side? Or
Let's
we waiting?
see. Yes. Yeah, do one
Yeah.
of the other one. Yep, put that one right here. And then we'll leave the last one until we have mounted the
Where?
arm.
Sorry.
Just the very corner here. Yep, that's perfect.
Cool.
And then we can just kind of take that side, which has the hypercub, and then bolt it all together and create one arm.
It's a lot easier to put the screw first. I keep trying to do it the other way.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
It isn't super helpful here because standoffs you normally like tighten and then tighten one side and then tighten the other side, and it all cinches together really well. But you can grab those with a wrench because they're set in a flat to flat like an M4 and tighten them that way. But we don't need to here.
Take your time.
I think we're almost out of 10 mil screws. I'll grab us at least 3 more.
That was loud. We're getting quiet now.
Yeah.
We're all focused.
Yeah, this is the like these are the hours of the RI3D where like all the stuff happens.
Yeah. Is everybody having fun so
Yeah.
far?
I think so
We haven't
far
done a fun
only
check.
Jameson is getting that shirt.
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, he
So.
tied.
Yeah, at
I need to
least.
put this.
Oh.
You can do that.
Oh, no, you got it. That was your job.
Here's some more screws.
All right.
And it's only one hub in there.
Oh, is
I
it?
think 2 technically
Oh,
fits.
yeah.
But we just added the second bearing to support the other side of that. The bearing doesn't rotate relative to the shaft, so it's kind of a funny use case. But yeah. And then we can bolt those together, and that kind of creates one solid assembly.
I'm going to do this bottom one first so it's easier to get the top 2 without them flailing around. That way. I can, okay, pick it up this way.
All right, John, I've got a small list of parts for you. Can we get a 14-to-1, a 5203 14-to-1,
Put
a
that on camera.
set of belt clamps, and a GT2 belt?
Are we using belt-driven slides?
Yes. So
Nice.
the belt-driven are the only slides we sell anymore.
Oh, okay.
We offered the cable-driven ones, and what we saw was a lot of teams went through and ordered the upgrade pack to change over once they've ordered those, even though they had both options. So you can kind of pick cable or belt for a while, and then we saw so many of those customers that got the cable one ended up on belts anyway. And we said, you know, it makes more sense, I think, to just go with the one option that most teams end up with anyway. Belts can be, I think they're in theory a little bit slower. They're a little less efficient than cable. So for those very top teams who are looking for those like 1 or 2% gains, they're a little better. Cables are a little better. But for most team belts, just you can install them and they work, and you don't have to really think and keep them running as smoothly.
Right.
Yeah. We do use cable because it also gives you more freedom when mounting your motors and stuff, especially since we do custom
Yep.
a lot.
And then we usually do Masumis because
They're nice
they
and
weigh
light.
less.
Yep.
Yeah, they weigh
Yep.
much less.
Very similar scenario there, where those steel slides are really hard to break or bend, but they are a little heavier than an aluminum slide, which is your really like high performance option. Okay, so you have the arm assembled. Now we've got to mount this. So it'll be pretty easy to mount the end because there are threaded holes in the bottom. So I think we're going to have to be, let's see, based on this, we'll have to be extended a little bit, but I'm not quite sure how far. Maybe to that 4th. I think that the end of this should extend out past by like a full channel or so. So, or a full pattern. How about there? I think that's going to be pretty good. Good guess for now at least.
Do you want it to have those support beams like that robot does? So do you want this robot to have those support beams in the middle because they can?
Oh, yes. Yeah, we'll want to add at least one more crossbar.
Yeah.
It doesn't really matter what it is as long as it's 8-hole. So it
Right.
can be a full channel or it can be a low side channel.
Oh, they're on the other side.
Is this on the 32 pattern or is this a different pattern?
We do not
No,
have.
this is not on the 32 pattern. I wonder if this is how that kit is supposed to go together.
We do not have an 8-hole.
Oh.
Oh, whenever John's back.
Okay.
Otherwise, if you want to look 2 build bays down, there's probably an 8-hole over there. An 8-hole low side channel? Oh, it's on the floor, I bet, right here.
Ah, I gotcha.
Yep. They haven't quite gotten stocked yet.
I keep touching my hair and I feel kind of.
What was I going to check? I was going to look at how that should go together. That is correct. Okay, so.
So what's happening? I'm lost.
I'm trying to figure out what the nicest way to mount this is. So it should be about here. We can add these 2 screws, which thread through,
Yeah.
and then I want to support it on this end a little bit more. I wonder if this threaded plate lines up. That would be nice. Let's throw 2 screws in through this to bolt this dual block on, just so that we're kind of relatively connected. And these will need to be 8mm screws, so I'll grab you a couple.
Like these? Oh, we don't have the tiny ones. You use
Yeah.
the rest of them.
We could use a few more pedals, yeah.
Oh, there you go. So those will just go through these holes and then into the threaded holes there on that dual block. So we're bolting the low side channel to the dual block that's on the Viper slide kit, and then we'll see how we can add
do
some more
this side.
support on the other end. I think there's a world where there's like a more, a lighter way to build this assembly without like this entire mini low side channel arm, but I also think we're kind of okay not being the most optimal thing ever right now.
Struggling.
One of the things I really like to do in FTC is kind of just to build stuff and
This
figure
has-
out what we can figure out at the end.
Yeah.
So we're going to throw something together, we're going
Okay.
to see if it works, and then we're going to go back and,
Yep.
and change.
Those don't.
I'll grab
those
some
don't.
8mm screws.
You want me to hold something?
Well, are these not supposed to line up there
No,
too?
those ones don't.
Oh, that's what
Yeah.
threw me off. Yeah, would you hold it?
Ethan, which
Yes.
ones are the 8mm screws?
So there's,
Are these the?
yes, you got it, sorry.
Nah, it's all good.
Righty tighty. Come on. It's sort of going. This is like the wires. Oh, it's not gonna go because it's like not even close to lined up. Whoops.
Sweet.
There we
and
go.
then those are also in that same boat where we talked about the screws that go into the face of a quad block mount when there's screws that go inside. These need to be 8mm or they
go
would
through
touch
this.
those other
Yeah,
ones.
but it's
Oh, is
go
it
through the
not?
where?
The-
Oh, here.
Yeah, so that's one of the,
Ah.
you can kind of go through that 14mm or that
I
4mm
think we
through
moved
hole,
it.
which is nice.
Uh-oh, we moved it. There we go.
There you go.
There we
Yeah.
go.
So this will just kind of secure it in place. We'll need to add more bracing, but this will get us an idea of where it needs to be. And I'm pretty sure this should all be on pattern, so I don't think we're gonna have any problem building this bracing out here.
Does it look crooked?
Threaded plates are gonna be a nice, easy way to do it.
Right. Yeah.
So yeah, this is now it's mounted solidly, and we can kind of look at this
Nice.
and just grab some parts and see what lines up. So this lines
Maybe
up,
that
but
one,
it's to
since I
the
did that.
center. And it's
Tap
kind of an
in.
awkward use of the 32 pattern. I wonder if our H plates are going to be better here. Channel connecting
Tap
plates
in.
might be.
Trade off. Make sure everyone has a job.
I think so. Unless you have any ideas for a nicer way to do this, we're just going to brace these 2 channels together.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That looks like
think-
it's gonna work just fine.
It's all kind of awkward because I think this is 24 instead of 16, and a lot of parts are designed for the 16 by 32, and really we want something that's 24 by 32. What is 24 by 32? There's the 24mm quad blocks. I mean, a pattern plate would do it, but I just don't love that idea. It's not super clean.
No.
It'd work.
No harm in trying, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, it
It
lines
actually
up.
doesn't look super bad.
It's just
either.
not very nice. I suppose we could go, at least on this side, we could go standoffs from here to here.
Yeah.
It will be a weird length though. So inside a channel, we talk a lot about inside and outside of channel parts. From this
think?
dimension here on the end of this mini low side to the inside of this is going to be a weird dimension.
All right.
This to the outside is going to be divisible by 8, but this to the inside is going to be negative 2.5 mil because there's this channel
Our
thickness.
smartest option would be the pattern plate.
It might be just clad a pattern plate on the outside. I think that totally works. Like, it adds the strength where we need it.
No reason to overcomplicate, really.
Yeah, let's throw it. Let's go it. Go
We
with
love
it.
to do
Let's
that.
throw it at the problem.
Don't have to. No
So-
peacocking.
The easiest one is, let's just grab some lock nuts and 10 mil screws. Sweet. Here is some wrenches. 'Cause I think this is the first time we've run lock nuts. I'll grab you some 10 mil screws
look like,
and some lock nuts.
Submarines. Submarine.
5.
Where? Underneath. Underneath. Where?
What?
What is it?
Oh.
Yeah, that's right. We do.
There's some 10 mil screws.
I was just saying it looks like one of the things you put on a submarine. Where's it going?
Oh, yeah.
And I've got a bucket of lock nuts.
Yeah, periscope. That's the word. If you want to like teamwork this,
Yeah.
we can just
Could
do it
be a
one at a
bit
time so
challenging
that we don't have to do it together. Or I mean at the same time.
Screws.
One of the things we could do is loosen those 2 screws that bolt that together.
Yeah.
If you can't quite get that to line up, a lot of times, like, especially when you're kind of so far away from those 2 Titan screws, you might loosen a couple, give a little bit of freedom so that you can make all that line up.
Hold on to these screws over here. How are you doing?
Yeah.
Good.
Are you putting together our channel over
I
here?
am, yeah.
Our chassis?
Almost done with it.
Oh, okay. So these dual blocks are a little funny. They need to be rotated 90.
Dang.
Yeah,
Oh,
no,
yeah,
that-
you're right.
That'll be a quick change, I think.
Yeah, it'll be.
Yeah, I've got to somehow get head nuts.
I'll be on.
I was wondering why something was off.
Yep.
Okay. Which one you going for?
Alright. Probably the one closest to
You
me.
can probably put it like inside.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ooh, fancy.
Are the instructions
Oh, I
to build the
dropped it.
starter kit you showed today on the website? Yes, I will.
I
Throw 'em in
dropped
the chat.
it. I don't know why I volunteered to do this job. This is like my,
Here you go. That link has it has the starter kit. It has the
Alright.
mechanical assembly instructions. It also
no, I
has
got
example
it that
code.
time. Then I
Okay.
just let go. There we go. Hooray!
Yeah, sweet.
Teamwork.
This is gonna be fun when it like all
White
comes
knuckle
together.
it.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
I'm
We
excited
also
for that.
have food. So if
Yeah.
anybody is at a place where they can pause and run and eat, let's get this chassis, this crossbar mounted, and we'll roll that
already
way.
6
We can do
o'clock.
our-
Let's double check. So this has a specific orientation. You got it right.
That scared me.
Okay.
I thought it
So
was gonna get
this
stuck.
there's a larger cut in that goes toward the channel.
Okay. So,
I guess you could have gotten that wrong, but this is correct.
okay, that's great.
It,
Okay.
the stakes for getting that wrong are very low. It just
Okay.
means that your crossbar would have been 2.5 millimeters back instead of in the correct on pattern dimension.
Okay.
So if we were ever going to tie
Yeah,
into
I
that
can feel it
crossbar with the
pulling.
rest of the parts on our robot, it would be a little bit weirder to line up.
Okay. Cool, thank you.
Now those ones are probably going to be. I mean, I guess
Tricky.
you can.
Tricky,
go through
tricky.
here.
Yeah. I'll have to go probably at an. Oh my.
How is it already 6 o'clock?
Good.
I know, it goes quick.
Yeah.
Gonna
So we've got 3 more hours for today. And
I
then
may
we've
or may
got,
not have not known that
you know,
we
we're
were
not
live
going to start the
streaming today.
countdown now. That's too much stress when we have like half of a robot. But once we get the robot together, you know, we're going to add it.
I didn't know we were streaming today. Also,
We are.
is now a bad time to say I've never seen a robot in 3 days before?
No?
I've
Absolutely
never
not.
watched one.
A lot of times they're kind of boring
Yeah.
through the stream. They're fun. I appreciate all you guys hanging out. But a lot of times it is just kind of watching us
I guess I
build.
should have waited for it to push.
How many people we got watching?
We have
Hold on.
52.
Let me.
Nice.
Yeah.
Oh, you still have.
Pretty
that?
solid. It's about what we sit at for a lot of our
Hold on,
i3Ds.
hold on.
Okay.
And then
No,
it's the
I think
videos
it's
after
this one.
that get a lot of views.
Right,
I'm
right,
sure
right.
the audio was not good because we were all talking at the same time. Sorry, guys.
That's okay.
My bad.
My hands are sweating, and I'm trying to hold on to this wrench.
Wait, are you sure it's not supposed to be flipped? Because I feel like
I think so.
wipe that
going
off.
in.
I don't know how I'm-
at the
Oh, I
wrong
totally
angle.
see what you're
That was a
saying.
good
Yeah, that
pop.
one of
I don't know how
these
I'm
is
gonna
not
get this
quite right. Can I grab that
Here, maybe?
speed mill? Yeah. One of these
definitely
two
not.
parts is not quite nice.
I don't know how I'm gonna get it and hold on.
Should we have needle nose pliers?
No
what?
Those pliers? Pliers?
Oh, yeah, we can use.
Okay,
maybe
then
that
you hold the
big.
wrench and I'll do that.
I was gonna use.
Oh, it's warm.
You trying to get the nut on?
Yeah, it's just a bit of a weird.
It's just not long enough.
Okay. I'm trying to get-
Do you have a wrench that you're trying to get us to use?
Driver in there.
Where?
It's in the tool bag.
Messed up.
Where in the tool bag?
Go in there.
Okay. Will that go in there? Hold on. Can you turn this?
I don't think you can really get that. No.
You sure?
I mean, this should fit. Yeah.
Hold on. Let me cook.
All right.
Let me cook. Let me cook.
What have you figured out, Ethan?
I'm not sure. I think we're going to throw a new dual block at it. I think that one might just be a little out of
my
tolerance.
lord.
It happens every once in a while.
We might not
The other
be
thing
in
about
the
parts up
same-
here is that a lot of times we end up
there
with the
even a
parts
nut
that
in there?
don't quite fit right
Oh, I don't know
up
if
in
the
R&D.
screw is long
Um,
enough, actually.
So every once in a while we'll stumble on a part that is made
Nope.
incorrectly.
Flip it over and then the nut will slip
I
on.
think that we have a weird piece of channel.
Oh yeah.
Put it over this way.
Open.
Yeah.
Lost our screw.
Oh, that was common sense. My bad.
Yeah. I don't have that sometimes, so.
Yeah, same here.
Oh, hairs.
Yep, it was just a fun piece of channel where one of those holes didn't quite line up. So,
Alright.
easy fix.
All right, Butterfingers. Let's go.
Sweet. Do you want to run and start eating? Then we can cycle some people out. I think that's great. Oh, I'll bolt this crossbar in because it's
Get it?
Yeah, I'm
just
gonna
got to go in there somewhere.
try. I think I can do it this way.
It's 3 minutes. Ready?
Look at us go.
Yeah, one thing I always memory I always have when I think of whenever I see you, Ethan, is that trip to IHOP we had after
Yeah.
Arkansas.
Yep, that was fun. That was a great time.
I wish I was there for that.
It was,
Arkansas, that was a fun state championships.
yeah,
Back when you could invade.
brainstormers.
Yep, you could. So in that, I mean, I guess that was only a couple years ago, but you used to be able to travel to another state championships and advance to worlds from it. So every once in a while, a team would show up to a smaller state that they felt like was less competitive. So that was a competitive state championship.
That was, yeah.
It was also kind of a hard state to get to because it had just there was a ice storm across a lot of the states. So I know brainstormers landed in St. Louis and then rented cars and drove to Arkansas.
I believe I was either in Kansas City or Fort Worth or something.
Yeah.
I think that's funny. Those are equal distant from you
I
guys.
was
I feel like.
at a cheer competition doing
Okay.
those. That's also I haven't been to Worlds with the team yet.
That's a fun experience. Worlds is something else.
I've been to Worlds for Jamieson's Dean list, but I haven't been with the team.
I see.
'Cause
Yep.
I've always been at cheer. So
Okay.
this year though, we're coming.
Heck yeah.
We're coming for that spot.
Do you guys feel like two people is helping you out with this?
Yeah.
Okay, good. Otherwise, I was gonna have one of you guys go eat.
I was just waiting for
Yeah. It's easier for one person to get the nut in place. And then
and
Okay,
one per
perfect.
turn.
Yeah.
Sorry, I was waiting for what to do next, and I completely didn't think about doing the other pattern plate.
Okay.
Let's do this one.
Go
These
again.
ones on the outside are the easiest.
Okay.
What's chat doing?
Chat
haven't
is
checked on chat in a
fairly
while.
slow. We've got a few more results from the Go Build a Test.
Mm-hmm.
So we've got Joseph at an 83
Nice.
out of 106. Cole at a 76 out of 106.
But I think it's the percentages. Oh, is that what they're posting?
Yeah, they're just posting the total.
Add the bonus one.
Oh, there are some bonus points. Okay, so some of these people did even better than they thought.
I may be remembering incorrectly, but I feel like I got a 74. So I was kind of mid-range.
Pretty reasonable.
A lot of that was just like instincts and not knowledge. I was just like, here's what based off of what I do know, here's what I can.
You know, maybe that
Answer.
speaks to how intuitive Go Build It is.
Yeah.
You know? Yeah. I like that answer.
Yeah.
We're sticking to it.
I don't know if that's.
I'm not sure exactly where this crossbar needs to go, so we're just going to throw it in here for right now. It's 4 screws if we want to move it, so no big. Two.
I'm about to lose it. Okay, let's see. I'm about to lose the.
I need one
strap
more
there.
little screw. Of course, you always need one more
Last
screw.
one? Huzzah, this is the tricky one. I want to see if I can make this not tricky. Maybe we were just being dramatic.
Maybe.
Is that right?
Probably.
Doesn't feel right, but we'll see. No, that's right. It was just dramatic last time.
Oh, we did miss earlier. Eli says, not the fish hands comment. Hope is so real for that.
Eli, which Eli? We've got a couple.
Lynn.
Ah, yeah.
I don't think we're going to.
My hands are sweating.
I think you can do that. But
It adds to the part.
This way?
There we go.
Ah, I felt that. Is your mic off? Good.
It's over there.
Yeah.
We're hanging out.
This is a robot stream, not an ASMR stream.
Correct.
Okay, there we go.
We're going to go ahead and we're going to zip tie up these motor wires real quick, just so they're less in the way.
Do you,
That's always nice.
Do you like, oh, just kidding. I blanked out on the word.
You need a zip tie gun?
The,
The zip tie gun?
gun, yeah. Zip tie gun.
Tightens the zip tie and then cuts it off.
Zip tie, this is.
What?
Oh,
This
you
one?
don't. You've never.
I don't know about this.
Oh.
Okay.
Gotta
What
see
does this do?
magic. So, what do you
He
need
said
to
Magic.
tighten?
Fascinating. Okay, hold on.
What do you need?
Shift.
Where? Oh, I see. I see. What kind? Small ones? Small zip ties?
Sure. I also have a small zip ties over here.
Yeah.
Okay, we have a close up.
Close
So
up,
I have
close
added
up.
the zip tie to this motor bundle, and that cuts it.
So it.
It slips over.
Watch your fingies.
Pulls it.
Huh. So it
Magic.
tightens it also?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, do it again. This is such a fascinating invention. A thing I had never considered.
Yeah. See.
Wild. Okay, that's cool.
Yeah.
This feels a lot like they have like wire strippers that are leveraged like this, and they're super nice. And I'm like, I still don't know how this works, but it's lovely. There's one more if you want to keep. And then you have that arm put together, right?
Yes.
Sweet. All right. Now those are all bundled up and out of the way.
Camera quality
We
is
have.
wild.
I really like this camera. It's very nice. All right. So
Quality goes crazy.
we have a chassis, a tower,
Yeah.
and an arm. We just gotta put them together. Oh, an arm. There we go. We also have to put the motor on and make the lift go. Which one of you guys would like to assemble a lift linear slide? And which one would like to eat first? Yeah, rock, paper, scissors. I like it.
Rock, paper, scissors, shoot.
Wait, which one is winning?
You get winner chooses.
The winner chooses.
guess.
Okay, I like
Winner
it.
chooses.
Yep.
Okay. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot.
I'll eat.
Oh.
Okay. All right, let's learn how to put together a
Oh,
Viper
no.
slide kit.
Oh no.
It'll be fun. Oh, I just left all that stuff hanging. That was
Good
not. That was
catch.
very precarious. It was.
Yeah.
Okay.
I've been doing that the whole time.
Yeah. We'll pull up some stools. We'll.
Somebody did that on a C-stand that I moved earlier.
Uh-oh.
It was just
Oh, is that what
the
fell?
C-stand was just there was something balancing up there. All right. We have a belt, a motor. There's a pulley somewhere that I have already assembled. Yes, it was right in front of me. Motor, and we have a belt clamp. I had some standoffs over here earlier
We have
that I took off of this.
one.
I wonder where I put them.
Which kind?
It's actually an 8mm spacer and a button head. I'll grab. We have a couple 14mm. I think they're 14s. And then I wonder if I have 8mm spacers.
Building lessons from Ethan. Ethan
Okay.
from Go Builda. His full title.
Sweet. So we have these new steel belt clamps. We had plastic ones, but they broke more. They broke for a very interesting reason. That kind of boils down to that the plastic really wanted to be oil again, so it all like untangled and cracked. It's fun. So we have 2 belt clamps that don't do that. What we'll do is let's mount the motor first. I like that better.
Okay.
The motor just needs to go in here.
I'm going to tell you my common sense is quite limited when it comes to building.
We'll
need
just throw
instructions.
these screws in the face of that motor to bolt it all in. So I can preload it.
Thanks. In normal situations, I have great common sense. When it comes to building, it all flies out the window for some reason.
There you go. So
Okay.
you can screw that one in. And we'll leave that very first screw a little loose. That way we can get the other screws in pretty easy. There's a second one. And that should be started. I do like starting screws by hand generally.
Yeah,
These have the nylon hatch, so they do have that little resistance to go through.
and that way they don't fall off when
Yep.
you're trying to put them in.
But it does make them not quite as satisfying. I really like when you thread in a screw and you can just like spin the tool. And then, yep, you can tighten those two because we're pretty well locked in. Those first 2 screws fully constrain the system. And then we'll just add a couple more screws to make sure that it's not going anywhere. So I'll add these 2. Yeah. And you can totally especially because there's a little dot on the end of those. It's actually a steel ball inside the end of the hex, and there's a spring in there, and it holds the screw head on the end of the tool.
Nice.
It's cool. It's wild that a spring can be that small and
Yeah.
have all that, and have it still hold, but it works.
Is this one?
Yep. So there's that little tiny dot on there, and
Oh.
that's spring loaded out, so you can snap it in.
Cool.
It should go in, and then it'll hold on the screw head fairly well.
Yeah.
So if you grab this, you can kind of snap it on once you're done tightening it. While you're doing that, I will attach a belt clamp to the end of this belt. We'll make a loop.
Attaching what where?
We're gonna put a belt clamp on the end of this belt. So we're gonna slide the belt through the belt clamp, make a loop of kind of whatever length, as long as it's not too long. And we're gonna mesh the teeth together, and then we're gonna slide the clamp back over, and we can throw the spacer in. And this is what will actually be one end of that system. This will affix to the end of the slide that we're gonna move, and then we'll run this through the bearings and attach it again to the other side.
All right.
So we'll slide the belt clamp over and kind of create some tension on the belt over the spacer, and we'll tighten it so that it stays in place. It really does not have to be that tight because the belt to skip has to skip past teeth. And then we can use this button head. I like button heads here. You could totally use a socket head and a washer, but the button head is larger than the spacer. You'll need this one. So that it keeps the belt. The belt can't just slide off the end because the screw head is larger. And you don't have to get this tight. It just has to be kind of sort of loose,
Yeah.
or sort of tight.
Really
Perfect.
good.
Yep. Now we'll throw the pulley on the end of the motor. So this just slides on. I've already installed the Sonic hub, and then we can just tighten the pinch bolts on the Sonic hub. I think they're already tight, actually.
The Sonic Hub was the first thing I remembered when I studied my parts for the library test.
This must be already. This specific Sonic hub is a 1309-0016-4008.
I don't know that part. but-
So this doesn't have any spacers or anything. It helps that I make the part numbers. I'm also helped make it's easier because I know what all the numbers are supposed to mean because we assigned them. So this doesn't have a spacer, so we're just gonna line up these idler bearings with the timing belt grooves on the pulley.
All right.
And then we're gonna tighten them both. With Sonic hubs, because you have 2 different pinch bolts, I like to go snug and then tight, and then you can go back over here and you can tighten it a little bit more.
The more you know.
And we've got our belt. And this belt's way too long right now. So it will be a little more annoying to fish through, but I don't really want to guess, cut it, and then be wrong and have it short, have it too short. So we have all this belt.
Measure twice, cut once.
Yep. So what I like to do is I'll grab the belt and feed it through my hand in the orientation it needs to be so that I don't accidentally turn it over.
All right.
So if you kind of grab it like that, and then you're gonna get to the end of this belt. You're trying to find the end, but in the right orientation.
Like
So,
this way?
yep.
Or
And
this
then
way?
it'll go this way, and then what you need to do is have the end of the belt through there.
Okay.
So we just need to find the end,
Down there.
and it's the nice thing. The thing we need to do is, not drop the mic pack.
Mic pack down.
Not have any twists in the belt. So
Yeah.
I kind of have this specific orientation. You can kind of feed it through to work out any of the twists until you get to the very end. So this is the end. It goes through this bearing and up, and then over.
Do you want to hold those?
Sure.
Because I'm
Yep.
holding them in the right.
Yep.
Goes through here.
Yep.
Teeth side?
I think it's that way. Yep.
Okay.
And
They
then
do twist pretty easily.
they
And
do.
then
It's
through
easy,
here?
and then we'll find out. So then we'll pull all of that slack through that bearing. It's like 15 feet of belt.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Now we do the same thing.
Yeah.
So this end of the belt, we'll go through and find the end, and it goes up through this and across. I'll give that to you, and then you go up through that and across. So you can just keep feeding it. So we'll leave all this slot. So this is going to go, the flat of the belt is going to go against it.
This
So
way?
teeth out. Yep.
And up through here?
Yep, and then it's going to come back down this direction. So I'll take it again, back this way, and it's going to go up and through this next set of bearings. These are actually old bearings. And then we can pull all this slack through the whole system. Boom.
That is a smart way to measure that,
It's fun.
just to do it.
Yep. And then we need to go to there. So we're going to say close enough. This gives us plenty of slack. There are probably side cutters somewhere.
Oh,
It's fine.
probably down here.
It's too late. So then we'll do the same thing. So you'll grab the belt clamp that you have right here, and you'll slide it on the end of the belt
This way?
with the screw out. Yep. And I would flip it over 180 so the screw head is on the top so we can tighten it easier. Yeah, so slide it on the end of the belt. And then you'll slide it down the length pretty far, and then you'll make a loop. Let's actually remove this socket head that's in here. And we're going to go ahead and install our other button head and spacer. I'm going to steal this 2.5. We'll tighten this.
And wrap it around there?
Yep, so you're going to make a loop, and we're going to make that fairly tight. So what I like to do is make a loop like this,
And then just slide it
hold
over?
the teeth together, yep, and then slide it over. So we're trying to get a pretty good amount of tension. Like you should be able to hear like the music played.
All right.
So make a loop, kind of guess what length it should be, and just hold the teeth in mesh and see if you can slide it over that screw head, and you should have a pretty good amount of tension. So, yeah, and then it kind of a fun thing is every time you move, slide the other end this way, you add or decrease the length of the belt by 1 mil.
Like that?
What's up, chat?
Yep.
I'm back.
Hi.
Yep. So I think I would pinch the belt together like this. We'll kind of pull it tight.
Cool.
Pinch the belt together. That way it can't skip, and we'll pull it off. And this is just kind of like, because I have done this a few times, I kind of have a feel for
Yeah.
it. We can slide this bottom part of the belt past a few teeth, and we can make it tighter
All right.
until it like snaps on the right amount. So we'll do probably 2 more, and then we can slide the belt clamp over.
So you don't lose that
And
spot.
yeah, and exactly, and there's that exact spot. And we can say, that feels like a pretty good amount of tension. We probably could go 1 more or 1 less. We'll slide this down the end, and then we'll cut this extra, because that'll limit our throw.
Do you want to get your cutters?
Yeah, do you have your snips? We'll let
Your
you cut them.
snips.
It's kind of fun.
Just this?
Yep,
like
just
here?
the tail.
How
That'd be,
far?
I'd say there or so.
Okay.
Pretty close to the belt clamp.
Jackson, where do we want to mount
Perfect.
our side numbers?
Yeah, and then we can slip this over
There. and get,
and tighten those 2 screws, and then our belt slide is done.
This one?
that's
Nope,
what
the larger one.
Or-
You got it, the 3 mil. And then that's just that clamp right
Probably
there.
do.
So that clamps down and makes sure it can't slide. Because it's already pretty well, the belt can't skip. And then we'll see if we do it right. So just run out the slide by your hand, with your hand.
Does that work? Would that work better?
It should be.
My hands are sweating.
Does it fit?
We did something funny.
Here.
Let's do that.
It's
Oh,
catching
yep. That shield is in a weird
that.
place.
it. Yeah.
So the shield, I think I messed it up. Should have been on the outside. It might be fine there.
Yeah, it was just catching on this
Yeah.
edge here.
I think that's pretty nice.
Yeah. What do you
Sweet.
guys think? Smaller.
Boom. We have
Other
a
way.
slide. All right.
Wrong side.
I think you're ready to go eat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
See you back in a few minutes. Do you want to mount the tower first or the slide first? Let's throw the tower on the robot, and then
Okay.
we'll throw this slide on the tower. I like that idea. So that we just need some 8 mil screws to go up through the bottom end of those quad blocks.
Right. And then we're chilling. Oh, my bad.
Best thing about zip tie guns is the cut edge isn't sharp and won't scratch you like using a pair of side cutters. That's nice. I wouldn't have thought about that.
And so then, whenever you're inspecting, they won't call you out for sharp edges.
So I'm from Iowa. I competed in Iowa, and I don't know if this is the Iowa method. The method they always use is they were like, all right, they'd ask the people in inspection, hey, do you work on the robot a lot? And you'd always say yes normally because you're in inspection, and then they'd say, okay. I just want to look at your hands and make sure they aren't all scratched up. Because if you're building the robot and you have your arm, your hands aren't all scratched up,
That's actually really smart.
the
I like that.
volunteers aren't going to. And when I robot inspect, I just do that.
I like that idea.
Yeah,
And that's also way more convenient for the.
it's nice.
Yeah. Jackson, can you hold this up real quick?
Yeah.
While I get these screws started. Once I get these screws started, we should be good. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, and I think that's going to be a nice use of that screw holding feature on that hex key.
Yeah, I agree. Man, where's it?
Oh, I should turn down the quality of my stream. I don't need to be streaming in 1080p. Let's look up all the
Why
Wi-Fi.
Am I in this? I'm not in the center.
No, you're not.
Yeah, no. Am I off by just a hole? How about that? Am I
That looks. I think that's good.
okay? Light work.
I want to leave it loose. So.
Oh yeah, you're right. You're right.
All right.
I'm gonna.
Let's make sure. It's center.
Yeah, I'm gonna do it
Yeah,
on.
that's center. All
here.
right.
Let's see here.
Jackson, won't this be our first time using the belt-driven Viper slides?
Yeah. I think so.
I'm excited to use them.
They've been nice. They are, yeah, you do have to be more careful with where you put the motor. The big thing with the belt-driven slides is there's a technique in cable-driven slides where, I'm going to see if I can, yeah, this will work. So in slide systems, you have an extension, and generally you have an extension cable, an extension cable, and a return cable. The extension cable can generally follow about whatever path you need it to be, but the return cable should be parallel to the throw of the slide. That means that it doesn't change length as you extend or retract the slide. When you have that as an angle, it'll like increase or decrease the total amount of cable in the run as you move it. In a cable-driven system, you can kind of just say, okay, shucks, I have a spring, and that spring soaks up that change in tension, and it's not a big deal. As long as that's not egregious and like you aren't at a 90-degree angle by the time you're at the bottom, it works. Belt-driven slides don't tend to have a tensioner. That's one of the reasons they're just easy to work with, but it does mean that return cable, that return path on the belt has to be parallel. Otherwise, you just get a big shift in tension. So all of the kits do that. They have that parallel return cable.
Okay.
And it means that either you need an idler here or you need your motor to be here.
Okay.
So one of the things I like about the two-stage is that it has just a ton of wrap on the pulley. so you
Right.
can transfer a lot of torque without really worrying about it. Generally, like you can think about that in two ways. You can either think about it in terms of you can transfer more torque, or you can think about it in that you can have less belt tension and transfer the same amount of torque.
Right.
Normally, you have some amount of torque you need to transfer for your lift. So this more wrap means less belt tension, which is a more efficient system. It's a smoother system for that same amount of torque.
Okay. So could you use that belt system to, like, for example, climb?
Potentially. That's going to be a question we're going to get asked a ton this year, I'm sure. I think the slides can do it, and it just kind of comes down to, are you comfortable putting all of that force of your robot through a belt system? Belts can skip.
Right.
A lot of teams don't use belt lifts with encoders, so the skip's kind of nice because it means your motor's not stalling.
Right.
And when your belt slides skip, you hear it. They're loud. So it tells you. It lets you know that it's skipping. We can mount the slides now,
Okay.
or we can figure out how to mount our end effector to the slides. I think we can just go ahead and mount the slides.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay. Here's that. This goes in this orientation, so it slides down, and then on that,
Yeah, we need.
we're going to add a bearing.
Right here.
Yep, and a bearing in there.
Okay.
There's one.
Yeah, there's.
Oh, there's one?
Yeah.
Oh, sweet. And then we have a 12 mil spacer, which should be this guy from the FTC kit. That goes there, and that just sets the right distance there. Cool. And that constrains that bearing. Is that right?
There's a.
Yes, that's right. Interesting. Oh, it constrains the bearing in the arm.
Yeah.
Huh. I'm sure there's a reason that bearing isn't flipped. There has to be. There's a reason for this, I'm sure. I knew what I was thinking. Yeah. Okay, it's fine. We're going to do it this way. This is how the kit is.
Okay.
I, at one point, thought about this a lot, and
struggling
I'm
there?
sure I was correct then.
Maybe.
You,
Here, trade me.
what's the problem here?
I don't think I got it in straight.
Oh.
Oh, geez, now you've. What have you done?
One of my favorite ways to get around that, like you have started the bearing and it's a little bit off. I'll just grab a shaft and a hub and tighten the shaft, or we can just use it. So you have a shaft and a hub, and I'm just going to use the Eclipse side.
Okay.
You can put the shaft in the bearing, and then you just have way more leverage to line it up right and push it down.
That's pretty sick.
Here we go.
Nice.
That is a bit of a press fit. That specific channel, I think, is a little bit closer fit than they normally are.
This in there. These 8 rigs bearings. There we go.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
bit of
so
a
they're
pain
8
to get
recs.
in.
So the ups and downsides of the hex bore bearing, they give you a little more support on the shaft. They're nicer in that regard, but it means you have to line them up to put the shaft through, which is a little annoying in those scenarios where you just don't have a lot of clearance.
We gotta, let's make sure
I'm
that
gonna put together.
I need a bearing.
I'm gonna start putting together our end effector because right now it sounds like we're gonna stick with the same end effector. We'll bolt it to the end, and then let's once we have a robot that is put together and scored, let's refine it and make it better.
Yeah, this way.
The shim on here.
Okay, so that gecko setup is
Then get it. There's Colin. Okay,
Gotcha.
through
My
this
bad.
hub.
there you go.
Geckos, you have 24 mil standoffs, and I should have 10 mil screws.
Okay, now we gotta push everything through.
Nice.
Bang.
And then what's on the end? Another shaft collar? Or wait, oh, it's
That'll be the gear.
it's the gear. Yeah.
Yep.
How is the gear mounted? Is it just
On a Sonic hub.
Sonic hub? Okay.
And then it creates the wider setup, if that makes sense.
The what?
So the gear is has a recess. It has a
Right.
it's kind of dished. So put the Sonic hub on the flat side.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then that goes
On the end of the shaft
okay.
there.
8 mil.
You have the 8 Rex bore Sonic.
Okay. Yeah. Ooh.
Oh, and then those screws are your gears 3, your Sonic's 8.
8, okay.
So 11s are perfect.
11s. Okay.
Yeah, there are 11s. Throw the right length at it, you know?
Yeah.
10s are 1,000% adequate, but we have 11s, so sure. It could be a little bit better.
Yeah.
You could have that 1 more mil of thread.
Exactly.
More importantly, it'll look really nice on the other
It
side
will, yeah.
when everything's perfectly flush. Do you have scissors in your toolkit?
I do not.
Okay. I'm sure there's some over here.
That is one of the things I should probably add to my toolkit is scissors.
Some
Can
pretty.
you find me some scissors? Oh, perfect. That was easy.
What, scissors?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. You guys are both busy, but it's kind of fun to cut up gecko wheels. So I'm going to wait and let you guys cut them up. But I
personally
can
haven't.
mount the servo. I'll do that.
I haven't thought of
It is
playing
a
gecko wheel
two-stage. Can it be done with a smaller slide? It could totally be the, yeah, I think it could totally be the 4-stage 240 mil length slides. And I think there's a world where that's where we end up.
Yeah.
That's kind of, like, I think those are very equivalent, like the 2-stage 360 mil,
before. Yes. But then you have that room.
or the 2-stage 336 mil, or the 4-stage 240 mil. They're pretty similar here. A 4-stage 240 mil will give you more throw than you need, and I mean that's not a problem, as long as, especially if you software limit it to stay in
keep it
that
on
42-inch extension limit.
Here, just take it off because I gotta get all the.
Bearings in line.
There we go.
Okay.
Push that through. Rotate it that way.
So I'm going ahead and mounting a couple of servos and servo blocks for our end effector, because I think it makes sense to build that same end effector real quick.
Yeah.
And then we will get in the refinement side. That's kind of how I expect to see a lot of teams treat the starter robot is, great, let's put something together, and then now let's make it awesome.
Right.
Let's see what ideas we have. One of the things I really want to try is boot wheels instead of gecko wheels for that intake.
Okay.
I think that's going to be really interesting.
You can actually kind of like, in a sense, grab onto it in a way with those wheels compared to the gecko wheels. And are they larger in diameter?
I want to try that. So we have a 96 millimeter boot wheel. From my prototyping with this, a larger wheel is going to be a lot better.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm excited about that. But I'm going to throw it together as like the current starter robot is, and we'll adjust it from there.
Okay.
Def Lep says, I was told you cannot exceed 20 by 42 inches horizontally, which is the new extension limit for this season. Assuming in front, with that pivot arm extends, it's under 42 inches, but when it pivots backwards, it would have to extend beyond the horizontal perimeter. So one of the things that they've allowed with that is software limits. So we can say this robot doesn't ever extend that linear slide when it's pointing forward, so we can draw a horizontal extension limit closer to the front of the robot. So we will have to be careful about this. With any linear slide robot, we totally will. It'll be kind of tough to fit inside that 42 inches.
Right.
I think it's kind of expected that that's going to limit the throw, or that's going to limit our extension at the back.
Yeah.
So we'll have to pick write our software in a way that doesn't let it extend
Out a
further.
little bit so you're not rubbing on that bearing.
Oh yeah, because you need a shim in there.
Oh yeah.
Sweet.
I will need to get a shim.
Here's some half mils. So
Thank you.
yeah, when some components have built-in shims, the shim in a bearing system is in a ball bearing. You have two components. You have an ID or an inner race which rotates, and an outer race which doesn't rotate. It stays in that component, and you have little balls that run inside that. A shim is
There you go.
larger than the inner race, but smaller than the outer race, so that it only presses against the inner race and it doesn't rub. It's possible that Sonic Hub's already tight.
Yeah, I got it on. So it's, yeah, honestly,
Perfect.
probably a little tight.
Okay. I left my 2.5 over here. Yeah, so using limit switches or encoders to get the motor to a certain position is a great option. So that the starter kit robot code does that. It runs that motor and run to position, and it uses the encoder to go to a specific point. That's super nice. And I would say if you can do that, always do that in a robot. Like having a driver be like perfectly aligned, stuff like that is really tough.
Yeah.
One of the things I'm excited to implement, and I want to implement when we program this robot, is we have, yeah, that's sweet.
Sick.
Yeah, so if we flip this over 180.
Broke the extension on it.
Yeah.
Yep.
Definitely.
So let's roll this robot over this way. Oh, sorry, as I take you out. So the angle that the arm should be at should change as the extension goes out. So when you're trying to collect something right here, the arm is pretty, it's a deeper angle than as you extend this out. The arm needs to pivot up to keep that the same distance from the ground. So I'm excited to, we'll implement something in software that dynamically changes that depending on the length. We'll do some quick math to figure out how that needs to adjust.
All right.
We'll have like a degree per millimeter or something like that we'll have a coefficient in.
Okay.
Okay, so that's all mounted up. Now we need to add our intake. So I've started on this. One of you guys should cut up some geckos.
All right.
The only thing you have to do with a gecko to cut it into the style that we use is you have your ribs that support that outer ring. Just kind of cut between them and cut out the rim in between those. So
Okay.
it's just kind of like that, and then you can grab another chunk like this. And then you have this like finger that reaches up and grabs it a little better. So I'll let you add it. Okay, and then we'll put that together later. I'm gonna grab our 5-hole channels. Oh yeah, you're looking at mounting some numbers. That'll be nice. So you guys 3D printed this solution, which I really like that numbers, those alliance signs. There we go.
Good.
And I mount our torque servo in a servo block.
So they're reversible. So in between matches, you don't have to go find your blue alliance marker. It's just on there, and then you slide it in and out for each match.
Super nice. So it'll be nice to show those on the robot, and I'm glad that it's your team number. That's gonna be cool.
They should ideally look pretty nice and clean.
Those do look nice. Yeah. I'm excited. Yeah, that's one of those controversial rule changes for this season. I'm excited. I like them, but I do get the like, you know, it would make a lot of the robots that I made when I was in FTC a little uglier if they had that like big sign of the Alliance color on the side.
Yeah. It's also just a bit challenging finding a spot for it.
Because it's so large.
They're pretty big. I can't remember the dimensions, but they're noticeable.
Yeah.
All right, so I'm going to bolt up this torque servo, which is the wrist. I don't know that we'll keep the wrist. One of the things I'm curious about is maybe a separate mechanism for specimen.
Yeah.
But I'm interested to see, like, we could focus and say this robot is going to be for samples or it's going to be for specimen. And I think that builds a very different robot.
It does, yeah.
I still like the extension, even if we were a specimen-specific robot, because it makes intaking so much easier.
Right.
Oh, that robot?
Yeah.
I see.
Trying to get it where you can see what you guys are doing on your hand.
Oh, that makes sense. All right. Yep. So this is our wrist, which, yeah, isn't. So its purpose, the wrist purpose in the starter bot, is to keep everything inside 18 and also allow you to score specimen. John, did you do the quiz? What did you get?
You got a 97 of 106. You got a 98 of 106.
Oh, thank goodness.
You beat it by
I can still be his boss. Yes. 5 years more of experience, and I won by 1 point. Oh dear. Hey, that's good, right? Like, that's what it was supposed to be. Yeah, you were in FTC for longer than I've been in FTC, so we're the same age, okay? Right? Okay, I forgot that, I think. So I started FTC in my sophomore year, which was rescue. And did you block party? So,
Rescue, that's when Peacock is.
yep.
Yeah.
So I started the first year that you could be a 5-digit team. And they were the rookie teams, like, oh man. No, so they weren't, I was like, Weapons of Mass Construction's too new. Those students, before they were Weapons of Mass Construction, were on Knoxville 4-H, like 8 something. They used to be the Insurmountable Toast. And they were a rookie team, like rookie members, and they built a box with the smallest 2-motor drivetrain you could make. It was like a wooden box, and they put a tape measure hang on it. And I think that robot won North Super Regionals as a second pick because they just hung every single time. Like,
Dang.
they didn't do anything else. They just hung every single time. And, like, that's the year that I think is almost... I think that a rescue hang is easier than this hang. But rescue hang was so many points and it was so hard that not very many teams did it. And it could get you to be pretty competitive at a pretty high level.
What team were you on?
That year I was on 44-43, the Sock Monkeys. And then I was on that team for a couple of years, and then I ended up on Recharge, so 72-36, until I graduated in Relic Recovery. I was on that team for 1 year. That was that team's worst year. So we did fine. Like, we got an Innovate Nom at Worlds. We built kind of a silly robot. It was just not the most optimal in about anyway, but it was fun. And then the year before, they were a first pick by the First Alliance at Worlds and got knocked out at semis because the Bombers and I can't remember their alliance partner were really good. And the year after, they were very good. They were Worlds finalists.
Dang.
So, sandwiched by 2 really good generations of team, I just happened to be the one that did the worst.
I mean, a World's appearance for the worst is pretty
It's
good
not
still.
bad.
Yeah.
I will say, like, Worlds was easier to get to. So,
Yeah, fair.
especially in Iowa, we had 200 or so teams that year.
How many
We
spots is that?
had, well, so that was when there were 2 Worlds, and that was the last year of Supers. So 2 Supers, Iowa got 12 slots.
Dang.
And we advanced off Control when Control was the lowest advancing award.
Dang.
And then we got to Worlds from North Super Regionals on Control 2. So
Wow.
it was just kind of a different era of getting to Worlds.
Yeah.
I will say, you didn't have to win Inspire or win the event. Is there an STL for the Alliance marker number signs somewhere?
Ooh. So we have the holders, an STL for that, but is Alliance specific?
Is it an on-shape?
Fusion. Okay.
Yeah, because
We can import that STL into Onshape though.
the problem, I was thinking on-shape because we could just share that file and they could edit the team number on, but yeah, it's a bit of a,
You guys can redraw it.
yeah,
Yeah, true. You could redraw it.
The STL, yes.
Yeah.
Frame holder, yes. And it matches the build a pattern.
We're going to mount this in kind of an interesting way, and I'm interested to see how it goes. We're going to bolt this servo hub to the end of the linear slide.
Oh, that's gonna be fun.
Yeah, it's you know, so it's going to be the same mounting as
Okay.
the end effector on the starter robot,
Okay.
but it is just going to be, it's going to look a little worse because it's not going to be bolted to something that is as substantial. It's going to work, but it's not going to look quite as nice.
That's all good. Yeah. Why haven't I been?
Oh yeah,
doing
and
that?
button
That makes more
heads.
sense.
Yeah, I'll run button heads. I'm going through 1.5 of Viper Slide, 1.5 of into threaded holes, which are 5. So I'm gonna run like 8s. Okay, this is much better than it was in Actobotics, where it's like I'm going through. Oh man, I don't remember what the wall thickness of Acto is. 0.1 maybe?
Oh boy.
I think 0.1, and then you're going into a hub that's, man, all my Actobotics knowledge has left my brain.
Cause go build it better.
Yeah, rest in peace, Acto. It has been gone for a couple of years now. But yeah, I guess I've just forgotten all of the dimensions. I do remember, and will always remember, 1063 which is like that weird pattern that is the equivalent of the 32 mil pattern in Go Builder, because it's a 1.5 inch bolt circle, and it's 2 holes that it's like the distance between the 2 holes on a 1.5 inch bolt circle.
Interesting.
And a bunch of parts were that dimension because that was the dimension that made a lot of sense. But it was just a really weird number. The head of an M3 is 6, isn't it? Darn it. No, 5.5. Still larger than 4 mil. So I can't go through that 4 mil hole. So I've got to unbolt this and then put it back in. Do you want single blocks for that? Would that be better? Would that look nicer?
I mean, I'm just gonna do this and the same thing on the other side, and then
That works. That's fine. Oh yeah, I need to put the screw bolt on.
I'm back.
Nice.
Oh, hi.
Welcome.
Hello.
Okay, so I'm bolting the end effector mounting onto the end of the Viper slide.
By the way, Ethan, Jameson says to check your DMs when you get the chance.
So I saw that. I saw a video, and I'm a little nervous. I will say I'm not gonna. I'm a little nervous to watch a video on the live stream. Not that I don't trust Jameson. I trust Jameson, but you know, like I feel like this is a reasonable rule.
All right.
This
okay.
feels so cursed. This is so cursed. It's great, and it's the exact same way the starter kit robot is.
What are you doing?
But it just looks
I'm
weird.
using line markers.
Okay.
Hold for hold.
Hope, would you like some stuff to build?
Sure.
Okay.
I'm
What I'm working on right now is recreating this end effector. So all the parts you need should be on that table.
Okay.
Have fun.
Which side should I be on? Where I'm out of the way. Here?
This side.
Okay.
Yes. So
Yeah.
you'll need the 5-hole low side channels. So that's the second length of, yep, those. You'll need both of
Both?
those. And then that should be a lot of what you need. You'll need a low side dual block, this guy. And I think that'll be a lot of it. So you're just creating this assembly here, and it's going to go on
Sorry.
the end there.
Cool.
So there's that. That's this joint in here.
All right.
And then we'll be able to bolt the servo with the gecko wheels that were just cut to this taller channel. And I'm going to go eat, so I'll be right back.
Now you guys have to.
Sorry, I wouldn't have taken so long.
The food is tasty. I'll say that.
Oh.
Sorry about that.
Oh, you're trying to pull my hair. Okay, so this way? Yeah, that looks right. 1, 2, 3. How many up is that? 6 and 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then like this.
You guys should talk about what you've been doing all season.
I'm focused, so that's on you.
Yeah. So some of the things that we've been.
Any good experiences in FTC you want to talk about?
This year we worked a lot on. Here, you do this. Because if I'm gonna talk, I can't do both. And then I'll.
Are these the same one? Yeah.
Yeah, well, they go. Hold on. These go together. This one is like 6 up and
Okay.
6 that way, 6 or 7. That's what I was just trying to figure out where they were put.
All right. I got it.
Yeah. Here,
Okay.
I'll hold this for you, and
Okay.
then I can talk, and that's helpful and productive. This year our team had to figure out a lot of like communication stuff, and once we figured that out, every meeting was just like a blast. Like figuring that out was not fun, but once we did, that was all. Like every meeting was just fun to hang out with each other. CRI was a lot of fun as well.
I agree.
Getting to chant was actually my favorite part. Chanting from the stands, getting really into watching matches was fun. I was so up and about during CRI that I think I was in the pit when we first got there and to pick up my stuff at the end of the day. Otherwise, I was running around doing things, watching matches, helping, talking to other teams. So CRI was a lot of fun to just be up and around.
Yeah.
What about you? That's just from this season.
Yeah.
So we can talk about other seasons as well, right?
Yeah.
That was part of the question.
Um.
Do you need me to keep holding this?
No, you're
Okay.
good for now, I think.
Oh, it stays there.
hey, that's
Awesome.
convenient.
Awesome.
I think. FTC moments.
FTC moments.
I mean, yeah, I really can't think of
Learning
any
how to
specific examples, but just the fun moments at meetings with
Yeah.
friends and stuff. Probably my favorite. Worlds. Yeah, I mean, Worlds is cool.
I can't speak on that one.
Worlds is just cool. Dang.
It's pretty solid.
Pretty solid. I mean,
Do you want me to do it now so you can talk?
I'm good. I mean, do you want to?
I just can't do two things at once.
But Worlds
this.
is really cool because you get to meet a ton of different teams from all around the world and interact with them. Yeah, maybe.
Okay. It's
But
7.
I just really
Are you mounting it
enjoy.
this way now? Yes.
Yes.
Sorry, I'm interrupting.
I enjoy interacting with all the different teams at Worlds, just meeting new people. Also, like on the FTC Discord, meet some people who you've interacted with there, which is cool.
What about like learning how to design? How was that?
Yeah, learning how to design is a pain getting started. Not super fun, but I would recommend it because once you do get used to it, it's a ton of fun because you get to take stuff from your imagination and make it real.
I'm starting to learn how to design, and I'm already having fun with it. Last year, I tried to. Well, I was actually taught, well, somewhat taught last year, and it just didn't click for me. But now this year, it just clicks for me now, and so I've been having fun with it. It's gonna be my first year on the design team, really. So I've been really only mechanical and drive team. Like power play, I was human player. Center stage, I was head driver. Jackson was second driver. But yeah, it's gonna be fun this season.
I've done everything.
You have, yeah.
Each year I've done something different. I did, I want to say, drive the first year. Drive, and then I got nervous and abandoned drive. And then I started doing build. And then I got tired of competing for my building because if you haven't noticed, my common sense lacks in building. So I was too slow for what we needed for the team at the time. So if I'm gonna build, I really only build during the summer. Put that down. And then what else is there? Just programming, which I'm doing right
Yep.
now. I'm doing programming. I love programming.
You said that you wanted to try and get back on the drive team.
Yeah, I was thinking about getting back on drive team, but I need to. Oh, those are not attached, Jackson.
Oh, there. What?
Those are not in.
Was that me?
What, brother?
Wait, what?
Brother, we're doing two separate things. What is that? I don't know.
Just have to tighten this. Oh, I
Me
see.
or you?
I
Who made
see
a
what I
mistake?
did.
Was you?
It was me. Yeah.
Sorry.
Put too long of screws in, so they're.
That wasn't a.
Okay.
Yeah.
I
no.
mean, that was usually it's my fault. So.
Yeah.
But I like programming because the way the numbers and like just I love learning languages. So then learning to program was like learning a whole new language that was way more satisfying than just any other spoken language. Like, I don't know, just the way things go together to create those programs and like autonomous, and I really like to do teleop. I love programming teleop if I'm going to program something. And feeling like an expert at something, that's what programming makes me feel like. Programming makes me feel like I'm really smart. So that kind of adds to the satisfaction.
I mean, programming can be tedious at times.
Yeah, it's very frustrating, but it's like algebra. When you're bad at algebra and then you figure it out, figuring out and making those like formulas and problems work, that is really satisfying, and all of a
Yeah,
sudden
so real.
every negative thing you've said about math is like gone from your brain. You're like, oh yes, I figured it out. That's what programming is like to me. Like it could be the most
screw.
shorter. Well, we don't have any. Oh, here's one. Just kidding. Those are button heads. So I don't know if we have. Here's another small. I don't know.
Here.
Smaller. What was I talking about?
Algebra and how.
Oh, that's what programming is like for me. Programming, once you finally figure it out, it's really satisfying. But what I meant earlier is usually I don't have to just figure it out. I can usually get it to work the first time, or at least the second time. So
Yeah.
that is why I like programming. Just because it doesn't take me so long to process everything whenever I'm learning.
Makes it go quicker, yeah.
Yeah. And this is going to sound really obnoxious, but it was really easy for me to learn.
And some people are like that, you know?
I just picked up on it.
Yeah.
Which is
Chat,
why I stuck to it.
do we like the numbers?
Chat. 10355. There's
Yeah.
another one. The one you gave away. So while I was eating, you guys were cutting wheels?
Yep. For the intake.
Unfair. We had Chinese food for dinner.
Yeah. It was good. So Hinton Robotics Club says, where can I find that file for the holder? So we have not released the holder yet. It does fit with the Go Build a hole pattern. So that's always a bonus.
I was going to say, I don't know what we're talking about.
We'll be figuring that out soon just to get that out to you. We'll probably post on the actual Discord, probably Robot Showcase or something like that, just so that all other teams can have that as well. So.
So,
Yeah.
I don't have things to ask. Do you have another question? Or is there anything else in chat? Do you want to bring chat over here?
Chat, where do you want to go? You want to go over here? You're going over here. You're going over here.
Chat,
now.
left or right? Because we're not really working on this right now. Move this up here. Yay! Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Move that all the way on the table. Chat. Ask us questions. Real questions.
We mean by real questions.
Not silly questions. Unless they're like actual fun, silly questions. But if you're just going to ask filler questions, that's no fun. Team tags can, yes.
So
Team
yeah,
tags can be alliance markers.
Yep. So with the new competition manual, the alliance markers and team numbers are now combined. So there's no longer the red square or blue circle. Or is that backwards? I don't know. The square
Red square, blue
circles.
circle,
Yeah, red square, blue circle. You now have to have your. Where's the plate? You now have to have them built in to your sign or your team number. So for Blue Alliance, you need to have your background as blue, or red needs to be, the background needs to be red.
It's so it's easier to see from the stands, really.
Yeah.
And for refs.
refs, yeah.
Jameson says, are you going to balance the arm or just make the chassis heavy?
That's a great question.
We're trying to keep it light, really, so probably not.
Honestly, the arm is going to be pretty balanced
Yeah.
because the motor's back here, and then we have our intake up here. That's pretty much it. If we need to, we can put the motor somewhere else, or loosen up, or reduce weight up top, but it should be fine because it's a 117 RPM motor to
You got it.
geared down a lot, so it has more torque. So
Yeah. If we do have issues with the robot tipping or anything, we will probably just add weight
Yep.
to the
Yeah.
front of the robot.
or wherever it needs.
Or,
But yeah.
I think earlier in the very beginning of the stream, we showed off how you can just push yourself back up with the regular kitbot.
That is
We haven't
true.
explored that with ours yet because it's got those slides. But I figure we can do something similar where you can just like push yourself back up.
If needed. Ideally, that won't happen.
Yeah.
You don't want power play happening again. So
Don't drive with your arm up. You may tip over. Exactly.
right. So
Jameson says so it just doesn't flip over the back.
yeah, I think it flips over the back.
Yeah.
But
Guys, where are the questions? Ooh, I have a question for chat. Put. Hold on. Hold up. In this game. Oh. That wasn't a question.
what's good, Ethan?
Hi, Mark.
If you're from Oklahoma and you're in the chat, put a blue heart.
Yeah. Well, is Oklahoma blue?
Well, our flag is blue.
Okay. Yeah, I guess it is. That makes sense. Yeah,
Made sense to
I like
me.
it.
Yeah.
I like it. What color would Kansas be? Our flag is blue.
Blue.
Counterpoint.
Blue's taken.
Wheat. Brown. Wheat.
I just said blue because our flag is blue.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like it. I like the blue.
Hey, from Illinois.
Woo.
I know people from Chicago.
Chicago.
Lots
Chicago is really nice up
We
there.
were
They're
just
home
in
to a very fun
Chicago.
FTC
Yeah, we were
off-season
just-
event.
Yeah.
Yeah. How did you guys do at CRI?
So we had some issues, like our mechanism, like skipping and like after autonomous, it like went outside the robot and was like stuck on the bottom of the robot. So we couldn't do anything with it before the match except for defense.
Yep.
So we lost 3 matches because of that, I think. And then one of the matches, our wire going from our battery switch to, it was from the battery to the control hub. It, like the connector, like sheared off. So we had no power for that match, so we took our robot off so we can repair it. And then, so after qualifications, we were ranked 33rd out
Okay.
of like 37. Yeah. And the sixth alliance captain picked us for their first pick. So that was AI Citizens. They
That's
picked,
nice.
Yeah, it was definitely an honor being picked by them for their first pick, and being recognized from them.
If you'd like to bolt, these standoffs go in here, and there's 4 of them. So you can bolt those into one of those wheels.
Which with
Um,
screws?
yeah.
These?
These will work?
Oh, these?
Sure.
Cool.
Either way.
Cool.
Doesn't super matter. I think the black screw would look nice inside the black wheel.
While we're working on it, or while I'm working on this, does someone want to talk about, for the people who like just joined, it says, for those of us who just joined recently, can you please give a brief overview of how each of your robots is going to execute the tasks for the competition?
Okay,
Yeah.
so we from the Go Build a Starter kit, we changed it and we modified it to make it Mechanum, so then we're able to strafe left and right when scoring.
Yeah.
And
Actually,
then
that was all of them.
currently we have the same similar kind of arm. Granted, we have an extension on here, so we can actually intake from inside the submersible.
Submersible.
Yeah, words.
Oh.
And then we can also reach that high basket whenever.
Yeah.
And then
That's going to be sweet.
it is because comparing scoring from the high basket to the low basket, I think it's a 4-point difference compared.
Oh, wow. I don't remember what the point differential is. That's pretty substantial.
Yeah, compared to that 2-point difference between putting a specimen on the high rung and putting a sample in the high basket, which is
Yeah.
a 2-point difference.
Yep.
So teams may actually prioritize going for the high bucket because it could be faster compared to having to clip on those
On the
clips and
Oh, yeah.
put the specimens on the rungs.
Where is Hilton, Iowa? I have no
That's
idea.
a great question.
So I don't think there's a lot of Iowa geography that I've forgotten since I haven't lived there for almost 6 years, which
Yeah.
blows my mind.
Saw your plug.
Ugh. But I don't think I ever knew that one. Watch it be like a big city, and I'm gonna be totally off.
Can Joshua Smith says, can you show us the grip force Macadam wheels side by side with the old 96 millimeter ones?
there's some up there.
Yeah, there should be on the wall up there. Is it?
Here you go, bro.
Yeah, Hilton.
That's a hard city to Google because it's the same as the hotel.
Yeah.
I think it's up, but I don't know how to use your computer.
That's valid.
Hilton, Iowa.
Interesting.
Hilton
I'm excited.
Robotics Club.
Yeah, the Hilton Robotics
Wow.
Club from Hilton, Iowa. That's somewhere.
That makes sense.
I'm gonna Google Hilton, Iowa population.
Switched over. Yeah.
Oh, not population is
For
wild.
So
488. I don't feel as bad.
Let's see. The grip force ones are slightly larger than the 96 millimeters, and there's also you can't really see it, I don't think, but the little bumps on the rollers. Yeah. I mean, other than that, pretty much the same as the old 96 millimeters.
So the rubber rollers they're actually grippier, and so they have more traction, and they're also slightly larger in diameter. So whenever you're strafing, it's much faster compared to the old rollers.
Yeah, those are. And shout out to Roboctopi. I can't remember their team number.
14496.
Okay.
I believe.
Okay,
Close.
sounds right.
Yeah.
They're the California one. They noticed a really interesting kind of issue with the 96 mil wheels in that the plate is a little too close to the tangent.
It's Hinton, not Hilton. Hinton.
Okay, interesting.
That's where it is.
Okay, I can't.
Oh, the map.
Thanks, producer Shane. We know where it is.
Up 75, apparently.
I really like that this grabs the end of the zip tie too, so that you can conveniently put it in your trash pocket.
Yeah.
Am I doing this right? Hi.
But yeah,
doing it right?
we actually were
looks good.
talking to Roboctopi about making our own custom urethane tires that were large in diameter, using the
To where there
old metal casings.
Yep.
Sorry.
But now we don't have to do that anymore.
Yeah,
That's
and
why
they
I
do a
asked.
very similar thing
Right.
by they're creating more clearance between the plates, the seal plate on the 96s, and the tile by making the roller larger. And we're able to control the plate itself to create that additional clearance. And at the same time, we really wanted to increase the grip. That would be the thing that would really get you excited about a different set of mechanisms. Mechanisms are a big investment for a lot of teams, and they're nice, and it's a complex, expensive parts to make. But so we needed an advantage, a big reason to. If you're just making them strafe a little smoother, there's not a good reason to. So that was really the final thing that pushed us over the ledge of, let's say, okay, let's stop and try to innovate and make an actually better Mecanum wheel. So I think we did it.
Ethan.
They have a lot
agree.
more grip.
Can I say hi to my friend?
Sure.
Hi, Stacy.
Yeah, that's great.
She says here in all caps.
Yeah. I looked it up. So Hinton is up by Sioux City, which means it is very far away from where I grew up. I always forget how big Iowa is. We get if you've bought belts from us, you probably have seen D&D Belts, D&D Global Belts, and they're an Iowa company. And I'm like, oh, I should just go visit them. And then they're like 5 hours from where my parents live, and I was like, oh man.
Yeah, flooded too.
Yeah, it did, and they have been fine. I think they are
All right.
still. Apparently, the flood did not make the belt machines go down.
That's nice.
Yeah.
So the robot, the starter kit robot, the example robot can hang. It can do a level 2 ascent.
Yeah.
So it can hang on the first bar. We don't have any concrete plans for making this robot hang on the second bar. It's a lot more difficult. Okay, so we're working on the intake over here. We have the chassis together. We have the arm bolted on. We have the linear slide on, and we have about an hour and 40 minutes.
Dang.
So we have to figure out what our path forward is for tonight. We can probably get everything put together. We can grab that control hub and try to get some code written, or we can say, let's make this robot drive tomorrow, and let's do some mechanical
I like that idea.
polishing today. Let's see here.
What do you think we should do?
Let's finish putting this intake together.
Yeah, I like that idea.
One of the things we'll have to figure out is, with this length of linear slide, making sure we still fit in the box.
Right.
So this should be able to fold in, but there's a world where we might have to have this fold 180 all the way in to fit in the box. I think that might work. I always keep forgetting that this robot is shorter than the default, so you can be a little proud of the front of the drivetrain. We also still have to decide. Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's like 15.
Yep. We also still have to decide which direction the front of the robot is.
I think the front
Okay,
should
and then
be...
before you bolt that back on, we're gonna bolt it on through a servo hub.
Good catch.
Yep, here we go. So this goes into the deep side,
All right.
and then you run through the through holes on this hub.
into the deep side.
Into the deep.
Oh.
Oh. This is a
Slapper.
Yep.
There it goes, slipper.
Knee slapper.
It always comes out on our Robot in 3 Day streams that my dad and I just have the same sense of humor, because I'll crack some joke and I'm like, oh man, that is exactly what my dad would have said right there, and it's always fun. These two parts are both just right on 32.
Hinton Robotics Club says we're also about 15 minutes away from Lamar's, Iowa,
The ice cream capital of the world?
the ice cream
That's
capital
pretty
of the
sick.
world.
This might be worth the drive, guys.
Interesting.
I don't know. That
How long was the drive again? You said 5?
I think it would be like 4.5
4
hours.
hours.
So I'm from Oskaloosa, and it's basically, we're not quite the southeast corner of Iowa, but we're not far from it. We're, let's see, an hour from Keokuk, which is pretty much that corner, and so it's
I have
basically
no
as
idea
far
what
away
that
from
is.
we can get.
I thought Oklahoma names were hard.
Yeah.
There are some.
Yeah,
It's
that's
fun.
crazy.
I won't laugh as loud next time. Sorry, chat. I looked up and saw the audio peak, and I was like, oh, that's awkward.
I think about that every time we laugh because of what they said during
Yeah.
the check.
That's
No
okay.
joy.
I'll laugh. No joy.
No joy.
Okay, so this is kind of funky because these are all like,
Hi, Mom.
oh, I was supposed to flip the wheel. I knew this when I
Flip
when
where?
I did this. So on this example robot, the servo hub needs to be on the shallow side.
Oh.
I think that means that these all have to be on the other side of the wheel too, but they don't really have to. It'll just have a gap between the two wheels.
All right.
Honestly, that
Let's
might
just have a
be...
gap.
We'll see what it looks like, and
Yeah.
if it looks too bad.
If it's
then
trash, we'll redo
Yeah.
it.
It'll probably.
I think it'll be fine.
Yeah, and honestly, that might not be a bad thing because then we have
Yeah.
more room to intake, you know?
Maybe.
We're gonna do
Yeah.
an A-Rex shaft. Is gonna press this out. Oh no.
Iowan.
This is way better.
Mars has some
Sounds
good
good.
ice cream.
I apparently need to take a trip to
Yeah,
Lamar's.
I think we all do.
Next time I think we all do.
Yeah.
I don't know how far away it would be from here. Probably
A few hours?
10 hours, somewhere
Oh.
in there.
Robo Scout Squad says, how long are your chassis channels?
Which direction?
Yeah.
Because they're
both.
14
Yeah, I guess.
hole...
It's up there on the board if you can't remember.
14.
Yeah, 14 hole long
it's
and
way off.
8 hole cross beam, so that'd be
Yeah.
10 hole long in total.
Ashar's in the chat.
Ashar! What's up, bro?
Our number
our press
neighbors,
person.
10354.
Shout out to them. Yes, sir.
FRC isn't into 5 digits yet, is it? Okay.
I don't know.
It might be close.
Maybe.
Is it one of these days?
Because our rookie FRC team was 9462, so I think we could probably hit 5 digits this season.
Okay. This is a great example of a part that was a press fit. So a lot of the parts in GoBuild are meant to fit in together really smoothly. But these specific 2 parts, one of them is either a little under or one of them is a little over. So this is very stuck in here. A great way to get that out is to use screws. So we have the threaded holes and we have a piece of channel. Yeah. So we're going to grab some long screws and we're going to pull that part out by threading some screws into it.
Yes, sir.
This is a great
Do you
little
want to answer that?
example.
Where? Oh.
Well,
Oh, you can reply.
What's your question?
In chat. They want us to reply in chat where Anthony is.
So.
Who wants to delicately handle that? Because the reindeer games. We
Yeah.
competed for
I'm
our
very
spots.
confused.
We
What do you mean by this?
Well, he also
We-
couldn't. Anthony
Yeah.
couldn't come. He's
we
at a.
competed, and he was busy, so he missed the competition.
He has a lot going on right now
missed.
with school and
Our,
robotics, of course. And so he sadly
hold
could
on.
not make this work.
well, you gotta. It's got to be in chat because they can't turn their sound on.
Oh.
So
this is too picky.
He was,
Yeah.
he was too busy.
Yep, there we go.
yeah.
Yep, that
They
thing.
get the minimized answer. They can look back
Bang.
at the stream archive if they want to know the whole thing. All right, we're using our press tool here. A piece of channel, and we're threading some screws
That's
in.
wild.
You know, the other nice
If it works,
thing
works.
is now we have a piece of channel which we can grab, which is a much larger thing to grab onto than the
That's
wheel.
really clever though.
Yeah.
I've never thought of that.
More torque, yeah.
Usually we just like pry it out with
Nice.
something.
Yep.
Yeah.
In a lot of cases, especially when you're working on cars, there are things that are meant to be press fit. So like they're held in by being a really tight interference fit between 2 parts. And a lot of times to get those parts out, you have something like this where you're threading a screw in and pulling that part in or out. So very similar to like a press fit part in a car. I cannot think of an example of right now.
Maybe someone in chat can.
Yeah. What's a press fit part in a car?Maybe
What?
like a
Lots of bearings you do that.
Yeah, I guess a wheel bearing would be a good one. I generally say if it's a press fit, I don't really want to do it that bad and then pay somebody to.
I'm not acknowledging that one.
Okay, now we flip this around. We're going to pull it back in the core of the wheel.
Hold on, I'm just taking a picture of this. Hold up.
There we go. Now we can screw this in and you'll go through the through holes into the thread holes in the standoffs.
Go show your dad.
Yeah, that is quite funny.
Okay.
This.
A
Oh,
crankshaft balancer, that's a fun one.
It's Anthony.
Anthony.
How are you going to approach the
Antos.
engineering challenge of the second rung?
We are going to build a robot and then see if we have any ideas.
Yeah.
I think is the answer.
Is it
We
great?
don't have any great ideas right now. That's hard. That's a difficult one.
For sure.
But we have an arm that we know can pick up the robot onto the first rung, and we have a linear slide. Like maybe we can deposit a hook and winch up. Being fully above that is going to be tough.
I have a couple things to say.
Yeah.
Hi, Moo Moo. Someone asks, is a press fit part really hard to remove? Is what I'm going to think that
Sometimes.
says.
Yeah.
Ashar says Anthony's watching in all caps. And GoBuilda says, I heard that blinker fluid is press fit into the blinker.
I do feel like once it's in there,
Yep.
you probably don't need that much more.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. So I drive an old BMW. I don't need any blinker fluid. Because as known, BMWs don't use their turn signals. So
Yeah.
they're not required. It's fine.
George says, is Project Peacock going to APOC this season?
Oh, APOC. Oh.
What is APOC?
That's the
don't
Asian
know what it is.
Pacific something something.
Oh, is it in
It's-
Australia?
yeah.
I don't
Yeah.
know what it is.
There's an Australia FTC off season this
Yeah.
year?
Yeah.
That's cool.
There was one power play too. I know.
So-
Probably
It'd be super sick if we could, though.
not, but
Get us plane tickets, we're going.
yeah.
Fundraising.
Because that used to be one. I wonder if it's the same like off-season like bloodline as the Australia off-season that was around when I was in FTC. Do you remember that, John?
Yeah, there was an Asia Pacific Invitational that was around in like 2013.
2013.
Might be the same people.
That would make sense. It feels like a very similar name. I forgot about
The
that.
Brainstormers went to it in Power Play, actually. I know.
Really?
Yeah. I didn't
That's
know about
cool.
this.
That'd be
Yeah,
fun.
So it was at the same time at CRI. And
Okay, they had to pick one. CRI is a ton of fun. I love the
is.
modified game.
Yeah.
I went
But-
to my first CRI this season, so that was fun. I had missed one, and then I went to MTI instead.
MTI is also fun.
Yeah, I definitely like CRI better than MTI though.
MTI is
Just as-
super competitive.
Yeah, it was
You
was
might
a lot
have to
more,
loosen those bolts.
like
The server.
collaborative at CRI.
Right.
Even the pits were a little more
I can see some-
jovial.
Yeah, I can see that. MTI is really looked at like the peak of FTC competition.
Yeah.
Because there are so few teams there. And every team there is good.
Yeah.
Where CRI it isn't quite at that same level of like competition. You aren't playing the same game, so it's a little more fun. I also I love the MTI team. I also love the CRI team. I think they've just put on a fun event.
Yeah.
They're fun people.
I mean, some parts of MTI, it's MTI is only about the robots, right? So at some parts of MTI, it may not be as fun. Like we went in Power Play. Some parts of it, like being super stressed about just the robot factor of it, wasn't very fun to us. To some of us, but CRI on the other hand, that's just a blast because it's kind of more low key, you know. Like it's not because MTI is like almost worlds round two, you know.
It is. Yeah, in
the
some ways
All-Star
it's like a higher level.
Right, and having a more chill event, you know, that's always more fun. Like this year. In CRI, with how much commotion there was and like collisions, Extendo was not the meta.
Yep, that's cool.
It completely changed from Extendo being the meta until it not, because there's so much cool traffic and having 6 robots on the field and more double set of trusses. That was just a lot.
Yep.
But it did cause some good interference. I'll say that.
I'm excited about the extension limit this year. I think it makes more interesting robots.
Yeah.
I'm excited. It wouldn't be the right fit for every game, but I think it's the right fit for this game.
I agree.
have a
So
question.
it could also like not turn to Rover Ruckus.
Shoot.
Is using a second linear slide for level 2 hang viable, and then the arm for level 3?
Oh.
I
don't mind that idea.
That was one of our ideas in the car.
Yeah, so one of our ideas that we had was almost like, kind of like doing a Cookie Bots kind of a climb, so, or Cookie Bots in general. So having this pitchable arm as you climbing on to the first rung, and then having slides on right here,
wild, yeah.
and like you could like fold up onto it, and then your slides shoot up, grab, and pull it.
That's this game is hard.
Yeah, I know, right?
Like, I'm interested. I like that idea. So like, I wonder if you could have, say, a linear actuator kit that could pull you up onto that first bar, and then if you could hook onto the second bar with this arm and then winch up.
Yeah.
Possible, but you do have to get above that first bar, so you'd have to be like all the way upside down.
Yeah.
Not trivial for sure. Okay, so you have the intake about ready.
Yep.
This is the exact intake from the starter bot. Which side of this robot is forward?
Honestly, I think that should be forward.
That should be forward, and then we extend into the crater, the thingy.
Yeah.
probably
Submersible?
also prevent tipping.
Yeah.
Right.
Because if we're out this way, and then up and down, I think that would work really well. All right, so let's mount that intake in that orientation, but this direction. So this channel is down. Yep. And then that goes,
It's Cameron.
it doesn't really matter
Yeah.
as much where this goes.
Okay.
Somewhere in there is going to be great, because we'll have independent control of this pitch.
Yeah.
And it's going to change depending on how far the arm is extended, so we'll have to have some cool code there.
Aiden Childress asks, what's the strategy y'all have for hanging on the second bar during endgame? We don't.
Yeah, we're going to figure it out.
Yeah.
We're
That
going to
is-
try.
That's the fun part.
That's the strategy. We don't.
Or
We're working on that one.
that might not be in the goal or in the scope
Yeah.
of our
Yeah.
3 Ace. Like, That is a difficult challenge.
Very
I want to have some
challenging.
ideas. I think it'd be sweet too,
Yeah.
but it's not going to be easy.
Ultimately, may not pull
Does
it off.
anybody in chat have ideas
Yeah.
that they've come up with? Since we're all from different places.
Yep.
Yeah. And I've been looking
Do you
at
want me to
like
hold this for
the
you?
fun,
Yeah, thank you.
like Robot 30 hours.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't seen any like second rung climbed yet.
I was going to ask if any of the other short-term builds, because we tend to be the last short-term build to be done.
Yeah.
And a lot of that's just because we chunk it up into multiple days of 5-hour streams.
Yeah.
We're trying to be. They tend to have a lot of teams building robots, so you
Right.
can always jump into different ones. We tend to be like like basically the same 5 to 4 people building robots for like hours, so it's harder to be entertaining the whole time.
Yeah.
Sweet. So we'll have an
Teamwork.
intake on, and then I say after this we go over the field and just kind of move this robot around and see
Yeah.
if the dimensions are about right for what we want. I think even without this robot running, we'll be able to have a pretty good idea of what it's going to look like.
Right. And then
Sorry.
no, that's all good. And then
You're fine.
I
we
stood
can-
right in front of him.
Oh,
For now, I mean, we could
Needle is not
remount the hook, but
true.
um,
We can look at a more secure hook potentially.
right. I mean, if
Oh, are those screws too long?
Scared me. No, it just
so.
wasn't.
Just
We
not
tightened
lined
one
up.
too much.
Oh, yeah. And then it's hard to get the second one aligned.
I mean, if we're not gonna if we're gonna like redesign the hook,
Yeah.
then there's really no point in putting it on yet. So we can just leave it off.
So, hey, when did we say we weren't going to redesign that?
Huh? Yeah, well, yeah. Like when it's
You mean right now?
yeah.
Oh, sorry. I was
It's
like,
okay.
I thought we were. It's on our list.
Yeah, we'll get to it. We'll get to it.
One of the nice things
Sorry.
we can do for, at least until we have, and even if we do have some really smart programming that keeps our arm at the right height, we can add some Omni wheels to where the Omni wheels will roll along the ground and we can rotate our robot and still have
Right.
that at the correct intake height. So we might want to add that.
Yeah.
Today would be a pretty good day to do that
Yeah.
because we're kind of going to be in that point where we're adding some stuff and then we're going to be able to do some testing tomorrow. Can that intake fold around so we're inside the box enough? I wonder. That might result in
Do we
some
have
more.
a sizing cube here?
We don't,
Dang. Okay.
but we have some blocks.
honestly, it's probably rough, but
Oh, wait, we have some ideas.
so if 18's
Looks
right
possible to
there,
fit in 18.
Yeah.
And if our extension limit, if our robot is going to extend out forward, and then that bit in, like, this is not really hurting our extension limit.
Right.
If our robot extended backward, then this does hurt our extension limit because now our 42-inch box has to start there. But our 42-inch box will start here either way,
we could
and it'll go forward.
So, we
Yeah.
got mentions of FRC,
Also, no,
FRC, which we watched on the way here
Yeah.
as
Yeah.
well. So,
Yeah,
same
there are
page.
some cool hangs in like 2013 that did some
Hinton.
FRC.
Hinton Robotics says their idea is have 2 slide kits. One would grab the first rung, and then from there would extend to the second slide and grab the second rung. That was my idea too. So
But-
I second that idea.
how do you get over that first bar
Yeah.
to get that third ascent level, that 30 points locked in?
That's where we got stuck.
Because
And sorry,
Definitely.
go ahead.
okay, because the idea of having 2 sets of slides is a good idea. I agree. It's just the fact of getting over that bar. So
Shall we move on?
what?
Sorry.
Okay, no, that's good.
Anthony, is this for Ethan or for us? Because I can ask him.
They're in their way for that. Sorry.
I'm going to ask Ethan.
Okay, what's up?
What's your opinion on Robonaut's rapid react climb?
Is Rapid React 2013?
It's 2022, I believe.
same year.
I don't know that I've seen it.
Same year as Great Frenzy, the ones where they
Yeah.
shot
Interesting.
into the middle
Yeah,
thing.
that's 2022.
Oh yes, because they had. That's the year where you had the monkey bars climb in
Yeah.
FRC.
So how their climb worked was that they climbed and then it swung to the second one and then it swung out again and
Is that
climbed.
the one we watched in the car?
Yeah.
Okay, what are your guys' thoughts on it?
I mean, go ahead.
You go ahead. You showed it to me, actually, so you should go first.
I think it's a really cool idea. Question would be, do we have enough like torque to get over in over that first bar, you know. But we'll find out, you know.
I thought it was cool. He pulled it up when I was trying to describe my idea, and he was like, "You mean like this?" And I was like, "No, not really, but that's actually better."
Yeah. Let's.
So-
Um,
We've got a lot.
do we have
coming
any?
here.
So I had John grab us some Omni wheels that we can bolt here.
Nice.
To keep that off the ground.
Sick.
But let's roll over to the field and just kind of look at the dimensions of this robot. Make
Let's
sure it's
dive
coming
into the
across
field.
like we like.
Oh,
We'll come back to that.
I'm not gonna walk in front of this camera. Walk that way. Not where I was trying to go. Where I was trying to go is worse. TM.
and Ethan, can we have shoes on the field?
No, you can wear shoes on the field. It's fine. I guess. This
was
one
in the
time.
field.
I mean, we can take them
No,
off.
it's okay.
Okay.
No, I'm kidding. So we'll grab those from the thingy, submersible. And that's a pretty good amount of extension. Like that's the whole length.
Yeah.
If we're coming from the side, you don't quite get the whole length,
Yeah.
but this is plenty.
But now you can be able to strafe over
Yeah.
in any direction.
One thing is, and with this intake, is once we're fully extended, it kind of it makes that angle of that intake much shallower.
Right.
So our wheels are nowhere near touching
Yeah.
those. So we're gonna have to play with the geometry of that intake a bunch to make that work out.
Do you
I want-
think so? This intake is the exact
Yeah.
that we did earlier. Do you think this is just too long for
Potentially.
with our
Um,
extension?
I think we could also go to a 96 mil wheel and have just more length, more reach, which I think is a good idea.
Yeah.
So I like that. The big reason we went 72 for the starter robot is it's what's in the FTC kit.
Right.
So teams who have a kit already have it. And then we can maybe drive that over and make sure we can score.
So will we do both of those adjustments or just one?
Let's try one and then let's try the next thing.
All right.
So we can do same side where we turn around and score,
Yeah.
or we might be able to pass through. Same side is
Maybe.
more
Are we going for the
more
top?
secure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sick.
Nice.
That looks great, and that should be able to
Right
just
there.
drive out. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sick.
Okay. And
That's
then
good.
I like that. What happens if we let's grab that back in the intake and turn the robot around? It'll limit our extension forward because we have to draw our 42-inch box more this way.
Yeah.
Maybe a bit more
Probably
challenging to
possible,
get it in.
but I think we would have to add some more support. Yeah, that's going to be much harder with this kind of intake. Much harder
Yeah.
to consistently outtake into that box.
It doesn't look like it's going to tip the robot over either with
Yeah.
with our extension. So
Yeah. Let's stick with same side right now. I think that makes a lot of sense. So let's look at the big challenge we need to solve right now is when we have our arm fully extended, because we want to get all the way into the
Right.
submersible. Our intake roller is just too high off the ground. It just doesn't touch.
Right.
So we need to get that servo pitched forward, and I think a larger reel is a good idea.
Like extending this mount forward.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I agree.
Yeah, that just needs to get closer to the ground. And that's an interesting challenge because as we move this extension in, it pitches our arm further down, and that angle gets better and better.
Yeah.
So like here, this can collect the specimen or the samples.
Right.
But as we're fully extended, it's going to be wrong.
yeah.
If we pitch this servo forward, we'll have to make sure that we can still collect like this.
So then, if we fix it, will it be wrong when we bring it in?
I hope not, but that
Or-
is kind of the thing we'll have to keep an eye on.
Okay.
Or do we need to have a servo that like
Like adjust the angle.
of the
Potentially. I wonder if that could do the same thing. I think the next question is, so this wrist servo does two things. It allows us to fit in the 18 in the starter kit robot, and it allows us to score specimen.
Right.
If we want a different way to score specimen, or if we want to score specimen at all, if we decide not to score specimen, or we would decide to do a different way, we could change this wrist servo to a pitch servo.
I think.
But
Were you guys thinking of scoring specimen during any of this process? Because I haven't really been thinking
hasn't
about
been the
it.
focus,
Just
yeah.
because we established earlier that it's going to be really tricky to
Yeah.
intake them the right way.
yeah, it's a harder challenge.
Right.
I think for a lot of teams, it's going to be more points to score in the baskets. And I guess that's part of the next question is, what does this match look like when you have two robots trying to score there?
Yeah.
Because
You're gonna have
it
to-
does limit your space a lot.
I do like the size that we
Yeah.
changed it to.
I like this. Yeah.
It definitely seems more
I think
Like,
it's denser. It's more
in the
compact.
robot, as, like, or in the field as well. It looks.
Yeah. I think it's going to
Quick.
be easier to maneuver. It's going to be easier to maneuver around team, like for your alliance partner.
Field centric.
And yeah, you'll be able to do, like, we would be able to score from maybe even way back here.
Yeah, and a team could be scoring from right there too,
Yep.
and that can give us that opportunity there.
Yep. I think that's cool.
Can you do that? Would you be able to do that for autonomous? Because if you start here, then
think
you can
so.
like
Yeah.
go straight over.
How much more
Because
extension
we
do we
can
have?
preload there, right?
That's it.
Okay.
Well, that's where it's supposed to be.
Yeah.
Okay.
Pretty much
So we're going to add some Omni wheels, and then let's go to a larger wheel for that intake. And
So-
let's see if we need to move the servo. So we have a couple options. We can cut 96 mil gecko wheels and have that same mount, or we can go to boot wheels. So boot wheels are those like coarser.
Right.
I think the upside of the gecko wheel is the finer mesh of those fingers. I think they hold it in without the servo moving a little better.
Right.
But I think a boot wheel is probably going to intake faster.
Okay.
The other thing we can do is we're only using 6 motors right now. We could throw a motor at that intake. It's far out on the arm to have a motor because the motor's just heavy.
Yeah. We could bolt it from here if we wanted to.
Could be a problem with the pitch.
Oh,
for the-
yeah.
Yeah,
You're
with
right. You're right.
and it's on the extension.
Yeah.
It could be here, especially if we adjusted that wrist, but that would be difficult to power transmission through. I like that the servo is really light.
I do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We might also, so a big reason this is a speed servo right now is that's what's in the starter kit. If we feel like it's an advantage, we could go to a super speed and really up that intake speed. We just lose some torque.
I
So
mean, because that torque might be needed.
It might be.
to hold on to that
yeah,
sample or specimen.
Yeah.
But
that's always the trade-off
Yeah.
with intakes. Is like I think if you had infinite torque, you'd want it to be as fast as
Right.
possible, basically.
we can do some testing with that.
Yeah.
We can change that out to a super speed and see what happens.
We're also kind of adjusting that ratio by going to a 96 mil wheel.
Yeah,
We're
that's what I
looking
was
at the
about to
tangent
say.
speed. Exactly.
Because if we use a different wheel, we might not need to worry so much about
Right.
torque.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah, we're going with the speed servo is going to act like a faster servo with less
Yeah.
force with a 96 mil wheel. So we'll have to space off that servo to fit the 96 mils.
Okay.
So I'm hoping that'll kind of kill both of those birds with one stone, where now that the wheel is much closer to the ground when we're fully extended.
Okay.
yeah.
So let's roll over back to the tables, and we'll get back to building. I like that
Alright.
idea. And we're gonna grab a sample this time.
I'm going this way.
We were too fast. We beat our cameraman. And let's, while we have a good.
There was a question about how many samples fit inside of a bucket.
Oh, okay.
You could actually
Yeah.
run that test.
Sure. Yeah, I'm down. The camera is still facing over that way. If one of you guys would like to go, here's one. Oh no, I'll keep this one. If you want to go see how many you can fit in that bucket, I think that's a great little test.
I think
Didn't,
it's
earlier we said if you just chuck them all in there, it was like 20 maybe.
Yeah, I think it'll be
But-
good to like see the different ways you can fit them. While they're doing that, let's all
So,
mics
go
real
ahead.
quick and clean off the table. So can you help me out?
One.
Good idea.
2, 3,
And let's
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. So probably about 20 is when you're gonna have stuff start to fall out. You can fit more in, but it definitely takes more precision from your deposit mechanism if you were to pack more in.
We're back over here so we can unmute our mics now that he's back in this direction. Yeah, this is a great opportunity to tidy up a little bit. I like it.
I put the zip tie and
Sweet.
the zip tie guns back under there.
Oh, sweet. Okay. And then I have a short screw and I have some black screws, and I'll throw this hyper head back over here. Okay, so we want to run 96 mil wheel. I bet we'll have our Omni soon. We can go, so we actually have some already cut 96 mil wheels from previous robot in 3 days. Thanks.
Anything new in the chat?
Couple.
You need to place the viper slide on one side of the arm. It would help with the angle of the pickup racing thing. I think you could place the viper slide on the side of the arm, like right here.
Yeah.
Interesting. Okay.
Hinton Robotics Club, right here. What if instead of 2 slides, you just attached 1 slide that you would use to grab the first rung and then use the arm to swing back, extend, and then grab the second rung?
What if you use?
Sorry, that was not very tactful in reading.
I don't know if I understand
I don't
the
think I do
idea
either.
there. Could you maybe try and rephrase?
Shoot. These are quite large.
Also, I think your computer is dying
Oh, good to know.
because it went dark.
Oh,
Not all the way, but like the
yep. Dims it.
battery saver is on.
Here we go.
So the boot. So we could probably test the boot wheel
I'm
real
gonna move
quick
this back over here.
because they are the same. It looks like the same
They
diameter.
are. I do think
But-
we're gonna want to go with a larger diameter.
Okay.
I think those are better because it looks more grippy.
Okay.
Yeah, those are kind of the 2 ways you can go,
I mean,
and we can test either
Yeah,
way.
we could assemble one of each.
Yeah. So we'll want to stand off this servo because if we went out here, we're going to collide with this channel, and I think that's going to help us anyway because when we're all the way extended, we're pretty darn far from that sample.
Yeah.
So here's a sample. If you'll put it on the ground, and then I think we'll probably want to move this channel down.
Right.
Because yeah, we want to be able to catch this and have it rotate up.
Yeah.
So this needs to be probably down,
like
and
here.
then
Like
the servo
just
probably needs to go down.
down 1 or like do you think 2? Maybe?
I think so. That crossbar should probably be like halfway up the sample. That way the sample can kind of fold up onto it and pull in.
So down there, I think.
Okay. So yeah, let's actually just.
I think down here,
Okay.
and it's up here. So
Oh,
it's
viper
down
slides
one.
on the side of the arm is pretty interesting too.
Down one.
I don't mind that idea.
Yeah.
That would help. I think that could help with
Just like, take
the
this off so then we can.
the
Yeah. Do you want me to
the
hold this?
wrist. Carry
So it
more
doesn't
clearance.
just fall.
That's a great
That's a
idea.
good idea. Yeah.
It would reduce the thickness of the arm. Interesting. Yes, I think
I don't
it
know
would.
how to
That's a
grab
good
it.
idea. We'll see what we can figure out here, and then I like
Yeah.
that idea considering rotating the slides 90 and putting them on the side of the arm.
Yeah. That could be interesting. Yeah.
Good snap.
Yeah, that was a nice amount of snap. That was
was a
the
good
correct torque.
That wasn't scary.
Yeah.
No, that's the right. That's perfect. 18-inch starting length. We're pretty close. We can pivot the
Put it on
intake
here.
in right now with the wrist and
So
get
which
it to
one?
where it fits inside that
Down.
box. It is definitely, we're helped a lot by the fact that our robot's shorter. Our drivetrain's
So,
14 hole long instead of
we go for
17,
here?
so we're like
So the
3
second
inches
or third
shorter.
hole?
Cause this is like this. He said halfway, so like there.
We can also
I think the
flip,
second-
like change that 5-hole channel out for a shorter one.
That is true, and that
'Cause
could bring the
that-
servo down. Yeah.
Yeah. Being having that length of channel below that crossbar doesn't help us in any way.
Right. It
Yeah.
actually probably
Probably hurts us.
hurts us
Yep.
because you're not able to go
Yep.
down as far.
So that's a
shorter?
3-hole.
That would be a. Yeah, I would grab a 3-hole.
Yeah.
Which we're gonna have to move that bar down, so we may need.
Perfect.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Oh, you might need more.
Yeah.
Let's leave it as a 5-hole right now. Let's put the bar at the very bottom. Like, let's make it
Yeah.
there,
Okay.
and then we can adjust the servo height. Sweet. Thank you. All right, we've got our Omnis and our
Sick.
bearings.
Which Omnis are we getting?
The 32 mil.
Okay.
It could totally be 48s. It could totally be larger, but the 32s are
Go
nice
down
and
to the
small.
second one here.
Like right here?
Yeah.
Okay.
Cause then those are in line.
Yeah.
Moral support.
All right. So these are our flange bearings. The mounting wheels are over there. Then we'll just grab some space or some standoffs to bolt those to the intake.
Are we doing
Here are these zombies.
this one and this one? Because I can do one and you can do the other.
Yeah.
That works. Here, I can work on that if you'd like. If you got something to do, that's great.
Well, for the putting these together.
Yeah, let's do
and
that.
those together.
Yep. Those are 24 millimeter standoffs. I've got some 27s. We've got some. Oh, we have 24s. Here you go.
Thank you. And screws are the same.
Yeah, like 10s or basically whatever. 8s would
Okay.
work fine there. I can bring you the 10s if you'd like.
Yes, please.
Ethan, how would you go about making these like?
We'll
Can you open it?
Yeah. We'll probably have to switch that servo out to an 8-rex coupler and then have an 8-rex shaft stick out the servo. Here you go.
Thanks.
I'm going to steal this from you.
Okay.
There's boot wheels, and what's the other style we have there? We also have gecko wheels that we've cut the rim off of, so they have a much denser pack of like fingers.
Hit my knee on the table.
It isn't awkward. Like the crossbar makes it really easy to like
Yeah.
smash your leg into. It's not fun.
I'm sure it
Okay.
was also sounded great on the audio.
It's probably fairly good because you're only on a lapel.
Yeah.
Yeah. So could we get one of those coupler?
Yes, there should be one over here, I bet. And that's just going to replace. Oh, there should be one in the FTC kit. You're right.
Oh, that was not smart.
I'm not sure.
I just dumped
They
those
might be over
all
here.
out.
Thanks, Matthew.
Yeah.
Good idea. And then,
How are you feeling?
yeah, I'm chilling.
I'm starting to get like my eyelids are
There
starting to get
is one in
heavy.
the kit. There's going to be
Getting a
one on
little
this
tired.
table.
Yeah. A little foggy. Oh, I almost did it again. Told you.
Huh. I'm not sure where it ended up. Let me go and see. We'll have John get one of these when he's free.
Took
Sick.
two with these.
Yeah.
16 mil.
These are nice. Okay, now I can actually tighten them.
Oh. Is the audio still there? I think so. Yeah. It looks like it is.
Yeah.
JM Smith, let us know if the audio is still out for you.
Yeah, Greg said that that they're thinking of an active intake with boot wheels or starter wheels.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
16.
Magic Man says the audio is fine.
Okay.
It's more fun to call him Magic Man.
Yeah.
What are you working on? The
I'm
boot?
getting the boot wheels.
Sick.
Nice. How are you feeling as far into the stream?
Things going pretty good.
Yeah.
We're in a good spot in terms of the construction of the robot.
This is a pretty classic day one RI3D robot.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's not a ton, but there's also not a ton left. Like, I think we're at a point where we're really close to testing stuff.
Yeah.
And then that's where we will learn a lot tomorrow.
Right.
All right. That
Appreciate the feedback, Christina.
it goes in the shallow side,
Um,
right? Because we did the deep.
the standoffs
that
go
one
on the
last
deep
time.
side. You have it right on that one.
Yeah, but the other
The
piece.
servo hub goes
Yeah,
in
the
the
servo hub.
shallow side. You're right.
Yeah.
So we'll
Sorry,
probably just
I didn't
unbolt
clarify.
those gecko wheels.
Yeah. I didn't clarify that one.
Nope.
I was moving on to the next step. Oh,
Not fit.
that one doesn't though. The rest of them seem fine.
Cameron asks if it's very demure. I don't know what would be here.
What thing is very demure?
Okay, good.
The stream?
I was worried that I was the only one who was confused there, and I was like, man, I'm starting to feel it. Like I'm starting to feel like I'm losing the lingo.
Yeah. The
I'm
stream
happy. Whew.
is the stream very demure?
I hope so. I like
Because
that idea.
I find it very cutesy.
And mindful. Yeah.
Very cutesy, very mindful.
Very mindful.
Very demure.
We're gonna cut this in like 2 months when this is cringe now,
Yeah.
and we're gonna post this all.
That's really
I
funny.
do feel like very current humor is fun, but it's so fast. Like
Yeah.
it's gone immediately.
There's lots of micro trends.
Exactly.
Can't get this.
That was a fun vocab word.
So those are sometimes pretty close fit on those.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're towing that line.
I've got to steal that from
The other thing we can. Oh no, never mind.
Yeah, you can.
Undo that anytime soon.
Oh, yeah, I got
Oh
you.
yeah, so here we are. So we'll have these. We can just bolt them to the robot, and then it'll like.
Thank you.
We'll just hover over the surface. So we'll
I
probably
thought
put
that's
those
what
on
you
some dual blocks. I like that idea a lot.
Why not?
Let's bring it back together.
Yeah.
But no, I'm doing that right now. So.
Does Ethan know the Gen Z language? I think so.
Ooh.
I'm Gen Z, like solidly.
We're not doing the Gen Z test.
No Gen Z test.
Mr. Smith failed
Yeah.
in Robot Showcase.
No, yep. Oh,
In
it's
ours.
our robot showcase.
Yeah, in the
Oh, yep. Yes,
in
it
the
is.
Steam Post Robot Showcase.
Yeah.
I don't know if I'm solidly Gen Z. I think Gen Z is like 98.
Maybe.
I don't know. Yeah, for sure.
Ethan, how did you mount this? Do I have to take this off first?
There's the-
Pull the 3mm screw from the servo.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And the 2.5.
Oh yeah, I was
that
gonna
on a
bolt
3?
this to this.
Gotta whip out your own fancy tools.
Ethan, what's the newest Gen Z word you know? This is the funniest trivia. I don't know.
I don't even know.
I would totally say demure. Like I think that
Yeah.
is the trendiest currently.
I think so.
Hi Eric. I don't know.
Oh,
no.
Skibbity.
that's
not-
up on here
yeah.
too.
Not new.
Yeah.
Skibbity Ohio Riz.
Yeah, that's been a few months. I feel like that's old
Yeah.
news. Like
That's
I'm
why-
over it.
That's why I didn't say Riz, because you've been saying Riz for a
Yeah.
long time now. I think it is demure. Or
That feels like it's-
Symphony. That's new.
Sorry.
Just one.
We can't sing that,
That may
though, 'cause
be.
it's copyright.
Yeah,
I think you can
Zara,
sing it.
the Zara Larson song with the dolphins in the background. It's the what's her name? She does the coloring books. That's what the dolphins are from. I don't remember her name, but she does. I think it's Lisa.
Okay.
Something?
I
Lisa
believe you.
Frank. That's what it is. It's the Lisa Frank Dolphins with that Zara Larson song Symphony over the top, and people just put crazy things over it. We were looking at the Duolingo post for that today.
They're always on it.
Yeah.
Let's see here.
For real. For real.
Def Lep says, "Are you planning to grab samples from the submersible zone from the chamber side?"
Ooh. We could probably most likely easily
I
do
think
that.
so.
Yeah.
That's 42 inches of extension works really well when you're going from the audience side or the opposite of the audience side, but from the driver's station sides, you do get limited on like the length.
That is true, yeah.
Hey,
Okay.
Go build
I have
it
some
dot
little wheels.
Sick.
Yeah.
yay.
That's gonna be perfect. So bolt those guys on.
Okay.
Another one for you.
All right, we'll do.
And they'll go right there and there. And they'll just like hover it over the surface there.
So you got any magic
that,
tricks for getting
Or this way.
on when they're tight?
Um,
Because that thing is.
yeah, that is.
Here?
Other way around.
This way?
Well, best option is if we have an 8mm round part, but a Rex part will work.
Yeah.
If
So
you
I
can get
would
it on
do it.
a little bit further.
He did it last time, that's why I don't know under.
So I would put the screws in from here,
Yeah, and
and
then
then this is the part that mounts the servo. So
Just
yeah, I
wanna
would put the
get
screws on
to-
these 4 parts right there.
Or I can
and
line up
then
the
go
board
here,
Exactly.
like this.
with another
Yep.
Rex part.
Okay.
The 14mm is
got
just
it.
a
Thank you,
little
Smaller.
You're welcome.
large. The tough part about these is that the core, internally, there's a hard plastic core to the boot wheels, and it's a 12 Rex OD. which is nice because we can reuse and sell the spacer separately, and it's kind of a nice go build a spacer. But it does mean there's a very specific part that you can use to press it on. And now you can kind of use any ARX part. Cool. What? You don't have to constrain them?
Yeah, they're definitely.
They're on there.
Yeah. Just gonna use a collar, but I guess.
Don't need
Bro,
to, yeah.
how long have you guys been working on this robot? We started at 4, so 4 hours.
That's crazy.
How small are those Omnis? 32 millimeter Omnis. They are the ones from the 4 bar.
It does not feel like it's been 4 hours.
No.
I also don't think I've worked on a robot for 4 hours. I usually
It's kind of a level of focus that you don't get in a lot of
Yeah.
robot meetings.
work on something for like an hour max,
Sick.
and then I start
Sweet.
to goof around.
So those
and
will
then
just
I'll
like
maybe go
roll
back to
out.
it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's perfect. It looks like a little toy car.
Yeah.
Okay, and
Wait,
then
what? We can detach things now? That's crazy. How that
Missed
one
the joke,
how
yeah.
that one robot had mini bots that one season?
oh, you're talking about Inconceivable?
Yes.
Yeah,
This is
the
not-
93 pounds of
Not quite the
Machine
same
learning.
Yeah.
thing.
Yeah, I know.
That makes me think of the Princess Bride. Is that what it's based off of?
I don't know.
Conceivable.
That is still one of my favorite movies. I love that movie. It's so fun.
Today we are here. Marriage.
So we can do a whole channel space off. So move this out by 48. That feels like too far. Like I think that's going to be
Yeah.
too far out. But we could do like a one hole mini low.
I cannot.
I really need to get an extension cord for my charger tomorrow.
Get these to line up.
So we can just use that as kind of a spacer
Yeah.
and push that out by a little bit. I like that idea. If you'd like to work on that, that should be pretty quick. I would bolt the servo block to that before you bolt that to the robot though. Any opinion on 96 mil versus 104 or 140 mil versus the grip force mechanisms as it applies to this season? The 96 or the grip force are the two I would consider between. The 140s I don't think are a significant advantage. I really don't think you're going to want to drive into the submersible. I think you're just kind of you're going to be in the way of your alliance partner. I don't think it's going to be very fast. So I'd be between those two. Between those two, it's it kind of just comes down to where your team is at. If you haven't bought mechanisms, for sure by the grip forces, we kind of removed the 96 mils from easily purchasable on the site because we really want teams to go for those grip force mechanisms. They're just better. We want to remove the ability for a team to make like the wrong decision. But if you have 96 mil mechanisms and you're deciding if you want to upgrade or not, it kind of depends on what your goal is for the season. If you're trying to win worlds, I think they're going to be really, really helpful. But if you don't mind, like if you aren't trying to win worlds, it's just that little bit of extra acceleration. It might make your cycle times a little faster, but I don't think it's going to meaningfully impact them.
This is really frustrating.
Are you guys doing 2 robots this year? Nope, this is the 1 robot we're building. We're going to keep our FTC starter kit robot together, that's over there, as kind of another robot to compare it against, but just the 1 robot.
I could not get these lined up for like that whole time. I would get one lined up, and then I'd have to line up the other. And then I would get those lined up, and then the other one wouldn't line up.
Oh, you're talking about like
Yeah.
the fingers?
I've been, well, these, oh, that's
Oh.
not even lined up. Darn it. I didn't think about that. That's probably why it's not lining up right.
The fingers probably won't align.
Okay,
Yeah.
so,
So I wouldn't worry
so
about
can I
those.
keep doing what I'm doing?
Um,
I was talking about the threads.
oh.
I would like adjust it, and then I'd find it, and so then I'd tighten it back down, and then
Oh.
it would be wrong again.
Yeah, I think it'd be fine to leave all 4 of those kind of loose until you find all 4 of them threaded.
Yeah.
Joshua says, can we get a Bobot Alliance shout out? Shout out.
Are there any other shout outs?
Best satellite server. Oh yes, the satellite server. I was like, that's something. We said hi to Eric. Said hi to John. Def Leopard's in the chat. He's been in the chat for about all day. I appreciate it. It's nice. Big wheels in Chicago.
Yeah, these just don't like to stay.
All right. Are you fairly happy, or do you want some help on this?
I'm figuring it out.
Okay.
It's just I know what I'm doing. I just needed to work.
That's how it goes. We're also on hour 4. Like,
Yeah.
I think it is totally fine that we're not quite as
Fatigue is definitely.
not quite as
Yeah.
sharp as we were.
I'm
But-
I'm at that point where my safety glasses are starting to like blur a little bit. No, I know what to do to line it up, but I just keep tightening them down too much.
Yeah.
And so then I try to go align the next one, and I have to go back and undo all of them.
That makes sense. Okay, I think this is going to be nicer. I like this distance from the ground. I think there's a world where we'll have to drop the servo a little bit, but that shouldn't be too tough.
That's cute. That actually wasn't very demure. Hello. It's like I can get 3, and then the 4th one, no matter which side it's on, won't align. I can't get the last one, but it's the one I had in when you were over here last time. So I got this side in,
Oh,
and
funny.
lost that side.
Yeah, we're definitely going to want to move it down.
Oh, for sure.
Based on that.
Yeah, because that's the right size. So
Yeah.
we can probably go ahead and do that.
Move this down.
Yeah, this
Yeah.
will go.
Do you want to do that?
Yeah.
Just because I'm clearly not peak. I think it's quite obvious that my strengths lie in brainstorming rather than executing.
You were there.
I like to.
You had it.
See, I told you. It looks like it was in line.
Yeah.
But it wasn't.
I don't know what was up.
I don't know.
Sometimes you just have to like give it a little bit more push.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what happened there, but there you go. So this one will just bolt on. For yours, we'll have to change the servo mount for those boot wheels. So we might as well just throw a second speed servo in a servo mount, and then put that
I feel like the Price is Right.
coupler on it.
Showing off of the wheels.
We might try to add some bearing supports to the other side of the servo once with the boot wheels, just to make sure that it doesn't put too much side load. We've got a pretty big cantilever there. About how thick is the number plate?
Ooh, that's probably like 5 millimeters.
Yeah, the plate itself is, I bet.
Oh, yeah.
I bet you're
Solid.
12 overall.
Ask your dad.
Probably around 12.
Where is he, actually?
Looks right on 10. I bet it's 10
10.
mil.
Did you pull the Go Build a Keychain ruler?
He did.
Out?
Yeah. Yeah.
We have so many of those.
I love them. I have worn through 2 now, where like you just wear the print off, and then that's.
Yeah.
I stopped being able to read some of them, and I'm like, oh, I have to buy a new one. I don't have to buy a new one. I have to get a new one. But like this one has been in my keys for like a year. I have
should
this
get one
attachment
for
to it,
mine.
you know.
Yeah. I've got one on my keyring.
I don't, but I'm looking for key decorations, so I'll do that.
Yes, Yoshar, I am back.
A YouTube user with a name that is not a character that YouTube displays says, "Y'all are doing great. Keep up the good work." I agree.
Thank you.
You guys are
Yay.
rocking it. Yeah, this is a ton of robot. I'm excited.
Yeah, and we're almost at the point where we need
I
to
feel like we were
get this
pretty,
going.
pretty quick with our ideas, too.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it kind of like, I think our hope has been like, okay, let's get some robots together so we can start prototyping and testing.
Yeah.
And then we can refine stuff as we go.
Should probably put a
Very like
Make a
free building
pattern out.
style
Yeah.
of building robots.
This is new for all of us, really, because Project Peacock does not.
Yeah,
Really
you guys
do it that
are
way?
very much more like CAD the robot and then
Yeah.
we
build it
do
and
a
see
lot
what
of prototyping first.
Yeah.
And we don't design really ain't much off the bat until later. So like we take our time to think about it, think about our strategy, come up with a strategy, and then we build our robot based off of our strategy.
That
All
makes
that
a lot
to
of
say,
sense.
it's just like, I find it fun to do it this way, especially since we don't always kind of crack down and do it this way. It's cool to have a new experience inside of a new experience.
Yeah.
It's double stacked.
It's also very, I think the reason we can get away with being about half the length of a lot of Robot in 3 days, or the short builds, like the big one is the first updates now, Robot in 30 hours, and we're half that time. We're 15 hours of building. And that's really just because like we have every part you could need.
Yeah.
So it's not like, oh, how could we do that? There's almost always a way to get there. And then it's just, okay, let's actually put it all together and make it work.
That reminds me of reindeer games. And our, what did we do? The virtual 4-bar.
Yeah.
And we had actually no parts.
Yo,
That'd be
They,
sick.
they said, okay, draw,
That is
write down a
super sick.
mechanism.
Yep.
Yeah,
I think
definitely
that
too
the Gecko
Yeah.
Wheel one is put together.
It is.
Or
Yeah, so that ear on that servo mount
Yeah.
is always a little bit of a challenge. So we can either probably tilt that up, or we can go to like a compact, a 27 mil wide servo block.
But for the reindeer games, we had to write down a mechanism, and then we all picked one, and then we had to make a bill of materials with the Go Build a Parts library. And then you had to build
Sick.
it.
Yeah.
And we did not have all our virtual 4-bar parts.
honestly, if it's,
So we have a lot more here.
Yeah,
I think that might be too far.
too far forward or
Yeah.
too low.
Right.
That just
Maybe a
shoved
little
it
bit
in
of both.
the ground.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can try to go up 8 mil. I don't
Yeah.
mind that.
It comes in nicely.
The other thing we could try is
intake.
we have a narrower servo block that would not hit on that. Is
Yeah.
there an issue besides hitting on this corner ear of that servo block? Or is that
it
really
hitting
the
here?
only thing?
It is.
It does.
Oh.
It kind of stops it. And
Whenever
then
you're.
Oh, I
I think
see.
it works
Right
really
here.
well past that.
Yeah.
So
It-
can we get a mini compact servo block?
It seemed like it was intaking well, but then it would just like
Yeah, it kind of like, it hits those corners.
chunky.
So I like that idea.
It is janky.
I said chunky.
No.
Yeah, so we'll pull that servo off and
Smart.
pull the servo horn off, and then
Okay.
we'll just replace that
You wanna-
servo block with one that's smaller.
Actually,
Sick.
you're tall enough. It doesn't matter.
I like that.
I was gonna
Yeah.
say, do you want to?
Make that more
belt?
compact. Yeah.
Use an ankle grinder
What
over the
about
corners.
it?
So that's a super fun fact. Okay, so you have this servo
need it?
block, which is the compact servo block. I don't know how close you can get on it, but there are these corners here. They make it 43 mil wide, which is great for being like mounting it inside of channel. But we would see all the time a team take a compact servo block or a servo mount and cut all of the ears on one side off, exactly for this. Because right now, this ear is stopping us from really intaking well. And instead of selling the part that was half a servo mount, which is what we originally talked about and what the teams are making, we made this just way narrower servo block. It's for mini low side channel because it's 27 mil wide, but it works great for applications where you need a servo block, you just need one that is not nearly as wide. So that's what we'll throw at this. And that was like, and we made that part because we went to competitions and saw that teams were doing this. And we're like, hey, that's what teams need. That's a totally reasonable use case. Let's make that part. We'll still use like that regular size compact servo block here. It's great for that. But it'll be just that little bit nicer for an intake because you're just mounting in the back anyway.
Go build a sees you.
Yeah, exactly. Like that kind of stuff is great. And that is the stuff that a lot of teams don't really like reach out and say. They're not like, hey, we cut up the servo block, we think you should make it. They just cut up the servo block because it works better.
Yeah.
So it's nice to go to those events and find the teams who are doing that kind of stuff. So if you have stuff like that and you're always like, man, I'm always cutting this part up to make it work better, then tell us and we might have a way to just make that a part. Or we might be able to improve other parts we sell.
We gotta get Mousebit to talk to Go Builda. They're always
Yes.
cutting something up.
Okay, because otherwise I think this is really solid.
Yeah.
If we can get rid of it hitting the servo block, that's going to work really well there. And then fully extended, I think it's still going to work really well.
What? Oh yeah, I got you.
And then also, do you want to grab a chair?
I'm chill.
This is the third chair.
Yeah. That's
Hey, we
pretty
use
good
the
one.
half block to mount spotlights on our robot. I assume that's the dual blocks, the 1205s. I love 1205s. They're lovely. They're just great. Like, and a lot of times,
Do you want to bring this?
there's
in
not
so
an
you can
advantage
have
of
one?
using the other ones. Oh, there aren't bottom tap tools on this.
Oh.
Interesting.
Do
well,
we need a tab?
that's
Ooh,
okay.
a tab.
What I think we'll do is
Because we actually might have a tab. Wait.
we can
no,
run,
no, no.
so we can flip this around 90 and we can put this here.
Yeah.
It's just going to stick out more of that servo past, which isn't really the direction we want to go. Maybe we'll run, oh, this is it. Instead of running this 90 degrees, let's take a longer one and flip it out, and then put this inside that low side.
Oh, and that'll look
That's-
good
oh.
too.
Yikes.
That'll look
Because that's what
nicer,
this is
too.
designed for. This block nests down inside of a mini low side channel, like
Sick.
that. So we'll just use a mini low side dual
Yeah,
block.
that's nice.
Do that, and that'll be that'll still have a much lower corner than
I
the
think
full
that
width.
looks really nice.
And
too.
that's gonna look clean.
Yeah.
Yep, I totally agree. I love it. Okay, so if you'll work on unbolting that.
I got you.
Do I have another servo? I have that speed servo.
Oh, it was, it has nothing.
So we are doing the speed instead of what we've got on.
That is a speed.
Oh,
Yeah.
or the. Sorry, I just brain farted there.
I'm also excited to see the intake work. It's gonna be great.
Yeah.
Cookin said that. And then
Oh, that's interesting.
the Hinton Robotics Club has some cool ideas for hanging too. So they said you used to use the robot you have, but now, okay. If you use the robot you had now, but added a slide to it, you could use the added slide to extend up and grab the first rung and ascend, and then use the arm to swing back, extend, and use the arm to pull up to the second rung.
Okay, so,
So
like,
you have
having it here.
You have the robot.
The
Shane, can you switch cameras?
Add the.
Thank you. So you could get the robot. You winch it up. Oh, that's gonna fall.
Yeah, I got it.
Add
You winch the
slide
whole robot
there.
up with a slide, and then grab the second rung with the arm and rotate the robot up
Oh,
with the
Where's
arm.
the-
that's not
cool.
a bad idea.
That's cool. I think that's a great way to do
And,
that.
like, you could even go the other way with it too.
Yep.
maybe, yeah.
You just have to get it up above. So I like that idea. Let's keep that in the hopper for sure.
Yeah. Sick.
Like Minecraft
Let's see here.
in the hopper.
What are y'all's opinions about grounding straps? I think
Ooh.
they are a good idea.
Yeah.
The intent there is to kind of just always create a path of travel between your between your electronics and the robot frame. It doesn't really, I'm going to be honest with you guys, my static discharge understanding is not the best in the world.
Yeah.
But my understanding is like your robot's going to be at a charge. It's going to be at a voltage basically. The issue comes, and the reason you disconnect is when there's a difference in charge potential between your robot and your electronics, and then something happens where the where it can arc and close that potential discharge. So the grounding strap, and the important part of the grounding strap is that resistor, because the resistor limits the amount of energy that can flow between the grounding strap, keeps everything at the same potential charge. It just makes everything at the same level.
And then speaking of grounding in static, there are some 3D printing filaments out there that are ESD or electric static discharge safe.
That's cool.
So they do use, I think it's carbon nanotubes though. So
Jeez.
yeah, not really recommended of being in the same room while it's printing. But I wonder if that would help in any sense. Like Polymaker, they actually sponsor us, and so they do have robotics grants out there.
Also, shout out, I love Polymaker filament. It's cool.
Oh, right, yeah.
It's kind of expensive,
It
but it's
is, yeah.
awesome.
So yeah,
Um,
go ahead, Jackson.
It's just
Okay, so yeah, we've gotten polycarbonate filament from them. We've gotten some of the nylon carbon fiber filaments. They've released a whole new line of filaments so Fiberon. It's more of the more composite parts, so more carbon fiber and stronger parts, stronger filaments, and it'd be really interesting to do some tests using that ESD, that electrostatic discharge filament, to see if that would improve anything.
I'd be interested, yeah. Yeah, I print a bunch of stuff at home. I don't 3D print a ton of stuff at home, and a lot of times it's just stuff for my home. But
Yeah.
I reach for Polymax PC a
Yeah.
lot because it's I can throw it in the dishwasher. So if I'm printing a hook for something, and the hook gets my kitchen brush, I have a hook that I printed for that, and if it gets dirty, I can just throw it in the dishwasher. Or
Right.
like I print lids for stuff. It's nice. It is still annoying to print, but it's not bad for it being polycarb.
Right. And so another thing about polycarbonate is that it absorbs moisture pretty well. So a good suggestion to do whenever you get it is to immediately bake the filament and then put it into a dry box that you can print out of, so that you don't have to repeat the process of using, then baking it again, using it, baking again. You can just bake it, then use it, and then put some desiccant in there. And then you can also reuse that desiccant by baking the moisture off in the microwave now.
Yep.
So pretty cheap, like cereal boxes that are pretty good with that. So
On ESD, the one thing that I see a lot, and I think I did when I was in FTC, is I attributed non-ESD events to ESD, where, hey, my robot stopped working and then it came back. That feels a lot like static, but a lot of times it isn't. So make sure if that's what you're if you have some like intermittent robot stop and then coming back, make sure it's static and not just like a loose power connection.
yeah.
Because that does happen a lot, where like you don't realize the actual cause, and a lot of times you kind of just chalk up an ESD to a thing that happens. Like, it's fairly common to have an ESD and say, shucks. Okay,
Yeah.
well, next. Like, there's just anything I can do about that. Where sometimes, yeah, it'll be an XT30 connector that's loose.
Yeah.
And then that is the thing that was causing your issue, and you could have fixed it. So I
Yeah.
think that the control system does, correct me if I'm wrong, tell you if it's an ESD now.
I
I
haven't
think it does
seen
it pretty
that,
good. Okay.
but something that we did this year was we found a 3D printed little like clamp that you could put onto your control hubs that would hold in your XT30, because we had an issue where they would come unplugged and we'd die. So
Now we don't. Now we didn't have that problem anymore.
Yeah.
I mean, now you just have the issue of your connector breaking off your wire at Chicago during a match. Well, not during a match, before a match even started. So that was fun.
The other nice thing about this is, I think it's going to let us adjust that spacing a little bit nicer. We just need one of those mounts, the angle mounts, that are designed for, or the dual blocks for low side, or for mini low side, I think. Oh, here's one. Sweet. So this will just go in the end of that channel and let us mount it. So with these, there's a deep cut on one side and a shallow cut. The deeper cut goes toward the channel wall.
Okay.
And then you'll flip that actually around 180, so the flat side. Yeah. That is one of those like small things, doesn't really matter. If you have that wrong, it'll just mean that's off by 2.5.
drop.
And then we'll need 8 mils to go in the end.
I don't know what that was.
Oh, I see. And there's a screw down here too.
Oh.
All right, so here are your screws that'll go through this into the end of the block, and then you can use 10s to go in through the sides. And I kind of prefer to go in the face of those if you can. That way it keeps that's through the face of the channel on a low side into a dual block instead of in the sides of the low side. That just makes it a little bit more constrained. You're pulling it up against the face of the aluminum and not letting that dual block pivot at all. If those screws ever are a little bit loose, or it controls the position of those parts a little better. All right. Well, we have about 30 minutes. Is there anything else we can kind of figure out tonight?
We could just go over, if we can't figure out what else to do, we can just go over an overview of what we have done.
True.
Yeah.
We can also do some intake testing, so we can get the
That's true.
servo up and running, and then we can
servo
just see
programming,
how it
yeah.
works and pulling in those specimens or those samples. I think that's a great next thing to do. I'm gonna get our servo programmer all set up.
Nice.
I think that's good. Maybe. What do you think? Where do you think it should go? Like, yeah.
Probably, honestly, right there is a good. Wait, go a hole lower.
All lower.
Maybe another. Probably another one. Right, yeah, right there.
Yeah, that goes right halfway into that kind of trough spot.
Mm-hmm.
Is that what you would call it? That's what I would call it.
Sure.
Looks like a trough to
It
me.
feels like a trough.
Yeah.
I agree.
I mean, we are in Kansas. We might as well call it a trough.
Yeah, exactly. I'm still disappointed. I hope there's some cows outside tomorrow or the next day. It's so funny. It's so fun when like it's this robotics company and there's just a cow field outside. Like it's fun.
It
Let's
kind
walk
of-
around.
It kind
And they walk around.
Yeah, sometimes they get on the road and you have to yell at them.
yell at them.
Yep.
Wow.
Get back in where you're supposed to be.
Sometimes there's deer in the back too, because we own all this back behind
just
us.
sounds
I don't
like-
know how many acres it is.
That's it.
Yeah.
Literally be deer outside the building.
Nice.
It just sounds like where we live.
Yeah.
Just sounds like Coweta.
Oh yes. So the
Sizing.
team number, the team flags are 3D printed.
We have a sizing tool.
Sweet. That'll be helpful. Awesome.
So yeah, the 3D printer that we used to print that was the Prusa XL. So five different tool heads, so it can print 5 different materials.
Those are so cool.
So then that's how we got the 3 different.
Scoot this way a little bit.
So yeah,
We're hiding behind the Go Build a logo.
So then that's how we got the 3 different colors in there. You could do that with a Prusa with a MMU on there. It would just take longer because having to load it and then unload it. But
Everybody have their safety
You
glasses
should probably
on?
be 8 mil further up. I think that'd look a little better. Okay. You want to do one more? Yeah, I think it picks it up. Oh, let's extend it all the way and then see how it goes. See how that angle changes it.
Oh, yeah. That'd probably help.
Okay.
Oh, we should screw in the servo.
Oh,
yeah.
Or the hub.
That would
Sure.
help.
Do you have your M3 over there somewhere?
Yeah, right
I have this one. Oh, you got it. Sweet.
Not too shabby, though.
Yeah, I really like the team sign because you just flip it around. Yeah.
Where are you going?
those flippable team signs are going to be really helpful during whenever you have matches that are really close together, like one match right after the other, and like you have to go queue right after the match that you just got off of, so you can just pull it out and then flip it around and put it back in.
Yep.
Okay, let's try that again.
Okay. Let's give it a shot. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh,
We might
That's-
throw button heads here,
Yeah.
or just screw it to the sides because they just got caught on that.
I would
It
just
is
flip it.
It is pretty close. Yeah, that saga head's killing us. I
We need
do.
to put it up one hole.
I could see. Let's try that quick.
Just so it's not
It's going to be a couple minutes, and then we'll have a better idea.
Yeah,
I like this a lot.
that's why
Though
we
I
test.
like this. This intake feels nice.
Yeah.
And then I do like the standoffs in the back do help us a lot. Do you want to replace? I'll get you some button heads. If you want to pull out the front socket heads on that
Yeah.
that hold the wheels on,
will
then
do
we'll
that.
replace those, and that'll be a little lower
This one?
clearance.
What is this?
I'll try not to move it around.
That's okay. I'll try to. That's not it. I'll steal. I think this one is smaller. It's,
How long is that servo shaft? So it's a servo block. So the geckos are just mounted to the hub. I guess the overall width of that assembly would be something like 50 mil. 52 mil, I bet, because
this one's
it's
gonna be kind of tricky.
two 24 mil wide wheels. And I think there's a 4 mil wide gap.
I'm going right here.
52.
It looks like you've got like
John says you
4
guys haven't
arms.
touched grass for over 5 hours.
no.
We took a break. We ate.
Yeah.
Here's some button
We
heads
haven't been
to replace
outside
those two.
though. At least we're not in the basement.
Yeah.
True.
We have windows.
Yeah, you can see outside. It's dark.
The TRC is a basement, so we don't have any natural light.
Yeah. It's cool. It's a good space though.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. It's,
Oh yeah. What is the TRC?
Oh, the TRC is the Tulsa Robotics Center. That's where Steam Post is based out of. I don't know how to get to that other side right now. Jackson.
we've got 3 FLL teams,
I
4
wasn't even gonna do
FTC
all that.
teams, and 1 FRC team.
Yeah. I wasn't going to do all
Big
that.
program. How many students are in this program?
What was the question?
How many students are in the post 26 programs?
Well, I'll go this way.
Yeah, it's getting close to 7.
70 kids. That's wild. That's awesome. Do you know how many mentors 70 kids has?
Okay.
How many
Yeah.
mentors
Yeah,
Steam
give me
Post
that.
has, I guess?
Work on that
We
freely
have
now.
It's just
about
one.
20 mentors.
Okay.
20, 25.
That's awesome.
Plus we have some junior mentors, which are like alumni.
Yeah.
We got about 5 or 6 of those guys.
Will you re-say all of that stuff?
What was it? I was
we
kind of
have
zoned
we
out.
How
have
many students are in post 26? So
70.
So, yeah, 70, and then like
kids.
20 mentors.
20, 25.
20, 25.
That's
Yeah.
awesome.
And then we also have junior mentors, which are our alumni from when they get too old to be a part of the team. They just get to tell us what to do and
They get to
help
hang
us
out.
out.
Yeah. So I was that role for a year and recharged, and I called myself the meme tour. I wasn't really helpful to the team. I just kind of showed them memes. It was great.
That's-
Would recommend.
Very Jameson coded.
Yeah, I do feel
He's
like we had a
pretty helpful,
similar
though.
experience in FTC.
Yeah.
It was easier for me because Jacob, who kind of was the lead builder after I graduated, is a better competition robotics builder than I am. So here you go.
Yeah, you go.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's not working.
And then to add on to the Tulsa Robotics Center, so we started out in what?
We started out in what?
Shane has distracted us by typing stuff in the on the monitor.
So we started out in
Am I doing
2015
it right?
Yep.
This one.
out of our head mentor's garage. So that was the birth of 10355. It was actually Eagle Factory Robotics. So we were based out of a Boy Scout troop, so Troop 26. That's where I actually came from. I'm an Eagle Scout. Some of our mentors are also Eagle Scouts from Troop 26. So we started out with one kid going to their dad and saying, "Dad, I want to do some robotics." And so that's what got us all here today. So then the second year, our sister team, 11572 Mousepit, was formed. They branched off of 10355. And that second year, we were also
Okay.
renamed Project Peacock. And so over the years,
Sounds familiar.
yeah, over the years, we've moved from our head mentor's garage to New Haven United Methodist Church. So that is, we had it's around 600 square foot of space, so not a lot of space for around maybe 30 to 50 kids and maybe 10 to 15 mentors around the time. So this year, well, last October, one of our mentors reached out to their company, and there was a space down below their main office building, and that has been used in a few years. So we are currently being loaned that space for now. So it's 10,000 square feet of pure awesomeness. So we have a full FRC field there. So FRC, the mat, the floor mat, the carpet. We have the full. We have space for that.
I want to do this one since I just did
We actually got that carpet from the Green Country Regional this year, and had to tear it up into the quarters and bring it down drop it down a stairwell to get it in there.
There's another.
Fun times. And then we have 4 team rooms, well 5 team rooms. So that's where Project Peacock,
The
Mousepit,
Redesign.
Leviathan, Rubber Renegades, and our rookie FRC team, Topher's Titans, meet. And so it's very open space, and we have a collab lab where we have computers so we can work on CAD and portfolio and like resources to looking things up and stuff like that. We also have a classroom where that has whiteboards in it, so we can discuss ideas and talk about plans for the future for our Youth Leadership Council that meets once every month, and that help plan the future of Steam Post 26. So we do a lot of leadership development within Steam Post 26. So we have, this summer we had an annual,
Are you even in the shot?
No. No, they're watching us build and listening to us talk. It works. I think this is a good balance.
Yeah.
We had an annual movie night on Friday nights, and then Saturday morning that movie led into our leadership development class that morning. So.
Uh-oh.
All right, down 8. We were at the last time. Just a little too tall. I'm sure it's gonna work great when the intake when everything is retracted.
Oh, watch your fingers.
Yeah, as soon as it eats.
So honestly, that might be good.
Well,
Problem is when we're extended, it doesn't.
when we're extended,
That's true.
It doesn't catch it at all. So we can go back down 8. But that'll be
So,
no problem.
but then, what if we don't want to extend and pick something up?
I think we should try to, because that'll get us to whatever sample we have,
Okay.
whatever sample we want in the submersible.
Always scares me.
Oh, here, I'm gonna turn off the servo
Oh,
while
that's
you're working on it.
probably a
It's
smart
not a
idea.
big deal. It'd be fine.
It'd be fine, but it's probably smarter.
Hope
a good
Amelia
idea.
is asking what's 4 plus 4.
Who?
Amelia is asking 4 plus 4.
8. Ew. Thanks,
John
Moo
said
Moo.
we got locked into Mr. Smith's basement. What? That's wild.
John.
I mean, you're not wrong.
Thanks, Moo Moo.
There isn't
So it needs
a
to-
sweet way to make this adjustable by like less than 8 mil. We can put it on go rail, but I think that's just gonna make it a lot bulkier.
Yeah.
So I think this by 8 is gonna be pretty
Is
good.
it bent?
Just a little bit.
It happens.
It still works.
Okay, so we just need to move that one down to
Yeah.
or down one hole from where it was.
You do it.
Where was it?
Bestowing.
Let's
like-
find where it was right above the
Where was it, Jet?
chat.
Chat.
Help us out.
Replay.
Where was it?
It was here. It
Run
needs
it back.
to be here.
Yeah.
So we'll grab.
Do you want to do it?
There we go.
Oh, he doesn't. He's running away. Then I'm doing.
There we go. Yep. Here's your second screw.
Thanks.
No problem. You're gonna build robots if there's anything you can say about it. Eric says chat. I don't know.
I like that chat is talking to chat.
I agree. Chat is it's like I lost words there. I don't know.
Metaverse.
Inception.
Chatting. With
Metaverse.
Chatception.
This is what metaverse
Yeah.
should be,
Metaverse.
which is chat talking to other chat.
Oh, nor.
Chat inside of chat inside of chat.
Oh, nor.
It's definitely our 4.5
Yeah.
robot in 3 days.
Yeah, I don't know either. My bad, gang. Brother, what? They cooking for real. Yes, y'all are cooking.
I will say our robot in 3
What's
days
up, Max?
chat is very different this year.
Pea cooking.
Pea cooking.
Pea cooking.
Okay, that's fun.
They ate. That's crazy.
We
I like
cooked
that
and then
this
we
is.
ate.
I like that this is Chicago TBD.
We
Pea
cooked.
cook.
Yeah, Project Pea cook, and then we ate.
Yep. Yeah, I like
No
it.
crumbs.
I like it. Okay.
That scared me. Okay,
Okay.
that doesn't seem so.
And then if we retract
Rigid.
it,
Jackson, come here.
That doesn't seem so rigid either.
yeah, I think this is not bad. Yeah, that's intaken.
Yay. Guys, come look at this.
That's pretty sick.
I like that. Yeah,
Yeah. Seems to be working.
lovely. Let's go to the field.
Yay.
See, try with the intake moving. See what we can do. I like it. We'll give our camera a chance to pivot around though.
Bro,
Is that what you taking a
please
picture of?
say my name. Let's.
Via Krishna? Via? Via Krishna?
Venkateswaran.
Venkateswaran. Via Krishna Venkateswaran. That's gonna be as good as it gets. If you want to give us a pronunciation, we can say it right.
Yeah.
Do a video recording. Oh wait, you can't do that.
Yeah,
My
post
bad.
a YouTube
Well,
link.
if you,
Yeah.
if you do a
And we'll
like,
see how wrong we were.
if you do like a WikiHow separation of your name, we can say it.
Well, you guys like to grab our batteries. Let's roll on over. We'll grab a robot.
We tried.
Wait, that's Andy Mark. Robots are Andy Mark.
robots.
Haha.
Don't say that name.
That F in strafe looks a lot like a T.
It does.
Yeah. Straight.
Stay.
Straight.
I was
Straight.
gonna say that
Straight.
earlier, but I decided
Straight.
not to.
I appreciate that.
I thought you did it on purpose.
Nope. I'm gonna chalk that up to writing on a live stream.
Okay, so honestly, like if we were not to extend, like right here,
Yeah.
that's way too low. So hear me out though. What if we have shock absorbers that like whenever we're right here,
Yeah.
they can go down to the right spot, and then while we're over there, it would still be in the same spot as well.
That's true. We could also probably do that with code. Like,
Okay.
we can probably just have the arm up a little higher.
Can,
Oh.
can the
And then
camera see
extend out.
what's happening?
Probably not very well. That's a great thing to think about. I appreciate it.
Yep.
Okay, let's.
You want to try it being up a little bit?
Yeah, I think if it's up, that's that little bit. Yeah, that'll be
Okay.
easy to find the right
That
position for.
Go us.
Okay, and then let's try to extend into the
Okay.
thingy bob. Submersible.
Following it.
And strafe.
Oh, that helped.
Sick.
Yeah,
Oh, I
and then
forgot we
let's.
could strafe.
Yeah, we'll be able to do that.
Straight.
And then we'll be
Yay.
able to follow it up
Can we
To-
get some W's in the chat?
to the
Can we get some
high.
W's in the chat?
We're
and
tired.
spit it out.
Okay.
I like it.
8
Yay.
points. Let's go.
Yeah,
That's nice.
I think that's gonna work very well.
Round of applause.
Let's look at. Okay, so we have our handy 18-inch sizing tool over there. Let's see how close we are to fitting in the 18 inches, and then
Yeah.
let's see where we look like compared to the 42-inch extension limit, and see how much software is going to have to limit it.
Yeah.
So this can fold in this far.
Okay.
Let's say here.
Oh man.
Just pull her this way.
I mean,
It should be 18 by
square,
18.
right?
Yeah. Oh.
Okay.
Oh yeah,
He was
Sick.
coaching me earlier on how to do it.
I think that's going to work.
Sick.
We might just throw like if this is just a shorter length of channel, that's going to
Yeah.
make that even close or even clearer.
Yeah.
But yeah, definitely in 18.
Yay.
And then, let's see. Will you grab the tape measure from the table over there? Oh, sweet,
You
thank
got
you.
it.
Got you.
I'll put this
So
in.
Yeah.
42.
So, the back of the robot. Oh, the back of the robot's easy to measure against. Assuming we never go past vertical, which I think is a reasonable assumption
Yeah.
for right now. The full length of the robot
Oh, step this way.
Oh,
is
my-
this way. Well, horizontal, I guess.
So if
That
I
looks
was
about right.
to the edge of the field there.
Yep.
To. Ooh.
Okay, so we'll have to limit a little bit.
We're at 45. now
So
we're at
somewhere like
42.
that. And then this needs to come in.
What's the limit again?
42.
this.
All right.
So we'll have a little bit of software limit on the length of our extension.
All
But
right.
that's not bad. That's
No.
still almost all of it.
And we
Hey,
definitely
can we
extend.
get it up to the high basket
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
from there?
And
yeah. It just depends on how far away we want to be able to
And when
be.
we're up, we can extend.
Oh,
yeah, that's
you're
true.
right, you're
yeah,
right.
it's just like when it's down.
Yeah, when we're intaking, we can't
Yep.
go all the way.
Yep.
Yeah.
But yeah, you're totally right. We can just have that change in the software. Say, hey, like when you're horizontal, only extend this far. Then to go vertical, it can be as long
Right.
as we wanted. If we wanted to, we could have a 4-stage lift and be able to score from further back, and then just have it dynamically
Honestly,
limit.
that'd be sick.
But I think this is a pretty good
Yeah.
amount.
Yeah.
Because like, especially if we're over here,
Someone
That's
else
a
can be
pretty
right
good amount of
here.
space.
This is a
We can grab the other
stack
robot.
slide.
yeah, and then I think that other robot would probably be able to score while we are scoring. Which I
even,
think is
even,
pretty good.
even on the high too.
Yeah. That's kind of the ups and downs of having a wide intake. Is it means only one robot can realistically score at
Right.
once. And that'll be interesting to see how that kind of shakes out between like sample or specimen focused robots and sample focused robots. Like,
Yeah.
will 2 sample focused robots work on an alliance?
That was not proper body mechanics.
That's not bad.
So
Yeah, I think this is
Sick.
pretty cool. I'm
Yay.
pumped. I think this is
Yeah.
great.
This would be a good picture.
It would be
Yeah,
a really
I'm
sick
excited.
picture.
I think this is going to be good. Well, we have
Hold
about
up.
10 minutes. Is there anything else we can do tonight?
We can do our overview.
Yep, let's go. We'll roll back over to, let's just do it on the field. Yeah.
Cool.
That'd be sick.
All right, so we started today with no robot, obviously, but we started by driving this robot around, and then how did we come to this?
So we noticed some deficiencies with the original starter bot.
That's
so
a fun word.
What?
It's right.
That's
Yeah,
good. That was a
we're
good
trying to
word.
improve it. We're trying to move past it.
vocabulary is crazy.
Yeah, that was a good vocab word.
So from having a 6-wheel drive, it isn't easy to be able to be picking up from the submersible without being able to strafe and also hang, so that your alliance partner can hang as well.
Yeah, 6-wheel drive makes it so you have to be a really good driver to
Yeah.
successfully do all that. Like, it's very possible, but you have to line up right. And if you don't, you have extra time in driving away,
Right.
pivoting, and then backing up into the submersible. So Mecanum just makes it easy. You just drive up and you can move back and forth.
And in Freight Frenzy, we used a 8-wheel rocker drive, which
Yep.
was really cool. It allowed us to go over the terrain really easy. But one challenge it also did was whenever we were trying to place our, I don't remember what it was called, but the cap on top of the shipping hubs.
Was that the Rook that year?
But it was really hard to adjust to it and then put it on.
Yep. Yeah, it's the skid steer robots have a lot of those advantages, but the maneuverability of Mecanum is
Right.
just so valuable in FTC.
It also kind of makes it a lot easier to keep it from getting the samples stuck behind your intake.
Yeah.
'Cause
Yep.
you can just like shift to the side rather than
Yep.
pull it back and forth with you every time you try to adjust.
Yeah.
On the drivetrain, we made it smaller, so
As
that'll
well.
be more maneuverable. Jackson, you want to talk more to that?
I mean, wait, sorry.
Just the size of the
Yeah.
drivetrain.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, so like the size of the drivetrain obviously can fit, maybe like whenever you're going for climbs, you can fit both robots on more easily if
Yeah.
you're not taking up like half the bar with your robot.
Yeah.
Yep.
Which definitely
Or
helps.
if you have one big robot and one little robot,
Mm-hmm.
then
For sure.
there's more opportunity for combination there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're overall about 2 inches narrower than a stock strifer and about 3 inches shorter, or 3 holes in a channel, 72 mil. So whichever unit of measurement you'd like to use, it's about 50 mil narrower and 72 mil shorter. So
And this robot can already do a lot of things, and we didn't have to think about cramming anything on there.
Yeah.
It all kind of placed very nicely,
yeah.
and it can still do quite a bit.
Yeah, it'll be cool. So we used the same like arm superstructure and like arm as the starter robot. We just kind of replicated that in this and then bolted that. So that's a 2-stage Viper slide kit, and that's just a stock 2-stage Viper slide kit. And then the end effector is very similar to the one in the starter kit. We went ahead and went to a 96 millimeter gecko wheel. We added some 32 mil omnis to make it just like skate across the surface, and mounted this servo to the slide instead of the channel. So that should give us a lot more flexibility in how we score. This will fold up like
Side game.
this. It's fit in the box.
We did
Yeah.
also add those rollers to our intake,
Yeah, so
which
that
was something we discovered along the way and
That'll
not
be
when we
nice.
first talked about it.
so these little Omni wheels, they're Omni wheels so that we can rotate, and the Omnis, like the rollers in the Omnis, let you this end effector just kind of skate along the surface,
Right.
and then they allow you to drive in and out without worrying as much about making sure your intake's the perfect height.
Right.
So we'll probably still capture that in software because we really want this arm to go to specific positions.
Right.
And those arm positions do really depend on how far extended the lift is.
Yeah.
So I could totally see like a joystick being your lift position, and then the arm just going to say, hey, we want to score. That arm position can change dynamically as we go like further extended or further
okay.
retracted.
So two driver.
Potentially. You might be able to do something like the triggers are your intake extension.
Yeah.
I think that would be really intuitive. So we'll play with how that works out.
Okay.
I think this robot is simple enough that we could do one driver,
Yeah, okay.
but it depends on like how we hang.
Right.
Yeah,
That's the other thing we can think about. So like we should be able to do the same. We'll roll over there.
that's a smart thought.
The same hang as as the starter robot, where you just roll over with a channel and winch up. The other thing we considered is like And one of the great suggestions from chat is to have
Yeah.
another lift.
That's actually so like
Yeah.
having the hook there,
Yep.
and then having probably like a hook over here.
Watch out for this wire.
Oh yeah.
Which way?
Don't,
silver
no,
wire.
this one
Yeah,
down
so
here.
like
Oh.
hook onto here, right?
So it doesn't
and
smash.
then turn this motor so then the
Yep.
robot would fold up.
Yep.
Man, this is getting kind of heavy.
Mm-hmm.
And then extend our linear extension up and climb with that.
That's
And-
possible.
Yeah.
That actually might
The
do
other
it.
thing we might be able to do is, so like, you have, say, a linear actuator kit or something like that here with a hook. So if we could hook and get up like this, if we can hook on this with our arm, can we pivot the whole robot up like this?
Also, did you see there, this fits right here.
Yeah.
If this was a little bit
If we could get to
longer,
there
that would be what
and
I
then
was talking
hook
about
on
right
and
now.
pivot,
You could
this
hook
this
on
robot
there
could hang
and
like
balance.
this.
And
Yeah.
would that give us that 30 points?
As long as we get above this bar.
Yeah.
Sick.
So we
That's
need to
what I
get
was
this
talking
robot
about.
up high enough that this
Let's
can
do
hook
it.
on, and then we can pivot up like this. And then the problem is it's going to want to slide down. But
That's-
this would
We
hang.
could use a worm gear with that to make
Yeah.
have that no backlash on it.
And this does, it can't backdrive, yeah. This
Right.
does have enough torque to hold that robot up.
It doesn't have to hang for very long either.
Yeah.
No, that's true. So maybe we can get like an actuator kit or something like that that's really suited to picking up a robot that can winch it up. I love that idea from the Hinden Robotics Club. There we go. I kept trying to say Hilton.
Shout out to Hinton.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
that's a sweet idea. So that we can get up and then rotate up with the arm, kind of like how we currently do the first bar hang.
Nice.
Sweet. Do you guys have anything else to mention for day one of Robot in 3 Days?
Thanks for watching.
Yeah, this was a ton of fun.
It was fun interacting with chat.
Yes. And we'll be back here at 4 p.m. Central tomorrow, back and ready to get our robot ready for the next set of things we're going to bolt on, experiences we're going to have. I bet this robot will be up and running tomorrow with electronics and code too. So we should be able to start scoring some points for real. And
Yeah.
then maybe day 3 can be refinement, making this robot better and better. So I think we're really excited. I think we have a really promising path forward. We'll see you guys tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.